Chapter 166. At present, the drivers of the Shunfeng Express were all farmers in Dingzhou village. Because there were not many carriages in the carriage company, there were not many farmers in the carriage company. Suddenly, they saw more than a dozen big men rushing to the carriage company. The farmers who were squatting at the door were all shocked. Seeing that these people were not friendly, the farmers immediately stood up and blocked the door of the carriage company. Some smart ones immediately turned around and ran to the carriage company to inform others. They were not ordinary people without the strength to truss a chicken. With the guidance of more than a dozen experienced soldiers in the village, the farmers in Dingzhou village all knew how to fight. "Stop, who are you? What do you want to do?" A farmer shouted loudly. The leader of the Zheng family shouted, "Go away! Who dares to stop the Zheng family of Xingyang?" "Zheng family of Xingyang? Have you all made a mistake? We are a carriage company. Go away, Zheng family's work? Do we need to explain it to you farmers?" The leader of the troops ignored him and shouted to his men, "Rush in and catch them. Young master will reward you handsomely." While speaking, the troops of the Zheng family had rushed to the door of the carriage company and waved their fists at the farmers. Zheng Kongwa's troops did not put these farmers in their eyes at all. They rushed over one by one with a grim smile, intending to beat the farmers blocking the door half to death and then rush into the carriage company to kidnap the people. After the name of the Zheng family of Xingyang was revealed, the few villagers who were blocking the door hesitated for a moment. The name of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes of the Tang Dynasty was too well known. Even these farmers knew that this was the top aristocratic family of the Tang Dynasty and could not be easily offended. But seeing that the troops did not say anything and directly attacked, some farmers were caught off guard and took a few punches. They were beaten fiercely and waved their fists back regardless of anything. For a moment, the door of the carriage company was in a mess. There were only a few farmers at the door of the carriage company. They were surrounded by more than a dozen troops of the Zheng family and were about to suffer. But then he heard Su Changqing's clear voice from inside the carriage, "Stop it." Having received the manor's report, Su Changqing led Niu Yong and the others out of the carriage, wanting to see what exactly had happened. After Su Changqing appeared, the Zheng family troops stopped for the time being. The villagers quickly retreated and blocked Su Changqing's former bodyguard, afraid that they would be injured by this group of people from the Zheng family. "Everyone, did you make a mistake? We are Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. I wonder what business you have with us?" Su Changqing asked in a clear voice. She wanted to clarify things first to see if there was any misunderstanding. Their carriage company did not receive any transportation orders from the Zheng family in Xingyang, so they did not have any dealings with the Zheng family. Why did the Zheng family's troops come to their doorstep with such ferocious expressions? It would have been better if the beautiful boss did not appear. When her beautiful figure appeared at the door of the carriage company, Zheng Kongwa's evil thoughts were aroused. Zheng Kongwa pushed away the troops in front of him from the back and came forward with a lewd smile. He smiled at Su Changqing and said, "Young lady, it's all a misunderstanding. Our Zheng family wants to find your carriage company to transport goods. Young lady, please come with me to the Zheng mansion to discuss." "Young master, if you need to transport goods, we will arrange people to negotiate with your mansion. Please don't block the door of our carriage company." Su Changqing saw this man's pair of peach blossom eyes staring at her lustfully. She felt disgusted and immediately said perfunctorily. Zheng Kongwa smiled and said, "How can other people come to discuss? My goods are very important. I need to talk to young lady personally. Young lady, you won't not give face to the Zheng family in Xingyang, right?" Su Changqing did not want to be entangled with this person and coldly refused, "I'm sorry, we can't do business with your mansion. Please find another place." "Young lady, you don't want to give face to the Zheng family?" Zheng Kongwa suddenly put on a straight face and shouted at the troops of the Zheng family, "Go! Capture that young lady and bring her back to the mansion. Lowly servant, you don't want face." As soon as he said this, the villagers of Dingzhou village were suddenly awakened. It turned out that the reason the Zheng family came knocking on their door was not for anything else but to snatch Madame Su. Because they were afraid of the Zheng family's power, the villagers who did not dare to act freely all clenched their fists and angrily glared at the troops of the Zheng family. As long as they dared to rush forward, the villagers of Dingzhou village would dare to risk their lives. They dared to touch the goddess of wealth of Dingzhou village, the lifeblood of the entire village. Su Changqing was also angered by Zheng Konghua's words to the point that his face turned frosty. He said coldly, "In broad daylight under the clear sky, your Xinjiang family dares to be so lawless?" As if he heard a funny joke, Zheng Konghua raised his head and laughed loudly. "Ha, but to you farmers, our Zheng family is the law. Young lady, why bother to be a farmer's slave? Isn't it good to pleasure under this young master's crotch? This young master promises to make you wish you were dead, ha." The beautiful superior was so angry by Zheng Konghua's filthy words that her body trembled and she was speechless for a long time. Zheng Konghua continued to tease, "Lowly servant, as long as you serve this young master well in bed, this young master promises you endless glory, splendor, wealth and rank in the future. That's right, bring that young lady along too. Today, this young master wants to eat both young and old." His words angered Niu Yong to the point that he could not restrain his anger. Niu Yong did not wait for Su Changqing to speak and rushed out of the main door. He waved his iron fist and rushed towards the Zheng family troops. When the villagers who were blocking the entrance saw Niu Yong rushing forward, they all rushed forward and fought with the Zheng family troops. At this time, in the carriage, there were no more than 10 villagers of Dingzhou village while the Zheng family troops numbered no less than 20 to 30 people. However, although Zheng Konghua's troops had a lot of people, they had already been spoiled by the luxurious lifestyle of the Zheng family. Those who could be recruited into the Zheng family troops were originally fierce soldiers in the army. However, ever since they joined the Zheng family, especially the troops that followed Zheng Konghua, they had been indulging in debauchery and committing atrocities every day. They had long lost the courage they had in the past and could only bully some ordinary people. At this moment, the group of villagers led by Niu Yong rushed forward and barely resisted for a few rounds. They were somewhat unable to withstand it and retreated in a mess. Zheng Konghua was so angry at the clumsy performance of his own troops that he stomped his feet. "Trash, you bunch of trash. Go. Beat this bunch of farmers to death." The 20 to 30 troops gathered again after being yelled at by their own Lang Jun. Relying on their numbers, they turned back and fought with the villagers again. After all, they were in Chang'an City. Regardless of whether it was the Zheng family troops or the villagers of Dingzhou village, they did not use weapons. Therefore, Niu Yong's abilities could not be used. Instead, he suffered some losses because he was missing an arm. Seeing that the villagers of Dingzhou village were in trouble, Niu Yong suddenly lifted his leg and kicked a troop in front of him. He shouted, "Retreat to the carriage and defend." The villagers immediately clustered around Niu Yong and fought as they retreated. They all retreated to the main door to defend. The width of the main door of the carriage was only enough for 5 to 6 people to stand side by side at the same time. For a moment, the Zheng family troops' advantage in numbers was not effective and they were blocked at the entrance. When both sides were in a deadlock, a copper whistle was heard. It was the marquises of the East City who had heard the news and rushed over. Chapter 167. Seeing the marquises of the marquis shop arrive, Zheng Konghua coldly snorted and waved his hand to signal his troops to retreat. Although he was arrogant and did not put these marquises in his eyes, he was not arrogant enough to kidnap people in front of them. After all, the Zheng family of Xinjiang was only one of the 5 surnames and 7 nobles, not the royal family of the Tang Dynasty. If this matter was reported to the government, it would be troublesome. When Su Changqing opened the carriage business in Chang'an, he had already taken the initiative to visit the Cheng family. Although he did not say it explicitly, he meant that he wanted Lu Guogong to take care of them when it was convenient. Cheng Yaojin naturally did not refuse. After knowing that the carriage business was opened in the East Market, he ordered the housekeeper to pass a message to the colonel of the East Market marquis shop to take care of the Li family's business. The colonel of the East Market marquis shop was called Qin Xian, a collateral relative of Qin Xiong. The Qin family had a good relationship with the Cheng family, Yuqi family, and other military leaders. This could be seen from the fact that these playboys could gather together to eat, drink, and play. Of course, the reason why Qin Huaidao, Qin Qiong's son, was not invited to play with the playboys was because Qin Huaidao was only 3 years old this year. He was too young, therefore, with Lu Guogong's words, Qin Xian naturally obeyed. He also often sent marquises to patrol the streets of the East Market to prevent Chang and ruffians from causing trouble. Today, the Zheng family suddenly made trouble. 20 to 30 Zheng troops surrounded the carriage business. This gave Qin Xian a headache when he received the report. He was a small 8th grade general and a collateral relative of the Qin family. How could he dare to go against the Zheng family of Xingyang? But if he allowed the Zheng family to cause trouble and Lu Guogong found out, he would not be able to get away with it. In a dilemma, Qin Xian ordered all the marquises of the marquis shop and rushed to the carriage business. He planned to see what happened first and think about whether he could mediate. It would be best if he could resolve this conflict. When Qin Xian saw that Zheng Kongbo was there, he felt a headache. Why was it this playboy? He didn't need to think to know that today's incident must have been caused by Zheng Kongbo, the eldest son of the Zheng family, who was used to being domineering. As the colonel of the East City marquis shop, Qin Xian often interacted with the Zheng family's eldest son. If it wasn't for the fact that the Zheng family of Xingyang was powerful, he felt that even death wouldn't be enough to wipe out this guy's crimes. No matter how disgusted he was, Qin Xian could only smile and salute Zheng Kongbo. "Young Master Zheng, may I ask what brings you here today?" "It's fine." Zheng Kongbo replied coldly, "There's nothing for you to do here. You can leave now." He wasn't an idiot. He knew that he couldn't openly announce the fact that he had taken a fancy to a beauty and wanted to snatch her back to his residence. Although Zheng Kongbo knew that in Chang and City, none of these marquises dared to meddle in the affairs of the Zheng family. But no matter what, this was not a glorious matter. Therefore, he only wanted to send these martial marquis away and then let the troops rush into the carriage to kidnap them. "Young Master Zheng, look, there are so many people coming and going in the East City. If this matter gets out of hand, it won't look good for everyone. Why don't you give me face and let this matter go?" Qin Xian didn't dare to offend Zheng Kongbo, so he could only plead softly. Zheng Kongbo glared at him. "Get out. When is it your turn to meddle in my affairs? If I give you face, who do you think you are?" Qin Xian's face stiffened after being scolded, but he didn't know what to say. But in his heart, he was cursing this bastard. "Who do you think you are? Relying on your family background? Bastard. No matter what, I'm still an 8th grade general of the Tang Dynasty. You're just a foppish man who doesn't even have an official title. What right do you have to shout at me? You're a dog dressed like a fly. Why didn't God send down lightning to strike him to death?" But although he cursed in his heart, Qin Xian still had to keep a smile on his face and continue to persuade, "Young Master Zheng, it's not that I want to meddle in your business. It's just that Lu Guogong said that I should take care of this Shun Feng carriage company. You see, I have no other choice." Zheng Kongbo was stunned. "This carriage company is the property of Duke Lu's mansion?" Qin Xian shook his head. "No, it's just that the owner of the carriage company has some relationship with Duke Lu's mansion." His words made Zheng Kongbo hesitate. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang was one of the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, compared to Duke Lu, who had military power, it was still not enough. The 5 surnames and 7 hopes were noble, but they didn't have much influence in the military of the Tang Dynasty. The founding dukes under the sage, whether it was Li Shaogong, Yuqi Jingde, Li Jing, Duan Zhixuan, Lu Hongji, Zhang Liang, Chai Shao, Qin Qiong, Hou Junji, and other dukes, they were not the same kind of people as the traditional aristocratic families. Zheng Kongbo wanted to give up, but he felt that it would be too shameful to leave like this. Plus, he was still thinking about the 2 beauties, so he was even more reluctant to leave. Seeing his hesitation, Qin Xian continued to persuade him. "Young Master Zheng, if this matter reaches the ears of Duke Lu or those imperial censors who have nothing better to do, it will be bad for you." Zheng Kongbo suddenly smiled sinisterly. "Who the hell said I did it? My troops are just here to enjoy the scenery. What's wrong? Can't I?" Qin Xian was stunned. "What the hell? Enjoy the scenery?" Zheng Kongbo stretched out his hand to summon the head of his troops and whispered a few words in his ear. The head of the troops immediately nodded with a sinister smile. Under the command of the head of the troops, the 20 to 30 troops of the Zheng family immediately scattered. Except for nearly 10 people who continued to block the entrance of the carriage company, the others all scattered around the carriage company and directly surrounded it. Moreover, not only did they surround the carriage company, but they also pulled out the weapons they carried with them. It looked like they would attack if there was any disagreement. When the villagers in the carriage company saw that the other party had used weapons, and they could only use wooden sticks as weapons at most, they did not dare to rush out and could only guard the entrance. If Li Wangyu were here, he might have adapted the modern poem, Broken Chapter, to exclaim at Zheng Kongwa's shamelessness. You stand outside the door to enjoy the scenery, and the people who enjoy the scenery are looking at you from inside the door? Surname Qin, as you can see, my troops are just here to enjoy the scenery. However, if someone offends them and something unpleasant happens, it has nothing to do with my Zheng family. Zheng Kongwa snorted coldly and glanced at Qin Xian from the corner of his eyes. This put Qin Xian in a difficult position. Zheng Kongwa asked the troops to surround the carriage company, obviously wanting to trap them. However, he could not force the people of the Zheng family to leave. He could only watch the troops of the Zheng family and scrupulously besiege the carriage company. Su Changqing saw that the troops of the Zheng family showed their weapons and worried that the villagers of Dingzhou village would be at a disadvantage. He quickly ordered Niu Yong to close the door of the carriage company. Zheng Kongwa sent people back to the residence to mobilize a group of troops. In addition to the 20 to 30 troops from before, there were more than 100 people surrounding the Shun Feng carriage company. He had made up his mind to trap this group of farmers and make them obediently hand over the two beauties. Qin Xian was at his wit's end. He could only take the marquis of the East City marquis shop to watch from afar. He was somewhat undecided. He did not know if he should report this matter to the Duke Lu's residence. However, he did not want to completely offend the Zheng family of Xingyang. He pondered for a while before making a decision. Blocked in the carriage company, Su Changqing and Niu Yong also understood the plan of the Zheng family. They wanted to trap them to death. It was indeed a wild ambition. Chapter 168. With the Wu Ho from the eastern city's Wu Ho shop present and the Dingzhou village's guards, there was no need to worry for the time being that the Zheng family's troops would charge into the carriage and kidnap them. However, there was no food stored in the carriage, and they did not consider the possibility of being besieged. 1 or 2 days was not a problem, but if it was too long, they might not be able to hold on. But what the Zheng family displayed was an attitude of being unwilling to leave the matter at that, making Su Changqing's head ache. She was an elite in the business world and had never faced such a situation, so she was at a loss. But Niu Yong was very calm. After comforting the villagers and Su Changqing, he decided to return to Dingzhou village to get reinforcements. After arranging for the villagers to guard the door, Niu Yong rushed out of the encirclement of the Zheng family troops and rushed to Dingzhou village to get reinforcements. When the evening drum of Chang and city sounded and the gate of the eastern market was about to close, a dozen riders rushed into the eastern market before the gate was closed. After the drum sounded, the shops in the eastern market closed and the customers went home. In such a big eastern market, nighttime entertainment was not allowed. The sun was about to set, and the bustling eastern market during the day had become empty and quiet. More than a dozen horses' hooves stepped on the bluestone road, making a light sound of hooves. Lang Jun, are we going to kill them directly or what? Niu Yong suffered a big loss during the day, but now his eyes were burning with anger. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang had mobilized more than 100 troops, Niu Yong did not put them in his eyes. Li Wangyu rushed all the way to Chang'an, and he had been thinking about how to deal with this matter. He naturally knew about the Zheng family of Xingyang, the top family of the Tang Dynasty. If possible, he did not want to have a conflict with them. But since the Zheng family wanted to target his beautiful boss and parent, then no matter how powerful the Zheng family of Xingyang was, Li Wangyu would have to fight them to the death. Although Li Wangyu was only a white-collar worker in his previous life, he still had the fierceness of a village boy. Since you dare to touch my woman, I will fight you to the death. Although the Zheng family of Xingyang was a giant to him and Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu was not necessarily afraid of them. If he was really forced into a corner, he would dare to take out the black powder and let the Zheng family of Xinjiang see the power of modern weapons. In the future, even elementary school students knew about the 4 great inventions of China: gunpowder, papermaking, compass, and printing. Li Wangyu believed that he was still capable of producing gunpowder that changed the history of human wars. When he was young, Li Wangyu's village had a small firecracker workshop. Later, it was shut down because it was unsafe. Although he had never personally made gunpowder before, he was still very clear about the basic process. If there was a need, he could succeed after a few experiments. Li Wangyu wasn't as impulsive as Niu Yong. The journey had allowed him to calm down. Don't worry, let's observe the situation and then make a plan. Li Wangyu wanted to find a way to contact Su Changqing and ask about the situation before thinking about how to solve the situation. Purely using force to fight with the Zheng family of Xinjiang was not the best choice. He and Su Changqing did not care, but he did not want to implicate the 127 families of Dingzhou village. If he really angered the Zheng family of Xinjiang, then he could only turn the world upside down and then take the 500 villagers of Dingzhou village and retreat to the Qinling mountains to be savages. The threat of the Zheng family of Xinjiang for the first time made Li Wangyu feel that it was not easy to be a small landlord in the prosperous Tang dynasty. He vaguely had a desire for power in his heart. In order not to disturb the Zheng family's troops, the riders slowed down and slowly moved towards the carriage. When they turned a corner and saw the carriage, Li Wangyu signaled everyone to dismount. He planned to observe from the dark before making a plan. Just when they passed by a closed shop at the corner, the shop's door was suddenly opened from the inside. A figure flashed out and grabbed Li Wangyu, wanting to drag him into the shop. This sudden turn of events gave Li Wangyu a fright. Behind him, Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others also drew their weapons. "Xiao Lang, it's me," the person quickly whispered. Li Wangyu looked up and could not help but laugh. The person who grabbed him was not someone else, but the fatty Cho Kun. "Brother Cho, why are you here? Why are you here?" Li Wangyu quickly asked everyone to put away their weapons and turned to ask Cho Kun. The fatty first pulled everyone into the shop. Even the horses were led to the backyard of the shop. He then ordered the shop assistant to reclose the shop's door. Only then did he pull Li Wangyu to sit down and talk. "Nonsense, this is my family's grain shop. Did you forget that your Miss Su rented my courtyard?" Cho Kun said snappily. Li Wangyu suddenly realized that the courtyard Su Changqing rented from the Cho family was actually next to the Cho family's grain shop in the East Market. Between the Cho family's grain shop and the carriage shop, there was only a 10-meter-wide alley. Today, Zheng Kongbo brought people to surround the carriage shop, which caused an uproar in the East Market. However, the merchants in the East Market did not dare to provoke the Zheng family of Xinjiang. They just silently shook their heads and whispered to each other that the carriage shop was in big trouble. Cho Yuanliang and Cho Kun naturally also received the news and were very anxious. For Li Wangyu, the Cho father and son both wanted to be on good terms with him. However, today's matter involved the Zheng family of Xinjiang. The Cho family was a merchant family. Even if they had a small family property, they could do nothing. The Cho family sent someone to Dingzhou village to deliver the message, but they missed Li Wangyu and the others. Cho Kun simply ran to his family's grain shop to see if he could help. The carriage shop was surrounded by more than 100 troops of the Zheng family. Cho Kun could only watch helplessly. He was anxious, but there was nothing he could do. "Xiao Lang, now the situation is like this. What do you plan to do?" Cho Kun told Li Wangyu what he knew about the situation. Knowing that the one who caused today's absurd matter was the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, Li Wangyu also felt a little toothache. What if King B starred? He actually dared to bully him. Li Wangyu suddenly had the urge to go and make explosives. Suppressing his anger, Li Wangyu asked, "I want to get in touch with Changqing first. Brother Cho, do you have a way?" The fat man shook his head. "The Zheng family's troops have surrounded the carriage shop. Even the alley between my family's grain shop and the carriage shop is guarded. Unless we force our way in, there is no way." Damn, this is really a little troublesome. Li Wangyu silently weighed in his heart. Should he directly use force to break in and save his beautiful boss? Is there any way to get in touch with Su Chongqing? Damn, the modern era is more convenient. A phone call can solve the problem. When he was depressed, a thought flashed through Li Wangyu's mind. This method seems to be reliable. Chapter 169. Li Wangyu suddenly smiled, which made Chou Kuan, Niu Yong, and Niu Wu puzzled. Xiao Lang, why are you smiling? Fatty asked curiously. Li Wangyu said, Hee, I just suddenly thought of a way to contact Chongqing. What? You'll know in a while. Brother Chou, help me prepare a few things. Li Wangyu told Fatty the items he needed, but Fatty was stunned by what he heard. What the hell is this? Can he use these things to contact Miss Su who is trapped in the carriage? Fatty shook his head. No matter how he looked at it, it didn't seem reliable. However, Fatty immediately asked the shop assistant to help Li Wangyu prepare. Fortunately, the things he wanted were not complicated, so they were easily found. 2 hollow bamboo tubes, thick mulberry paper, and thin copper wire. The other things were simple, but the copper wire was rare. In the end, the shop assistant of Chou family knocked on the door of a jewelry shop in the east side of the city and found a copper wire about 10 meters long for Li Wangyu. Obviously, Li Wangyu thought of the telephones he played with when he was young. He wanted to make one to contact Su Chongqing who was in the carriage. Actually, cotton thread could also be used, but the copper wire had a better effect. Anyone who studied physics in junior high school would know that sound was transmitted through vibration. The copper wire's metal structure was tightly rehearsed, so the loss of sound transmission was small, and the self-made phone had a better effect. He used thick mulberry paper to seal one end of the bamboo tube, making it like a drum's resonant cavity, and then he put the copper wire through the mulberry paper and fixed it. Without much effort, the 2 ends of the bamboo tube were connected to the telephone. Xiao Lang, what is this thing used for? Fatty couldn't understand what Li Wangyu wanted to do. Li Wangyu pretended to smile mysteriously. Hee, you'll know in a while. Let's go, we'll find a place to send the telephones over. Compared to the other areas of Chang and city, the land in the east side of the city was worth an inch of gold. Therefore, the shops here were usually 2 stories tall, or even 3 stories tall. The Chou family's grain shop and carriage shop were 2-story-high shops on both sides, and in the middle was a 10-meter wide alley. Everyone went up to the 2nd floor of the shop and quietly opened the window to look outside. At this time, the sky was already dark, but there were still Zheng family troops holding torches in the alley below, guarding the alley to prevent anyone from jumping over the wall to escape. Li Wangyu saw that the carriage shop's windows were tightly shut, so he had Niu Wu pick up some small pebbles. Across the alley, he continuously threw the pebbles at the window on the 2nd floor opposite. The slight sound of pebbles hitting the window frame traveled far in the night, attracting the Zheng family troops who were guarding the alley to come over and take a look. Li Wangyu and the others quickly shrank back to avoid being discovered by the Zheng family troops below. That troop held a torch and looked around. After confirming that no one had escaped, he cursed and left. Li Wangyu asked Niu Wu to continue throwing pebbles. After a few more pebbles, the window on the 2nd floor of the carriage shop opposite was silently opened. Because there were no lights on the opposite side, it was dark and they couldn't see clearly. Li Wangyu and the others didn't dare to make a sound, fearing that they would attract the Zheng family troops. Niu Wu, think of a way to throw this bamboo tube into the opposite window. Li Wangyu picked up the bamboo telephone he made and ordered in a low voice. Niu Wu nodded. Although he didn't understand what his Langjun wanted to do, he still picked up the bamboo tube. He shook it slightly in his hand and aimed it at the open window across from him. He then reached out and threw the bamboo tube over. The bamboo tube with thin copper wires drew an arc in the night sky and accurately flew into the window on the 2nd floor of the opposite carriage shop. Langjun, it's done. I threw it over. What do we do next? Don't tell me you want to pull a rope over? Niu Wu asked. Li Wangyu smiled and waved his hand. No need. Just wait. When Chongqing sees it, we will be able to contact them. That's it? Fatty had a face of confusion. He couldn't figure out how throwing the bamboo tube would allow them to contact Madame Su in the opposite carriage shop. Li Wangyu didn't explain and just waited quietly by the window. He believed that when the villagers in the carriage shop saw the bamboo tube and didn't understand what it meant, they would definitely ask their beautiful superior, In the future, this was a toy for children to play with. Their beautiful superior would understand at a glance. As expected, not long after, the copper wire was slowly pulled tight by the people in the opposite carriage shop. Li Wangyu hurriedly reached out and picked up the bamboo tube. After the copper wire was pulled tight, he whispered into the bamboo tube, "Changqing, did you hear that?" Fatty, Niu Yong, and Niu Wu all looked at Li Wangyu as if they were looking at an idiot. Did Li Jia Xiaolang lose his mind? Could it be that he expected Madame Su's voice to come out of the bamboo tube when he was talking? However, before they could persuade Li Wangyu, they suddenly heard a clear female voice come out from the bamboo tube in Li Wangyu's hand. "Hey, is that Wangyu? I heard it. Immeasurable deity. But above. This bamboo tube really came out with a voice?" In the exceptionally quiet night, the soft voice that came out of the bamboo tube was unusually clear. The voice wasn't loud, but it made Fatty and the others feel as if they were struck by lightning. They froze on the spot. Everyone dared to use their heads to guarantee that this voice was definitely Madame Su's voice. Is Li Jia Xiaolang really an immortal? This ordinary bamboo tube was refined into an immortal item by him? If not, how could Madame Su's voice come out from the bamboo tube? At this moment, the waiter of the Cho family's grain store directly knelt on the ground and muttered to himself. He wanted to receive Li Jia Xiaolang's blessings. He was directly worshipping Li Wangyu as if he was a bodhisattva. At this moment, Li Wangyu didn't have the time to pay attention to the reaction of this group of Tang Dynasty's country bumpkins. He hurriedly asked into the bamboo tube, "Changqing, are you okay?" "I'm fine. Perrin and I are both safe. It's just that the Zheng family's people are blocking the door, so we can't leave." "That's good. Don't worry. First, tell me, why did the Zheng family suddenly come knocking on our door?" Li Wangyu asked. Su Changqing's voice came, "I'm not sure. This afternoon, Perrin and I just came back from the palace, and the Zheng family came knocking on our door." "Wait, what palace?" Li Wangyu thought he heard wrong. What did Su Changqing mean when she said she just came back from the palace? "Hee, do you know who I met today?" Su Changqing told Li Wangyu from the beginning to the end of today's encounter with Empress Xianxia, then going to the Taiji Palace, and Empress Xianxia becoming a shareholder of the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company. Her words made Li Wangyu dumbfounded. He didn't expect that when he was dragged to drink wine by Chung Chumo and the other playboys, his beautiful boss would do so many things. She even met Empress Xianxia of the Tang Dynasty and invited her to teach yoga in the Taiji Palace. What made Li Wangyu even more amazed was that Su Changqing actually persuaded Empress Xianxia to become a shareholder of the carriage company. This is really a blessing from the heavens. After learning this information, Li Wangyu raised his eyes and looked down at the Zheng family's troops who were holding torches and besieging the carriage company. "Zheng family of Xingyang, you deserve this bad luck." Chapter 170. Li Wangyu was originally anxious and worried, but after hearing the beautiful boss's words, he immediately relaxed. Xingyang's Zheng family was really looking for trouble. The Shunfeng Express Carriage Company that Empress Xianxia wanted to invest in was actually besieged by the Zheng family's eldest son. Did they want to rebel? Not to mention that the beautiful boss was now Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang's yoga instructor. How dare they want to snatch it back? It was simply provoking the lion. After listening to Su Changqing's words in the bamboo tube, Fatty Cho Kun didn't have time to study why there was a sound from the bamboo tube, but began to feel lucky. Lucky that their Cho family had a close relationship with Li Jia Xiaolang, otherwise where could they find such a thigh to cling to in the future? He was sure that the Li family's prosperity was in front of them. If they could have a relationship with Empress Xianxia, why would they be afraid of Xingyang's Zheng family? However, Li Wangyu was thinking about how to use Empress Xianxia to dig a huge hole for Xingyang's Zheng family and let them jump into it. Knowing that Su Changqing had a jade pendant given by Empress Xianxia, Li Wangyu was even more overjoyed. He immediately asked the beautiful boss to find a pocket, put the jade pendant in it, and slide it along the copper wire in the middle of the intercom. Not long after, a brocade bag was hung on the copper wire in the middle of the intercom and slid into the window along the copper wire. Li Wangyu stepped forward and carefully took the brocade bag and took out the jade pendant. Fatty Cho Kun quickly moved the candlelight in the room and looked at it closely. After seeing the jade pendant clearly, the fatty couldn't help but gasp from the root of his teeth. This was indeed the jade pendant that represented Empress Xianxia's identity. The carved phoenix and the 8 seal characters, Ding has fire virtue, she is a phoenix, behind the jade pendant clearly showed the meaning of the jade pendant. He looked at Li Wangyu with a bit of respect in his eyes. The Li family of Hu County was really extraordinary. Cho Kun admired his father's unique vision even more when his father asked him to have a good relationship with Li Jia Xiaolang. Xiaolang, what are you going to do now? Hee, the Zheng family has kicked an iron plate this time. Li Wangyu played with the jade pendant in his hand and pondered for a moment. Then he lowered his voice and whispered to everyone. Fatty, Niu Yong, and the others nodded repeatedly. He then communicated his thoughts to Su Chongqing through the microphone. His beautiful boss immediately understood his thoughts and naturally did not object. The matter of digging a hole for Madame Zheng of Xingyang was thus settled. Don't worry, Lang Jun. When the door opens tomorrow, I will go and do it. Niu Wu patted his chest and promised. Li Wangyu then looked at Cho Kun. Brother Cho, when this matter is settled, I will definitely compensate your family for your loss. Fatty Cho Kun chuckled. There's no need for compensation. However, I wonder if my Cho family can join Xiaolang's Shunfeng Express Carriage Company? Well, Li Wangyu hesitated. Now that Empress Zhang's son had joined the carriage company and occupied 50% of the shares, it was not up to him to let the Cho family invest. Xiaolang, my Cho family doesn't ask for much. Her Highness the Empress and Xiaolang's shares, my Cho family naturally does not dare to think about it. I only ask that my family be allowed to buy some shares from Dingzhou village. My family will not treat the villagers of Dingzhou village unfairly. Fatty Cho knew what Li Wangyu was worried about and quickly expressed his thoughts. Li Wangyu pondered for a moment and felt that it was feasible. He nodded. Brother Cho, you can discuss this matter with the old village chief. As long as he agrees to transfer some shares, I have no objections. Fatty Cho was overjoyed to get Li Wangyu's approval. This matter was proposed by him on his own initiative, but Cho Kun believed that even if his father, Cho Yuan Liang, knew about it, he would only praise him for doing a good job. If the Cho family could invest in the carriage company, even if it was only a small share, it would allow the Cho family and the Li family to have a closer relationship, not to mention that they would have some connection with the royal family. For a merchant family with no status to speak of, this was much more important than earning more copper coins. After discussing tomorrow's matter, Li Wangyu drove Fatty Cho and the Niu brothers out of the room. After the light bulbs left, Li Wangyu whispered into the microphone with Su Chongqing for a long time. But Li Wangyu did not dare to say anything about Aphrodite until he hung up the phone. Delay for as long as possible, the night was silent. The next morning, when Chang and City's morning drum sounded, Niu Wu rode out. The carriage company next to the Cho family's grain store was still closed. The Zheng family's troops also refused to retreat. They surrounded the carriage company so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Qin Xian's subordinates, Wu Ho, also watched from afar. The 3 parties were in a deadlock for the whole night. Zheng Konghua naturally did not stay here last night. After he let the troops surround the carriage company, he led his people to Ping Kong Fong. He spent the whole night drinking and playing with women. Until it was almost noon, Zheng Konghua kept yawning. With a pair of dark circles under his eyes, he looked like he was still hungover. He swayed from side to side on horseback. Under the protection of the troops, he came down to the East Market. This group of farmers still won't fucking open the door? Zheng Konghua looked at the closed carriage company door and cursed. The leader of the troops nodded. Lang Jun, are we going to waste time with them like this? Or should we just break the door and rush in? Zheng Konghua glanced at Wu Ho, who was not far away. No need, let's first surround them and play with them. It's been a long time since something so interesting happened. Anyway, there shouldn't be any food in the carriage company. Let's starve them for 2 days. Send someone to the restaurant and bring me a table of food. Today I will drink and have fun in front of the carriage company. Yes, Lang Jun, you go rest in the shade of the tree. I will do it right away. The leader of the troops asked someone to lay out a mat for Zheng Konghua under the shade of the tree opposite the carriage company. He also ordered someone to send a table of food to the restaurant. Not long after, the doctor of the restaurant, led by the troops of the Zheng family, brought a table full of food and wine to Zheng Konghua. Under the deterrence of more than 100 troops of the Zheng family, the road in front of the carriage company was almost cleared. The people coming and going in the East Market would rather take a detour than come near here. On both sides of the street where the carriage company was located, there were many merchants and Chang and residents who were watching the fun. They whispered to each other, "Are these people from the Zheng family of Xingyang? Why did you surround this carriage shop all of a sudden? I heard that the eldest son of the Zheng family took a fancy to a young lady in the carriage company and threatened them to hand her over. Then they are really unlucky. How can it be good to be targeted by the Zheng family's playboy? In the house where I live, there was a young lady who was kidnapped by the Zheng family. She was humiliated for several days before being released. After returning home, she hanged herself. How pitiful! That family carried the body and went to Wanyan County to beat the drum and complain. In the end, they paid the family 10 copper coins. Tisk, tisk, 10 copper coins to buy a life. The Zheng family is really overbearing. Isn't that right? God is blind. Why didn't he strike this bastard with lightning? Shoo, lower your voice. Don't talk nonsense. Be careful not to get into trouble. The carriage company is definitely finished. Look at the marquee shop. Even the marquee doesn't dare to interfere with the Zheng family's business. The onlookers discussed animatedly, but they could only shake their heads and sigh. They felt that the carriage company was doomed today. While Zheng Konghua was happily eating and drinking, he did not notice that on the second floor of the Cho family's grain store not far away, through an open window, Li Wangyu was watching him with an expression of watching a play. Chapter 171. Cho Kuan, who was accompanying Li Wangyu, was slightly anxious. Xiao Lang, why aren't your troops back yet? There won't be any changes, right? Don't worry. They should be back soon. Li Wangyu replied confidently. Just as he finished speaking, Niu Yong suddenly said, Langjun, I saw Niu Wu. He's back. Li Wangyu and Cho Kun looked in the direction that Niu Yong was pointing. On the street not far away, Niu Wu was riding a horse slowly towards them. He immediately grabbed the bamboo mouthpiece and said, Changqing, Niu Wu is back. We can start now. Got it. Su Changqing's voice came from the mouthpiece. Be careful. Don't worry. It'll be fine. Zheng Konghua was still eating and drinking when he inadvertently raised his head. Suddenly, he saw that the door of the carriage house opposite was open. There was no one at the door. He suddenly became excited. He thought that the carriage house was finally ready to compromise after being surrounded by them for a night. Zheng Konghua threw down his chopsticks and suddenly stood up. These farmers are finally willing to open the door. Men, rush in and invite the two beauties out. Ha! The leader of the troops immediately waved his hand and led the troops into the carriage house. After the troops of the Zheng family rushed into the carriage house, they found that there were only a few four-wheeled carriages in Noda's courtyard. There were no signs of the farmers. Mother Ker, this group of field workers actually dare to hide. Search, find them for me. Be careful not to hurt the two women that Langjun wants. The leader of the troops shouted at his men. The troops of the Zheng family responded and prepared to search around. But just as they dispersed, something unexpected happened. A few buildings in the carriage house suddenly emitted thick smoke. Before the troops of the Zheng family could react, the fire had already engulfed those buildings. The sudden fire in the carriage house not only shocked the troops of the Zheng family. Outside the door, Zheng Konghua, who was waiting for his troops to bring the two beauties out, was also shocked. What's going on? Who set the fire? These idiots! Zheng Konghua stomped his feet and cursed. In his opinion, this fire should have been set by his own troops. In fact, he had asked them to do this kind of thing many times. But did these bastards not have brains? Don't you know where you are? The Tang Dynasty is the most prosperous place in Chang'an City. Are you afraid that others won't find out that you've set fire to it? Without waiting for Zheng Konghua to let the servant beside him call out to his own troops, Qin Xian, who had been watching from afar, rushed over with the marquee of the marquee shop. Young Master Zheng. Qin Xian's face was filled with indignation. He pointed at Zheng Konghua for a long time before he could speak. He really did not think that the Zheng family's eldest son would be so daring. In broad daylight, he ordered his family to charge into the carriage and set fire to capture people. Qin Xian knew that he could not do anything to Zheng Konghua and could only hatefully stomp his feet, and turned to Wu Ho behind him and instructed, "Quickly go and gather water bags to extinguish the fire. Do not let the fire spread. Go." Since ancient times, fire prevention had been the most important thing in China. People were used to using all kinds of wood as building materials. Whether it was the people or the imperial palace, fire prevention was the most important thing. Even in the imperial palace, because of fire, it was not the first time that the palace was burned down. In the Tang Dynasty, the responsibility of fire prevention was more important than public security. But fortunately, when Chang and city was first established, there were sufficient preventive plans on how to prevent fire. The wide road was the best place to isolate the fire. Like the burning carriage, even the nearest building was separated by a 10-meter wide alley. It was very difficult for the fire to spread. Qin Xian led a group of Wu Ho into the carriage and began to use water bags to extinguish the fire. Zheng Konghua was also in a difficult situation. He cursed those stupid troops in his heart. Looking at the burning houses in the carriage, his face twitched. He secretly thought that things were not good. Seeing his own troops retreat from the carriage, Zheng Konghua decided to slip away first. Before he could order his men to flee, he saw a one-eyed man respectfully leading a large number of men and horses, escorting a carriage in front of him. Zheng Konghua did not want to complicate matters at this time. He did not have time to see who this group of people was. He called his troops and was about to leave. But before he could move, he heard a cold and angry voice from the carriage, "Guards! Take down all the people of the Zheng family for me. Don't let any of them go." "Yes." A group of fierce soldiers guarding the carriage immediately rushed to the Zheng family's troops after receiving the order from the person in the carriage. The Zheng family's troops naturally wouldn't allow themselves to be captured without putting up a fight. They wanted to resist, but they were beaten up by this group of guards until they covered their heads and scurried away like rats. Many of the Zheng family's troops were beaten to the ground. Then their hands and feet were skillfully tied with cooked beef tendons. Zheng Konghua was shocked and shouted, "Stop! For you! I am Zheng Konghua, the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang. Who dares to touch me?" He never thought that there would be people in Chang and city who dared to touch his Zheng family. Zheng family of Xingyang? How powerful they are. Today, I want to ask Madame Zheng who gave them the courage to set fire and kidnap people in broad daylight in Chang and city. As the voice fell, the curtain of the carriage was opened. Empress Xianxia, with an angry face, came down from the carriage with the help of a palace maid. She was followed by concubine Yang. Your Highness, I. Zheng Konghua was angry at first. But when he saw Empress Xianxia coming down from the carriage, he was so scared that he could not speak clearly. His body trembled like a sieve and he directly collapsed to the ground. As the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xingyang, he was taken to the palace by his father to attend several banquets in the palace. Naturally, he knew Empress Xianxia. Zheng Konghua did not expect that he just wanted to grab two beauties. How could he attract Empress Xianxia? Thinking of the marks on the backs of the two rouge horses yesterday, he thought, are these two beauties really from the harem? Zheng Konghua regretted it so much that his intestines turned green. He wished he could slap himself several times. As for the Zheng family's troops who originally wanted to resist, when they heard their Longjuan's words, they were so scared that they all knelt down. Empress Xianxia did not look at Zheng Konghua who was paralyzed on the ground. She anxiously looked at the burning carriage and ordered the guards on her left and right, "You also go help put out the fire. Quickly go and rescue Lady Su." The guards responded and rushed to the carriage without hesitation. With the help of Empress Xiangxuan's guards and the quick response of the East City's marquee shop, the fire in the carriage was quickly put out. Su Changqing led the little girl Perrin and the villagers of Dingzhou village out of the carriage under the protection of the palace guards. "Changqing thanks your highness and concubine Yang for saving me. Su Changqing curtsied to Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang. Lady Su, are you okay? Empress Xianxia asked with concern. Su Changqing did not suffer any injuries. Except for the traces of smoke on his body and face, he was not injured. Su Changqing shook his head. I'm fine. When the fire started, I was protected by the villagers and hid in the cellar. Empress Xianxia nodded. That's good. Fortunately, your family's song came to the palace today to inform me of this matter. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. Su Changqing's face was miserable. He curtsied to Empress Xianxia again. Your Highness, please forgive me. I did not protect the imperial family's property and let the carriage be burned down by the evildoers. Lady Su, what are you talking about? What crime did you commit? The carriage was burned down. How can you be blamed? Empress Xianxia did not care that she was pregnant. She hurriedly went forward to help Su Changqing up. She turned her head and glared at Zheng Konghua, who was completely stunned. Xinjiang's Zheng family is so powerful. They even dare to set fire to my property. Good. Very good. Today, I will ask Zheng for an explanation and see if the world is still the world of the Tang Dynasty. Empress Xiangxuan's words made Zheng Konghua feel dark. The carriage was the imperial family's property? How could this be? He had clearly asked the troops to find out that the carriage was the property of a family surnamed Li in Dingzhou village in Hu County. When did it become the imperial family's property? Zheng Konghua was naturally not an idiot. When he thought that his troops set fire to Empress Xiangxuan's property, he felt that the sky had collapsed. Zheng Konghua, who was originally sitting on the ground, had a blank mind at this time. He could only murmur, "This is impossible. This is not true." Not far away, by the window on the second floor of the Chou family's grain store, Li Wangyu and Fatty Chou Yu looked at this scene and laughed very happily. Li Wangyu dug a hole for Zheng Konghua, but he did not expect that Zheng Konghua would be so cooperative. He jumped without hesitation and his posture was beautiful. Full marks. Chapter 172. Last night, when Li Wangyu learned that his beautiful boss had the jade pendant given by Empress Xianxia, he was relieved. No matter how arrogant Madame Zheng of Xinjiang was, as long as Su Changqing showed the jade pendant, the people of the Zheng family in front of the carriage would naturally withdraw. But Li Wangyu, the cynical man, did not intend to let Madame Zheng go so easily. If he only relied on the Empress jade pendant to scare away Zheng Konghua, he would be sorry for himself and his beautiful boss. If his thoughts were not smooth, he would not be in a good mood. In order to make himself happy, Li Wangyu did not hesitate to dig a huge hole for Zheng Konghua. Niu Wu went out early in the morning. According to Li Wangyu's order, he took the jade pendant and went to the Taiji Palace to see Empress Xianxia. Li Wangyu asked him to ask for help from Empress Xianxia, saying that Su Changqing was trapped in the carriage and could not go out. Today, he could not go to the Taiji Palace to teach yoga, so he asked Empress Xianxia to help. Since Empress Xianxia was willing to give Su Changqing the jade pendant, she would not turn a blind eye to her beautiful boss's predicament. At that time, as long as Her Highness sent the palace guards to help the carriage, the next step of the plan could be carried out. In fact, several buildings on fire in the carriage were set by the farmers themselves. After a discussion last night, the beautiful boss asked the farmers to lay a lot of straw around the buildings to ignite the fire. The reason why Li Wangyu said to Chou Kun last night that he would compensate for the loss of these buildings after they were burned. When Li Wangyu saw that Niu Wu led the people in the palace, he would immediately inform Su Changqing to open the gate of the carriage and attract the troops of the Zheng family into the carriage. Then he would immediately set the buildings on fire. He just wanted to frame the Zheng family and let their yellow mud fall on their crotch. Even if it was not shit, it was shit. Under the watchful eyes of the public, countless people saw the troops of the Zheng family rush into the carriage like wolves and tigers, and then the carriage was on fire. No one would believe that it was not the troops of the Zheng family who set the fire. Even Zheng Konghua thought that it was his troops who set the fire. Even those Zheng family troops who had rushed into the carriage thought that it was one of their own who had set the fire casually. At that time, dozens of Zheng family's troops had rushed into the carriage and the scene was chaotic. Even they themselves were not sure if the fire was set by their own people. Li Wangyu's plan was very successful, but he did not expect Empress Xianxia to come in person. Fatty Cho-kun was also a little nervous now. Xiao Lang, why did Her Highness the Empress come personally? Could something have happened? It's fine. Isn't it better for Her Highness to come in person? This time, the Zheng clan will find it even more difficult to escape this calamity. Li Wangyu comforted with a smile. That's good, that's good. The fatty was very respectful towards the royal family and aristocratic families. He was afraid that today's matter would bring about some trouble. Sure enough, as Li Wangyu expected, he stood by the window and looked from afar. He saw Empress Zhongsun say a few words to her beautiful boss and then take her boss to get on her carriage. Before Su Changqing got on the carriage, he glanced at Li Wangyu's window and made an okay gesture to him from afar. Looking at the eldest son of the Zheng family who was dragged away by the palace guards like a dead dog, Li Wangyu punched his palm. It's done. Empress Zhongsun would not let go of the foppish young master of the Zheng family of Xinjiang. The farce caused by the eldest son of the Zheng family had finally come to an end. When the Zheng family troops were dragged away by a group of palace guards like wolves and tigers, it scared the merchants who had been watching the fun. Everyone thought that the carriage company would meet with a calamity this time. Who would have thought that the insufferably arrogant eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang would be dragged away in the end? This made the crowd in the distance immediately burst into an uproar and talk about it. Brother Qian, what's the background of this Shunfeng Express? They are not even afraid of the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang? I don't know, but I think that group of people just now seem to be palace guards. Palace guards? Are you sure? Shu, keep your voice down. Do you want to die? The Zheng family of Xinjiang kicked an iron plate today. I didn't expect that the sage of the Tian family was behind this carriage company. Brother Chao, didn't you ask this carriage company to transport goods? What's so special about this carriage company? This carriage is amazing. A carriage can carry 30 stones of goods and travel 300 miles a day. Gentlemen, if you have any goods to transport in the future, you can find this Shunfeng Express. When the merchants who had tried the four-wheeled carriage said that, a group of familiar merchants around them exclaimed, "A carriage? Brother Chao, are you right? Tut, tut, this carriage is amazing. It seems that I have to rely on this Shunfeng Express to transport goods in the future." A timid merchant whispered, "We have dealings with the carriage company. Will we offend the Zheng family of Xinjiang?" Brother, I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. The eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang set fire to the carriage company and was dragged away. From now on, who dares to offend the Shunfeng carriage company? Isn't that courting death? Yes, that's right. It seems that my shop will have to be closer to this carriage company in the future. Li Wangyu and Su Changqing did not expect that Zheng Kongwa's farce would make the Shunfeng carriage company quickly become famous among the merchants in the east and west of Chang'an City. This advertising effect was an unexpected gain. The villagers of Dingzhou village began to clean up the mess of the carriage company under the leadership of Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the retired soldiers. Fatty Chokuan also asked his assistant to help clean up the ruins of the carriage company. The fire of the carriage company did not have a big impact. Su Changqing originally thought that the layout of the courtyard was not suitable for the carriage. This time, it was just right to rebuild it. Li Wangyu was worried that the old village chief would be anxious, so he sent someone back to Dingzhou village to inform them that the matter had been solved. The old village chief who received the news immediately led many villagers to Chang and began to work on the reconstruction of the carriage company. When the carriage company began to clean up and rebuild in an orderly manner, the Zheng family mansion of Xinjiang was in an uproar. They knew that their son had caused such a big trouble and was arrested by Empress Zhongsun. Zheng Kongwa's mother, Zheng Lushi, immediately cried and made a scene in the mansion. She asked her husband, the head of the Zheng family, Zheng Yuanshou, to quickly save her son. Zheng Lushi was the legitimate daughter of the Lu family in Fanyang. She was also one of the 5 families and 7 nobles of the Tang Dynasty. Zheng Kongwa was her only son and she doted on him since he was young. Zheng Yuanshou also frowned in the face of his wife's crying. Zheng Yuanshou was not worried about the trouble caused by Zheng Kongwa. Empress Zhongsun would not do anything to Zheng Kongwa. Zheng Yuanshou still had this confidence. What he was worried about was that the things that were being planned in the imperial court would change because of this. Then he would lose more than he gained. After thinking for a while, Zheng Yuanshou sent someone to invite his cousin, Zheng Xianxia. Zheng Yuanshou was an official of the Honglu Temple. Zheng Xianxia was an official of the Ministry of Works. Both of them were third-rank officials in the imperial court. In Zheng Yuanshou's study, the two of them dismissed the servants and discussed for a long time with the door closed. Only then did Zheng Xianxia leave. Looking at the towering walls of Taiji Palace outside the Zheng family mansion, Zheng Yuanshou's mouth showed a trace of a mocking sneer. Chapter 173. Su Chongqing was taken to the Taiji Palace by Empress Xianxia. Both Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang promised her that they would tell the saint to punish the Zheng family's prodigal son. Empress Xianxia and concubine Yang guessed that Su Chongqing was not in the mood to teach them yoga today, so they comforted her and asked someone to send her back. Before Su Chongqing returned to the carriage shop in the East Market, the Zheng family of Xingyang came to apologize first. The Zheng family's housekeeper apologized sincerely and offered 200 taels of gold as an apology. This made Li Wangyu rather surprised. Could it be that the name of Empress Xianxia was so frightening? How could she make the Zheng family of Xingyang compromise and let the matter go? In his impression and memory, the 5 families and 7 Wangs of the Tang Dynasty were not so easy to deal with. Even Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, may not be able to subdue them. With hundreds of years of history, there were many talents in the family. The aristocratic families had a high reputation and social status, whether in the imperial court or outside. The most fundamental power of the aristocratic families, like the 5 families and 7 Wangs, was not in the imperial court, but in the local area. They had great privileges and power, controlled the politics and economy of the state, and could even compete with the central government of the imperial court. If Pai Lupi did not appease these aristocratic families, the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty would be repeated in the Tang dynasty. The top aristocratic families, like the 5 families and 7 Wangs, directly intermarried with each other, forming an indestructible marriage relationship and holding together to maintain their privileges. Their family's sense of superiority once regarded the royal family of Li Tang as a nouveau riche. Li Wangyu had read in the history books that Emperor Tang Wenzong wanted to marry his daughter to the 5 families, but the result was shameful rejection. There was even a prime minister of the Tang dynasty who sighed, "The only regret in this life is that he can't marry a daughter of the 5 families." This showed the influence of the 5 families and 7 Wangs. In Li Wangyu's plan, the Zheng family of Xingyang should not admit defeat so easily. He even planned to use the power of Zoroastrianism to attack the Zheng family's industry with the sweets. Now the housekeeper of the Zheng family came with the gold to apologize, which was full of sincerity and gave enough face to Empress Xianxia. The several buildings of the carriage shop that were burned down were renovated, which was a matter of 100 copper coins. The housekeeper also promised Li Wangyu that the eldest son of the Zheng family would be sent back to his hometown of Xingyang to reflect. Zheng hoped that Li would be merciful and let this matter be dropped. "Li Jia Shaolang, this is a gift, please accept it. Please accept it. Today's matter is all a misunderstanding. Our Zheng family will go to Her Highness and ask for forgiveness." The Zheng family's housekeeper chuckled and ordered people to place the gold on the table. Although the housekeeper said the housekeeper of the Tang and family was still, that was still, who was who was who was who was and was who was. To the face, throw to the face it, face to the face, and shouted, twos and shouted, and then yours sit. Get out as far as you can. But in this way he could vent his anger, but he, his beautiful superior, Perrin, the old housekeeper Li Heng, the Niu brothers, and the 127 families of Dingzhou village would be in a desperate situation. Li Wangyu clenched his teeth and suppressed the anger in his heart. He squeezed out a smile and said, "Housekeeper Zheng, I'll accept the gold. Today's matter is a misunderstanding, I won't pursue it." Well, with Li Jia Xiaolang's words, I can go back and explain to my master. So, I'll take my leave. The housekeeper of the Zheng family stood up with a smile. In his view, the Zheng family of Xingyang had given enough face to this young man, so he naturally didn't dare to refuse. The fact was, Li Wangyu didn't dare to refuse the kindness of the Zheng family of Xinjiang, so he could only pinch his nose and accept it. Li Wangyu looked at the back of the housekeeper of the Zheng family with his hands clasped behind his back. A desire for power surged in his heart again. If he, Li Wangyu, had power and influence, how could the Zheng family of Xinjiang dare to do this? When the housekeeper of the Zheng family came to visit, Zheng Yuanshou's wife, Zheng Lushi, also came to the palace in person to apologize to Empress Xianxia. Zheng Lushi confessed that her son lacked discipline and damaged Empress Xianxuan's property. The Zheng family was willing to compensate. Zheng Lushi gave Empress Xianxia 1,000 taels of gold as compensation and promised to send her son back to Xinjiang to reflect on his mistakes. Xinjiang Zheng Lushi bowed her head and admitted her mistake. Empress Xianxia naturally couldn't continue to hold onto Zheng Kongwa. She knocked on Zheng Lushi's head and told her to discipline her son well in the future. Zheng Lushi thanked Empress Xianxia and immediately left, leading Zheng Kongwa back to the Zheng family. On the same day, Zheng Yuanshou sent his troops to send Zheng Kongwa back to Xinjiang. Empress Xianxia didn't think much of the debauchee of the Zheng family. In her view, he was just another good-for-nothing from an aristocratic family who didn't live up to expectations. Empress Xianxia was surprised that the Zheng family of Xinjiang could bow their head and admit their mistakes so quickly and compensate 1,000 taels of gold. However, she didn't think much of it. In the evening, Empress Xianxia ordered the palace servants to send the imperial meal to the Li Zheng Hall. She was going to accompany Pai Lupi to eat. The Li Zheng Hall was where Pai Lupi's study was located. Usually, official business was handled in the Li Zheng Hall. Unexpectedly, as soon as she entered the hall, Empress Xianxia saw Pai Lupi angrily scolding a chamberlain, complaining that the tea he poured was too hot. Empress Xianxia waved her hand, having the trembling eunuch kneeling on the ground withdraw. Only then did she turn her head to say to Li Erxiao, "Erlang, why are you so angry? Be careful not to hurt your body." "Guanyin maid, I'm fine." Pai Lupi saw Empress Xianxia appear and slightly suppressed the anger in his heart. "It's just some imperial court matters." Empress Xianxia saw that it was an imperial court matter and didn't ask any more. She was born in a famous family and was well educated. In fact, she was also very proficient in imperial court matters. However, Empress Xianxia adhered to the principle of the imperial harem not interfering in politics. Every time Pai Lupi asked her opinion on government affairs, Empress Xianxia never expressed her opinion and kept her mouth shut. The more Empress Xianxia didn't express her opinion, the more Pai Lupi liked to ask her opinion. Once, Pai Lupi forced Empress Xianxia into a corner. After being forced to say to Pai Lupi, she said, "A hen leads the morning. Our family is poor. Do you care?" The meaning of these words was, is it okay for a hen to crow? Thus, she dispelled Pai Lupi's idea of asking her about government affairs. However, because of this, Pai Lupi trusted Empress Xianxia even more. Empress Xianxia saw that Pai Lupi was in a bad mood, so she picked interesting things to talk about to ease her husband's mood. She saw that she caught the eldest son of the Zheng family of Xinjiang today. In the end, she said with a smile, "This Zheng family of Xinjiang is tactful. They compensated me with 1,000 taels of gold. Hehe, I invested in Li Jia Xiaolong's carriage company, so I don't have to pay a single copper coin." Empress Xianxia said this as a joke, but Pai Lupi suddenly stood up. "What? There's such a thing? What about the eldest son of the Zheng family?" Zheng Lushi took him back. "But is it inappropriate?" Empress Xianxia asked. Pai Lupi slapped the table gloomily. "Zheng Yuanshou, that old man. I hate that I can't pull out my sword and cut him down." His words stunned Empress Xianxia. She didn't care whether the imperial harem was interfering in politics or not. She quickly asked what happened. Chapter 174. Pai Lupi originally did not want Empress Xianxia to know about this, but after thinking about it, he could not hide it any longer. He sighed and told her about what had happened in the imperial court today, which angered Empress Xianxia. Before the locust plague appeared in the Guanyi circuit, the officials in the imperial court had already received reports from the various counties and prefectures. Pai Lupi had also gathered the important officials many times to discuss countermeasures. But before Pai Lupi could make up his mind to exterminate the locusts, the 100 Cavalry Department reported that there had been undercurrents in Chang, and recently, pointing to Pai Lupi as the cause of the locust plague. The change of Xuanwu Gate. The rumors on the streets attributed the locust plague to the change of Xuanwu Gate, accusing Pai Lupi of not cultivating personal morals, killing his brothers, imprisoning his father, and incurring punishment from the heavens. This was the wrath of the heavens. Pai Lupi was furious at the time and ordered the 100 Cavalry Department to investigate the source of the rumors. This was originally just a rumor on the streets and would not cause a stir in the imperial court. Who would have thought that today, when Pai Lupi wanted the officials to discuss how to deal with the locust plague, a bomb was set off against him in the imperial court. The one who set off the undercurrents was an 8th-rank imperial censor. This young imperial censor bypassed the censor Wei Zheng and directly presented a memorial to Pai Lupi in the imperial court. In front of hundreds of officials, he accused the locust plague of being the wrath of the heavens because of the massacre in the 9th year of Wuda. The Forbidden Blood Gate, together with the sword, has been ridiculed through the ages. It is the wrath of the heavens that caused the locusts to descend from the heavens. Your Majesty, please issue an edict of self-punishment to save the people of the world. The young imperial censor did not care about imperial censor Wei Zheng's attempts to stop him. Under the gazes of the officials and Li Er's towering rage, he said these words. He wanted Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-punishment and apologize to the world. The imperial court was shocked. Pai Lupi was unable to restrain his anger. He ordered Wei Zheng, the censor, to investigate and then left in a huff. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was quite magnanimous. Otherwise, he would have ordered people to drag the censor out of the hall and flog him to death. In fact, Pai Lupi didn't need the 100 Horsemen Department to investigate. He already knew who was behind this. 5 surnames and 7 hopes. Since the Wei and Jin dynasties, the Wuxia imperial court had been controlled by the aristocratic families. The establishment of the Tang dynasty also relied on the support of the aristocratic families in Guangzhou. Moreover, the aristocratic families in Shandong still maintained the centuries-old tradition of reading and teaching the classics, so they still enjoyed a superior political and social status. Even though Pai Lupi was committed to weakening and destroying the aristocratic families, there was nothing he could do to them for the time being, unless he wanted the Tang dynasty to fall into war again. Since Pai Lupi wanted to deal with the aristocratic families naturally wouldn't sit still and wait for their doom. This time, they used the locust plague to turn it into a divine punishment to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-condemnation. This was a card played by the aristocratic families. Without this memorial, Pai Lupi could have issued an edict of self-condemnation because of the locust plague. He could have imitated King Wu of Zhou and said, "The people have sinned, so I punish them." Then he would have ordered to exterminate the locusts. Not only would he not lose face, but it would also increase his prestige as an emperor. However, if someone pushed the bucket of sh*t to his head and used the incident at the Xuanwu Gate as an excuse to force Pai Lupi to issue an edict of self-condemnation, it would be impossible. If Li Er really did so, his dignity as an emperor would be thrown to the ground by the aristocratic families. He would even have to step on it a few times and it would never be picked up again. Using an 8th-rank censor to put Pai Lupi on the fire pit, the aristocratic families were really good at this. The Zheng family of Xingyang was the most active aristocratic family in the imperial court. Pai Lupi was almost certain that the Zheng family was behind today's matter. If he had known about Zheng Kongwa's matter earlier, he might have been able to use this foppish son of the Zheng family to force the Zheng family of Xingyang to make concessions. However, he didn't expect the Zheng family of Xingyang to react so quickly and apologize to Empress Xianxia without hesitation before sending Zheng Kongwa back to his hometown in Xingyang. Pai Lupi could only let out a long sigh. He had to find another way out of this situation. After Empress Xianxia learned about what happened in the imperial court today, it was too late for regrets and she was secretly angry. However, it was Pai Lupi who comforted her, fearing that the 6-month pregnant empress would have a miscarriage. Leaving aside how Pai Lupi comforted his wife in Chang and city's Taiji Palace, in the Li family of Dingzhou village in Hu County, Li Wangyu was also feeling uneasy as he looked at his beautiful superior who was talking to Aphrodite. On the way back to Dingzhou village, Li Wangyu saw that he couldn't hide anymore, so he gritted his teeth and told his superior about Aphrodite. His beautiful boss, who had a smile on her face, had a frosty look on her face. She did not say a word. Li Wangyu begged and pestered her, but he still couldn't get her to look at him. Even the Niu brothers didn't say anything as they felt the pressure from their beautiful boss. They looked at Li Wangyu with a look that said, "Leng, you're on your own now." Li Wangyu was speechless. Why were all women like this? What was the point of having a Cold War so often? His ex-girlfriend from university was the same. Whenever there was any friction between them, she would give him a Cold War and often wouldn't speak to him for a week, as if he were a stranger. Li Wangyu didn't expect that his University of Pennsylvania graduate and goddess-like beautiful superior would be the same. Even the little girl Pei Lon didn't give him a good look. She looked at him with eyes that were about to roll up to the sky. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost wanted to grab this little girl and give her a good spanking. How rebellious! It was fine if his beautiful superior was like this, but even a little girl like you dared to be like this. After returning to the Li family of Dingzhou village, both the old butler Li Heng and Ma Zhou acutely sensed that the atmosphere wasn't right when they came out to welcome them, so they wisely kept their mouths shut. Su Changqing jumped off the horse's back and didn't even look at Li Wangyu as he pulled Pei Lon towards the rear courtyard. Li Wangyu was afraid that she would get into a conflict with Afro and was ready to follow them with cold sweat on his forehead. If they really got into a fight, he would be able to mediate. Just as he was about to leave, he heard Niu Yong whisper to Niu Wu, "Erlang, watch carefully. In the future, you'd rather offend Lang Jun than Mrs. Su." Big brother is right. Mrs. Su's aura is really scary. Niu Wu nodded his head vigorously. Ma Zhou chimed in from the side, "Indeed, my teacher is no match for Mrs. Su at all. I could tell from the start. I wonder if Mrs. Su and Afro will get into a fight?" Niu Yong and Niu Wu nodded in unison, meaning that they would. "See my foot. See my foot." Li Wangyu really wanted to find a baseball bat and beat these three rascals out of the door. Who would want such a troop and disciple? He had forgotten that he had also thought that his beautiful boss and Afro would get into a fight and was even prepared to mediate the situation. On the other hand, the old butler Li Heng stood at the side with a chuckle and had no intention of going to the backyard to mediate at all. Li Wangyu dawdled in the front yard for a long time and stretched his ears out to see if there were any sounds of fighting in the backyard. However, he didn't hear anything even after waiting for a long time. After thinking about it, he straightened his clothes and prepared to go to the backyard to see what was going on. As he dawdled into the backyard, he didn't see the expected scene of the main wife scolding the mistress and the mistress resisting unwillingly. Su Changqing was actually chatting amiably with Afro in an unusually harmonious atmosphere, while Perrin was fuming at the side. What the hell was going on? Something didn't seem right? Chapter 175. How could Li Wangyu know what Su Changqing was thinking? In fact, Su Changqing was already mentally prepared that Li Wangyu would bring a woman home, but she didn't expect it to be so fast. Although she hoped to live with Li Wangyu in the Tang Dynasty for the rest of their lives, she didn't believe that Li Wangyu, as a man, would still insist on monogamy in the Tang Dynasty, where 3 wives and 4 concubines were the norm. Not to mention in the Tang Dynasty, even in the future, Su Changqing was pessimistic about whether a husband and wife could live together for the rest of their lives. Because her father was like that. Su Changqing went to the United States to study in high school, and then studied at the University of Pennsylvania. Her family's economic conditions were naturally quite good. Her father had a successful career and was famous for his success. However, Su Changqing's father, who was elegant and graceful in her eyes, also had more than one mistress outside. When she first learned the news from her mother, her whole person collapsed. She didn't believe that her father would do such a thing. Originally, in the eyes of Su Changqing and all the other people who didn't know the truth, her parents were a loving couple, a model couple. However, Su Changqing's father still couldn't resist all kinds of temptations. Although he didn't abandon the family and abandon his wife, his behavior made Su Changqing no longer believe in the constraints of marriage and a man's self-control. After Su Changqing's mother knew that her husband had an outside mistress, not only did she not cry and make a scene and ask for a divorce, But she also made 3 rules with her father. First, he had to go home every day. Second, he couldn't bring an outside woman home. Third, she had to manage the family's finances. In this regard, the beautiful superior couldn't understand her mother's practice at all. Wasn't she condoning her husband to cheat? It wasn't until a long talk with her mother that she understood her mother's idea. In her mother's words, if she quarreled with her husband and even divorced, those foxes would benefit. As long as he stood on the side of righteousness, those mistresses would not be able to cause any trouble. However, because of the guilt in his heart, her father treated her mother even better. He happily handed over all the financial power of the family to her mother. In this regard, although Su Changqing did not completely agree with his mother's approach, he had to admit that she was a smart woman. Even her father was like this, not to mention Li Wangyu. After transmigrating to the great Tang 1,300 years in the future, without the constraints of law and morality, Su Changqing did not believe that Li Wangyu would be loyal to one woman. Therefore, Su Changqing had a premonition that there would be another woman around Li Wangyu. However, no matter how rational Su Changqing was, no matter how clear her thoughts were, she was still an ordinary woman. She could be considered to have good self-restraint by merely giving Li Wangyu a cold shoulder. What made her even angrier was that Li Wangyu dared to bring a woman home after transmigrating to the Tang Dynasty for only a month. If she did not suppress him, what would happen? Did he want to learn from Wei Xiaobao? If that was the case, Su Changqing would definitely not tolerate it. Even if she did not leave the Li family at that time, she would draw a clear line between herself and Li Wangyu. They would just be friends from then on. In Su Changqing's heart, she would only allow Li Wangyu a chance to make a mistake at most. Otherwise, she would rather live alone in the Tang Dynasty for the rest of her life. Therefore, her beautiful superior's cold shoulder was actually deliberately put on for Li Wangyu to see. She felt more heartache for the poor girl, Fu Luo. Li Wangyu had explained Fu Luo's background to her. She was captured at the age of 13 and then sold from Europe to the distant East. If not for Li Wangyu rescuing her, she would probably have been a prostitute for the rest of her life. The beautiful superior who had a frosty expression on Li Wangyu's face melted after entering the backyard. After seeing Fu Luo's appearance, the beautiful superior was also greatly surprised. This girl really resembled the Hollywood movie star, Angelina Jolie, too much. The beautiful superior couldn't help but gnash her teeth in anger again, wishing she could pinch Li Wangyu's waist a few times to vent her anger. This bastard pervert! He said that he pitied Fu Luo, but he was clearly lusting after her beauty. Su Changqing would not vent her anger on Fu Luo. After adjusting her mentality slightly, she began to talk to Fu Luo in a pleasant manner. Although Fu Luo was the daughter of a Byzantine noble, she was only 15 or 16 years old. How could she be a match for Su Changqing, an elite who had cultivated for many years? After a few sentences, Fu Luo had begun to address Su Changqing as sister, as if she were treating her beautiful superior as a caring sister. The girls' giggles echoed between them now and then, as if they were best friends who had known each other for years. Perrin, on the other hand, was rather jealous. She felt that her sister Changqing was in danger of being snatched away by this ugly woman. When Li Wangyu sneaked into the backyard stealthily, he happened to see Perrin glaring at Fu Luo angrily. Her lips were so pouted that a bottle of oil could be hung from them. Li Wangyu was rather dumbfounded by what he saw. What was going on with the 3 women at home? Seeing that there was no sign of a fight, he tried to sneak away again, only to be glared at by his beautiful superior who had already discovered him. "Come here. What can I do for you, Your Majesty?" When Li Wangyu saw that his beautiful superior seemed to be smiling, he immediately began to act cute shamelessly. He imitated the eunuchs in TV dramas, flicked his sleeves, and bent over to ask. Su Changqing couldn't help but laugh at his behavior, but his beautiful superior immediately wiped the smile off her face and coughed lightly. "Don't be so cheeky. Don't think that this is the end of it. If it weren't for Sister Fu Luo's sake, don't even think about having dinner tonight. Let me ask you, will you still bring women home in the future?" Yes, you're right. I won't. I promise the chairman that I won't bring any more," Li Wangyu said with a flattering smile. Fu Luo and Perrin were both stunned. Their Longjuan's behavior was simply too shocking for them to accept. How could the two young ladies of the great Tang, who had never been baptized by feminism, accept the way Li Wangyu and Su Changqing interacted with each other? Perrin couldn't help but cover her little mouth with her hand, afraid that she would cry out in alarm. She looked at Su Changqing with a worried expression and thought to herself, is it really okay for Sister Changqing to talk to Lang Jun like this? What did Lang Jun mean when he said he would make a promise to the chairman? Su Changqing sneered and stared at Li Wangyu seriously. Li Wangyu, this is the first and last time. Otherwise, I promise to leave this house. I'm a man of my word. A drop of cold sweat slid down Li Wangyu's forehead as he hurriedly nodded in agreement. In fact, Li Wangyu didn't have any intention of having multiple wives and concubines. He had saved Fu Luo out of pity. But judging from Su Changqing's words, why did it seem like he was allowing him to take Fu Luo into his room? Is there such a good thing? Li Wangyu really wanted to look up at the sky and see if the sun had risen from the west. Chapter 176. In the end, Aphrodite still ended up staying with the Li family, although her identity was still a bit unclear. In fact, even Su Changqing's identity was still unclear in the eyes of the old steward Li Heng, the Niu brothers, and Ma Zhou. But ever since Aphrodite moved into the house, Li Wangyu began to feel unhappy. With another woman, not only did nothing unsuitable for children happen as he had hoped, even his original benefits were cancelled. Aphrodite was brought into his room by his beautiful superior, making Li Wangyu completely give up on the idea of secretly eating her. And his original benefit of being able to hold hands with his beautiful superior was also cancelled, making him very depressed. But Li Wangyu's depression only lasted for a day, because the next day, Cheng Chumo and the group of wastrels came to Dingzhou village again. Zio, what kind of sacred sunfire are you going to collect for the Zoroastrianism today? How exactly are you going to do it? Cheng Chumo roared as soon as he entered. It's a secret, you'll know at noon. Hearing Li Wangyu's answer, the group of wastrels couldn't help but want to beat him up. This kid was really too infuriating. That day at the Zoroastrianism temple, Li Wangyu said that he was going to collect the sacred sunfire for the Zoroastrianism. Not only was Sabeo Milman surprised, but the group of wastrels was also very curious as to how this sacred sunfire could be collected. But no matter how they asked, Li Wangyu just said, it's a secret, you'll know in 3 days, to send them off. Li Wangyu's deliberate mystery piqued the curiosity of the group of wastrels. No one could figure out how Li Jia Shaolang was going to collect the sacred sunfire. As the saying goes, curiosity killed the cat, and the group of wastrels felt like a cat was scratching their hearts. So early in the morning, as soon as Chang and city gates opened, a group of people rushed to Dingzhou village, urging Li Wangyu to hurry to the Zoroastrianism temple. Li Wangyu and Miraman had originally agreed to meet at noon, but they couldn't resist the urging of these rich playboys. They had no choice but to say goodbye to their beautiful boss and follow them out. They rode to Chang'an City. Along the way, Cheng Chumo and the others talked about how the Li family's carriage company had been burned down by the Zheng family of Shenyang. Everyone was filled with righteous indignation. They only found out about this after the fact. Originally, she wanted to help Li Wangyu vent his anger, but unexpectedly, Madame Zheng had already sent that bastard Zheng Kongwa back to Shenyang. This group of silk pants naturally couldn't go to the Zheng family to cause trouble, so they could only mark the Zheng family's black mark in their hearts. Cheng Chumo and the other Debachi clans were not on the same boat as the 5 surnames and 7 Wangs. Although Cheng Yaojin's wife was the first daughter of the Chui clan, he was still most loyal to Pai Lupi. He didn't have much contact with aristocratic families. Furthermore, the incident that had happened in the imperial court the day before yesterday had caused Cheng Yaojin and the other generals to be even more furious. If it wasn't for Pai Lupi's prohibition, they would have probably taken their weapons and attacked these aristocratic families. Ziyu, when that Zheng Kongwa returns to Chang, and we brothers will definitely help you vent your anger. Cheng Chumo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and comforted him. Fang Yai also patted his chest and assured Li Wangyu, that's right, Ziyu. Don't worry, if that bastard dares to return to Chang, and we will definitely teach him a lesson. Li Wangyu was greatly moved and saluted the group of silk pants, Many thanks, brothers. After today's matter, I will treat you all to a drink. Are we still going to that Hu wine shop? Chai Lingwu's eyes lit up when he heard about drinking. Li Wangyu was speechless. These bastards, they still mention the Hu wine shop. Hey! The group of people chatted and laughed as they quickly entered Shang. When the group of people entered Liquan Square, they found that the square was already crowded with people, so crowded that not even a drop of water could trickle through. The Silk Pants and Li Wangyu were all dumbfounded. What the hell was going on? It wasn't the Lantern Festival today, so why were there so many people in Liquan Square? Yuchi Baolin shouted, "Those in front, move aside. What the hell are you all doing here?" After he shouted, not only did no one move aside, but he also received a lot of rolling eyes and mockery. What is this big idiot shouting about? Can't he see that there are people here? That's right, why are you all squeezing? We want to go to the Xia Temple to watch the show. Today, there is a powerful person in the Xia Temple who is going to collect the sacred fire of the sun in front of everyone. Who doesn't want to witness such a miracle with their own eyes? Why should we move aside? I heard that the powerful person who can collect the sacred fire is 8 feet tall and his waist is also 8 feet wide. His fists are as big as a mill and his arms are as thick as pillars. When Li Wangyu heard this, he almost fell off his horse. Was he a freaking ball? An alien version of a ball? Damn, the society was indeed very important. It was only right to not believe in rumors and not spread them. It turned out that Xia Temple was afraid of being held accountable for the extinguishing of the sacred fire, so he simply spread the news in Chang, and that the Xia Temple was going to collect the sacred fire of the sun in front of everyone. In the Tang Dynasty, there was an extreme lack of entertainment among the people. After hearing about this bizarre event, not only did all the Sushins in Chang'an come, but even the ordinary citizens of Chang and came to Liquan Square to watch the show. As a result, more and more people came. Liquan Square had become a sea of people, and even the streets outside the square were almost filled with people watching the show. When Li Wangyu heard about this, he was sweating like a waterfall. In the current situation, he and the Silk Pants couldn't enter the Xia Temple. He didn't know if the crowd would be disappointed if he, the main character, didn't go in at noon. Fortunately, this awkward situation didn't last long. Milliman, who was in the Xia Temple, also noticed the crowded situation outside the Xia Temple. He quickly asked the priest to go out and help the Silk Pants. With a group of Xia Temple priests leading the way, Li Wangyu and the Silk Pants finally squeezed into the Xia Temple through the gate of Liquan Square. Fortunately, only the priests and priests of Xia Temple were allowed to enter today. The other residents of Chang'an, including the believers of Xia Temple, could only watch the sacred fire collection ceremony outside the gate of the Xia Temple. It had to be said that the residents of Chang'an were very gossipy. In order to watch the show, someone quickly brought a ladder. As a result, the top of the Zoroastrian temple's wall was instantly filled with people who came to watch the show. Some of the bolder ones even sat on the wall, causing the faces of the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian temple to twitch. Xiaolang, what else do you need to prepare to collect the sacred fire of the sun? If you need anything, just tell me. I'll immediately get someone to prepare it for you. When Milliman saw Li Wangyu, he immediately greeted him. Whether Li Wangyu could collect the sacred fire of the sun in front of everyone today was a matter of life and death for him. He couldn't help but pay attention to it. Li Wangyu said, "Prepare a large block of ice for me, as well as some tools for cutting ice. Also, prepare a room for me." Block of ice? Milliman and the Silk Pants were all stunned. Why would he want ice? What? Don't you have ice in your Xia Temple? Li Wangyu asked. Milliman shook his head. No, of course we have ice. How big do you need? I'll immediately get someone to prepare it for you. The rich and powerful in Chang and all dug ice cellars to store ice for use in summer. The Xia Temple of the Sogdians didn't lack copper coins, so naturally, they also dug ice cellars to store ice. Li Wangyu said, "The size of a millstone is fine." Milliman nodded and immediately ordered the priest to prepare the things Li Wangyu needed. After the ice and the tools for cutting ice were delivered, Li Wangyu ignored the burning eyes of the Silk Pants and directly shut them out of the room. He started to busy himself in the room. The collection of the Olympic sacred fire in later generations focused the sunlight in the center of a concave mirror to generate high temperature to ignite the sacred fire. In addition to the concave mirror, the magnifying glass that he played with when he was young could also focus sunlight and play the role of igniting the fire. Li Wangyu naturally didn't have a magnifying glass. He only knew that glass was probably made by burning sand. But if he really wanted to make glass in the Tang Dynasty, it would be a fantasy. But in addition to glass, grinding ice into a convex lens like a magnifying glass could also play the role of focusing sunlight. Although there would be many bubbles and cracks in the ice, and its transparency was far less than glass, the diameter of the magnifying convex lens could still focus sunlight and ignite flammable objects. So Li Wangyu asked Milimon to prepare a millstone-sized block of ice for him. He took the ice chisel tool in the room and began to grind the convex lens of the ice. As the sun gradually rose, the Jia Temple's sacred fire gathering ceremony was about to begin. In Milliman's eagerness, the door finally creaked open. Li Wangyu walked out with a relaxed face. "Sabeo, you can start the sacred fire gathering." Chapter 177. The Sogdian ritual of gathering the sacred fire began with the prayers of the Zoroastrian priests. Dozens of priests murmured their prayers, "Burning sacred fire, burn my broken body. Good and evil, only the light is good. Joy and sorrow, return to dust. Pity my people, they have so many worries." Leading the priests in front of the altar, Milman recited long passages of the Avesta scripture, reciting the hymns of the gods. As mentioned before, the highest level of sacred fire, the fire of victory, was not only a sacred fire, but also an ordinary sacred fire worshipped by believers. For this ritual, Miriam used 3 days to gather the sacred fire worshipped by all the Sogdian worshippers in Cheng. Now, the highlight of the ritual was to wait for Li Wangyu to gather the sacred fire of the sun and combine the two flames into one to complete the ritual. Although the process of gathering the ordinary sacred fire was quite rushed, Miriam believed that as long as Li Wangyu could gather the sacred fire of the sun, it would be the highest level of sacred fire, even higher than the sacred fire worshipped in the Persian temple. After the tedious and solemn ritual was completed, it was Li Wangyu's turn to perform. Li Wangyu's small body could not carry the convex lens of ice the size of a millstone. However, there were foppish sons who fought to help him carry it. When Li Wangyu asked who was willing to help light the sacred fire, the foppish sons almost fought. Clearly, in terms of muscle, the 3 Cheng brothers could crush the foppish sons. Even the Yuchi twins could not compete with them. Under the resentful gaze of the foppish sons, the 3 Cheng brothers carried the huge convex lens of ice onto the stage. However, Li Wangyu did not intend to reveal the secret of using the convex lens to make fire. After grinding the ice in the room, he asked Milman for some silk and satin, and wrapped the ice with the satin. No one could see the original shape of the convex lens of the ice that the 3 Cheng brothers carried out. In the open space of the Zoroastrian temple, the best materials for starting the fire had already been prepared. The oily sandalwood was placed in the bronze cauldron. According to Li Wangyu's instructions, sandalwood shavings were scattered on top of the cauldron to start the fire. It was noon, and the sun shone down from above. Li Wangyu instructed the 3 Cheng brothers to raise the ice convex lens high above their heads. Then, according to the light spots formed by the sunlight passing through the ice, he instructed the 3 brothers to adjust the angle of the convex lens. This strange action attracted the attention of the crowd outside the Jia temple and caused a commotion. What kind of trouble is this? Didn't he say that he wanted to collect the sacred sun fire? What are these 3 big guys holding? Why does it look like a block of ice? That's right, there's a round ice cube wrapped in the silk. Is it used to retrieve the solar sacred fire? I don't understand. How can this ice produce fire? Isn't this nonsense? You can gather flames from ice? I'm afraid even an immortal wouldn't be able to do that. If I can get some kind of holy flame from this, I'll eat this pile of dog shit. Not only were the onlookers outside the Zoroastrian temple discussing incessantly, but even the priests and priests of the Zoroastrian religion were astonished. When Milman saw this, he was so regretful that his intestines turned green. Was he out of his mind? How could he so easily believe this young man's nonsense and believe that he could collect the solar sacred fire? He wanted to shout out to stop this farce, but when he opened his mouth, no sound came out. Since it had come to this, he would just let this group of dandy do it. In any case, if he couldn't collect the solar sacred fire, his position as Sabeo would come to an end. Since that was the case, he could only pray for a miracle. Cheng Chumo held the large ice convex lens and asked in a low voice, "Ziyu, are you sure you can really collect the solar sacred fire like this? This is not a joke. If you trick the Sogdians, they will really go crazy." "Brother Chumo, you can rest assured. There's no problem at all. Brother Chuliang, don't keep swaying. Hold it up properly." Li Wangyu instructed them to adjust the angle of the ice cube while smiling at Cheng Chumo. But although he said so, the three brothers of the Chung family didn't have the confidence that the solar sacred fire would really be collected from the ice cube they were holding. Under Li Wangyu's constant instructions and adjustments, the noon sun finally condensed into a large spot of light through the ice convex lens and shone on the wood in the copper cauldron. Li Wangyu clapped his hands. "Okay, that's it. Brothers, hold on. Don't move around." Seeing him so determined, the Chung brothers obediently held the ice cube high. But because the purity of the ice cube wasn't high, and Li Wangyu's level of polishing was limited, although the light spot was condensed and shone on the wood in the copper cauldron, there was no reaction. Milman became more and more anxious. He couldn't help but walk to Li Wangyu's side and ask in a low voice, "Xiao Lang, is this how the solar sacred fire is collected?" Li Wangyu replied matter-of-factly, "Of course, Sabeo, you see, the sun's sunlight has been condensed by me. Soon, the solar sacred fire will come to your temple. Don't worry, wait patiently for a while." These people of the Tang Dynasty naturally didn't know what a convex lens was. A convex lens that was thicker in the center and thinner at the edges had a light-gathering effect. After learning the basic knowledge of junior high school physics, he knew that the convex lens would condense the sunlight that shone on its surface into a beam. The temperature would continue to rise until it reached the ignition point of the wood, and then the wood would be ignited. There was once an expedition team that accidentally lost a fire seed in the Antarctic. They processed the ice cube into a convex lens and condensed the sunlight to ignite the fire. So Li Wangyu didn't doubt that he could collect the solar sacred fire at all. But today, for some reason, the light spot of the ice convex lens shone on the wood in the copper cauldron for a long time, but there was no reaction. Time passed by, and Li Wangyu was a little anxious. He ordered the Chung brothers to adjust the angle of the ice cube several times, trying to make the light spot more focused. Milman didn't care about the solemnity of the ceremony and kept walking around the copper cauldron, making Li Wangyu dizzy. The crowd outside the temple watching the ceremony was getting louder and louder. The group of playboys also looked at each other and thought that things were not good. If the gathering of the solar sacred fire failed today, the consequences would be unpredictable. Fang Yai secretly elbowed Chai Lingwu. "Brother Lingwu, if Zio can't get the solar sacred fire, we'll have to protect him and rush out." Chai Lingwu wiped the sweat on his forehead and nodded. "Of course, we'll let the Yuchi brothers and the Chung brothers protect Zio and run first. We'll bring up the rear." Yuchi Baolin and Yuchi Baoqi also nodded and secretly rolled up their sleeves, ready to drag Li Wangyu and run away at any time. While the playboys were talking in low voices, discussing their escape plan, they saw the crowd outside the temple being pushed aside by a group of fierce-looking troops, creating a path. Several playboys that Li Wangyu had never seen before swaggered into the temple under the protection of the troops. "Yo, is the Chung family's young master playing a monkey? Holding up a big ice cube to act for everyone to see?" The leader of the group, a young man with triangular eyes, mocked. Li Wangyu was stunned. Where did these bastards come from? They dared to mock Cheng Chumo and the others? Chapter 178. When Cheng Chumo and his two brothers saw them, they immediately put down the ice in their hands angrily. Fang Yai, Chai Lingwu, and the other playboys also rushed forward and blocked the way of the young men. Cheng Chumo rolled up his sleeves and was about to beat them up. "Wang, today, I'll let you know what it means to have a fist as big as a clay bowl." Seeing that the playboys were about to fight, the young men couldn't help but take a few steps back. Their troops immediately rushed up to protect their masters and protected the young men behind them. Li Wangyu pulled Du He and asked, "Brother Du He, who are these people?" Du He replied angrily, "They are the bastards of the Cui, Lu, and Wang families." He pointed to the triangular-eyed man who had just spoken. "That one with a foul mouth is Wang Ziqiao, the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan. The others are Cui Daogu of the Qinghe Cui clan, Cui Hong of the Bowling Cui clan, and Lu Xiang of the Fanyang Lu clan." Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. Well, in the Tang Dynasty, except for the legitimate sons of the Longxi Li clan and the Li clan of Zhao County, and Zheng Konghua of the Xingyang Zheng clan, who had run back to his hometown, the rest of the legitimate sons had all come to the Zhuang temple. He had always hated Zheng Konghua. Now that he heard that these young masters were jackals of the same tribe as Zheng Konghua, he looked at them with even more disgust. Especially when he heard the words, Taiwan Wangs, and looked at the triangular-eyed young man, he thought that it was a close call. Was this guy the one who almost became his brother-in-law? Do these guys have a feud with you brothers? Li Wangyu asked. Du He spat hatefully and said, "These bastards are the same as Zheng Konghua, who provoked your family before. They're all not good people. We don't like them and have fought with them several times. But these cowards always let their own troops get beaten up." But Li Wangyu nodded, understanding in his heart. The 5 clans and 7 watchful clans were of the same breadth and branch, especially after the Li family took over the world. The Cui clan of Bowling, the Cui clan of Qinghe, the Lu clan of Fanyang, the Zheng clan of Xingyang, and the Wang clan of Taiyuan, these 5 clans were even more united. The aristocratic families even viewed Pai Lupi as a nouveau riche. Naturally, they would look down on Qing Yaojin and the other founding dukes who had followed Pai Lupi to conquer the world. The elders of both parties maintained their composure on the surface. Even though Qing Yaojin looked boorish, he was actually a cunning old fox in the political arena. But the juniors of these aristocratic families and Cheng Chumo's group were not in the same boat. The two sides had already clashed many times in Chang, and due to various conflicts. Li Wangyu looked at those foppish sons of aristocratic families with disdain. They only knew how to bring a group of troops to put on airs and flaunt their prowess. Li Wangyu had never seen Cheng Chumo and the other top foppish sons of the Tang Dynasty go out with their troops. Even if they fought, they would do it themselves. Even Du He, Du Go, Wei Shuyu, and the other sons of civil officials were the same. Wang Ziqiao and the others, who were protected by the troops, began to clamor again when they saw that they were not in danger of being beaten. Wang Ziqiao mocked, "What? You are playing the people of Chang, and like monkeys, and you don't allow us to say anything?" Cui Daogu said, "We heard that some idiots were going to help the Xia sect collect some holy fire. We originally wanted to broaden our horizons. But we didn't expect such a farce. Ha, it's really funny." Lu Xiang pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed. "I heard that you idiots are getting worse and worse. You actually listen to this young man's nonsense. If he can make fire out of ice, I will kneel down and kowtow to you, okay?" Several people laughed and were very proud. Their words made the crowd outside the Xia sect also began to jeer. Bursts of laughter came, making Cheng Chumo and the others blush. Miliman and the other priests of the Xia sect were also suspicious at this time, wondering if they had really been cheated. Cheng Chumo and the others were so angry at Wang Ziqiao's words that they clenched their fists. The veins on their necks bulged and their faces flushed. Although the foppish sons did not believe that Li Wangyu could collect the holy fire from the sun out of thin air. But at this time, everyone was bound together for good or ill. Mocking Li Wangyu was mocking them. Cheng Chumo and the others were speechless by Wang Ziqiao and the others. Their anger was stuck in their throats, and they were very sullen. Yuqi Baolin, Yuqi Baoqi and the Cheng brothers looked at each other and wanted to directly rush up and talk with their fists. Wang Ziqiao and the others were good at talking. When they saw that Cheng Chumo and the others wanted to fight, they quickly retreated behind the troops and poked their heads out to continue to clamor. "What? Now that we've revealed the truth, you want to attack us out of anger? A group of idiots with nothing but brute force. You were sold and you still helped count the money. You really lost face for your duke's mansion. Hey, you want to fight? I'm so scared, huh?" The originally solemn Xia sect holy fire gathering ceremony because of the provocation of Wang Ziqiao and the others, became a mess. The Chang and residents outside the Jia sect also did not mind that things were getting out of hand, for fear that the two sides would not fight. Milliman's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Cheng Chumo and the others, hesitating in his heart whether to throw them all out. Li Wangyu quickly reached out to stop Cheng Chumo and the others. "Brothers, please wait. Why do you have to fight with them? Don't ruin the Jia sect's holy fire gathering ceremony because of them. Jia sect is still waiting for the holy fire of the sun to descend on the Jia sect's fire altar. Don't lose sight of the big picture." Li Wangyu seemed to be persuading them, but in fact he was giving Wang Ziqiao and the others a hard time. The meaning of his words was to push Wang Ziqiao and the others to the opposite side of Jia sect, accusing them of destroying the holy fire gathering ceremony. Sure enough, after he finished speaking, the priests of Jia sect, including Milliman, looked at Wang Ziqiao and the others with unfriendly eyes. But as Li Wangyu said, regardless of whether the holy fire of the sun was collected or not, the holy fire gathering ceremony was still in progress. Wang Ziqiao and the others came out so casually and ridiculed Cheng Chumo and the others, which really interfered with the ceremony. When Li Wangyu said this, Wang Ziqiao and the others' faces changed. They hurriedly defended themselves. "Tian Shalang, don't talk nonsense. It's obviously you guys who deceived the Zoroastrianism. How is it us who are interfering with the ceremony?" "How did I deceive the Jia sect?" Li Wangyu asked. Lu Xiang pointed to the ice block put down by Cheng Chumo and the others. "The 5 elements reinforce and restrain each other. This ice is water, water restrains fire, wood breeds fire, isn't it obvious? Even if you break the heavens, it is impossible to use ice to collect the holy fire." What he said was common sense to everyone, and everyone nodded again and again, thinking that it was reasonable. Li Wangyu laughed. "Then if I can use this ice block to help Jia sect collect the holy fire of the sun, what will you say? Just like you said just now, kneel down and kowtow to us? Do you dare to bet?" Chapter 179. Li Wangyu's words made the faces of Wang Ziqiao and the others change. "Nonsense! How dare a brat like you do this? Who do you think you are? How dare a man in white speak so arrogantly? Tian Shilang, you have no manners at all. Do you have the right to speak here?" Cheng Chumo put his arm around Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, "He is my brother. You don't agree? Do you dare to bet with me?" Lu Xiang, Wang Ziqiao, and the others looked at each other, their eyes fierce. Not to mention that they did not believe that ice could make fire. After being provoked by Li Wangyu, they would not let it go. Lu Xiang gritted his teeth and said, "Fine, let's bet. If you can make fire with this ice, we will kowtow to you and apologize. But if you can't, you will crawl out of Lishuan Square today. Do you dare to bet?" Hiss! The bet proposed by Lu Xiang made Cheng Chumo's teeth ache. He was gambling with his own face. He was really ruthless. If he really lost and crawled out of Lishuan Square in front of everyone, he would be too ashamed to face anyone in Chang. But before the foppish sons could speak, Li Wangyu looked at them and said, "Brothers, I promise that I can make fire with ice. Do you believe me?" Cheng Chumo hesitated for a moment, then slapped Li Wangyu's shoulder and said, "Ziyo, I'm going all out. I'll believe you this time." "Yes, let's bet. I believe Li Jia Shaolang. I'll bet with them. Damn it, I'll make you kneel and kowtow to me today." Come, let's make an oath. If you don't admit it when you lose, I'll beat you until your mother can't recognize you." Fang Yai shouted. Wang Ziqiao and the others sneered and looked at the foppish sons as if they were idiots. They did not hesitate to make an oath and set the bet. Seeing that the foppish sons believed him without saying anything and made a bet with Wang Ziqiao and the others, Li Wangyu was very touched. "Brothers, Cheng Chumo slapped him on the shoulder again. "All right, Zio, stop talking. Hurry up and gather the sacred fire. I'm still waiting for someone to kowtow to me." Li Wangyu did not act pretentious, nodding his head and letting everyone disperse. He had the 3 brothers of the Cheng family carry the ice again, preparing to gather the sunlight and gather the holy fire again. He instructed the Cheng brothers to adjust the angle of the ice convex lens to find the best focal point. The sunlight shone on the ice again, and through the ice, it focused on the wood in the copper cauldron. This time, the three brothers of the Cheng family were incomparably focused. They carried the huge block of ice without moving an inch. Everyone held their breaths again. Everyone inside and outside the temple turned their eyes to the bronze cauldron. Wang Ziqiao and the others were also a little nervous. They also stared at the wood in the copper cauldron. However, after a long while, the copper cauldron was still the same as before. There was no change at all. Wang Ziqiao, Cui Daogu, Cui Hong, and Lu Xiang could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. They looked at each other, feeling that today they could make Cheng Chumo and the others lose a lot of face. Regardless of whether Cheng Chumo and the others would keep their promise, climbing out of the Liquan Square from the Zhan Temple was a loss of face. Wang Ziqiao was even thinking about how to persuade the Zhan Temple Sabeo to make trouble for Cheng Chumo and the others. Just as he was feeling proud and smiling, he heard Niu Jingping suddenly shout, "Look, smoke is coming out of the copper cauldron." His shout made Wang Ziqiao and the others' hearts skip a beat. They quickly turned their eyes to the copper cauldron. Under the noon sun, a wisp of green smoke was rising from the copper cauldron. The wisp of green smoke coming out of the copper cauldron was caused by the sunlight focusing on the wood shavings. Milimon, who was already feeling despair, was overjoyed when he saw this situation. He immediately began to recite the Avesta scripture with a group of Zhan Temple priests. As the Zhan Temple priests recited the scripture, the green smoke in the copper cauldron became thicker and thicker. A flame suddenly rose from the wood shavings, and then the flame slowly began to devour the wood in the copper cauldron. Sacred fire! It's really the sacred fire of the sun! Milimon exclaimed. Witnessing this miracle with their own eyes, the priests of Zhan Temple immediately knelt down. A miracle had come to the Zhan Temple. No one doubted the authenticity of the sacred fire of the sun anymore. This flame was really created out of thin air after the sunlight gathered. The noon sun, after passing through the ice, actually created the sacred fire. This scene was too shocking. Milimon was so excited that his heart was beating so fast that it almost jumped out of his throat. His glory and wealth were saved. At this time, Milimon had already forgotten who extinguished the sacred fire in the Zhan Temple altar. He only knew that the Zhan Temple in Chang, in city's Liquan Square, had the world's top sacred fire. And all of this was brought to him by the young man from the Tang Dynasty in front of him. Milimon didn't have time to express his gratitude to Li Wangyu now. He hurriedly called the priests of Zhan Temple who were responsible for looking after the sacred fire to come forward and carefully guard the precious sacred fire of the sun. The priests of Zhan Temple excitedly recited the Avesta scripture in unison, while the Sogdian believers outside the Zhan Temple knelt down and murmured prayers. The sacred fire of the sun had descended on the Zhan Temple in Liquan Square of the Tang Dynasty. This was the supreme glory of the Zhan Temple. The residents of Chang, and who were watching the fun and didn't believe in Zhan Temple at this time, saw Cheng Chumo and others really use ice to condense the sunlight out of thin air and create a flame. Everyone exclaimed, "My mother, the three young dukes of Duke Lu's mansion, have they become immortals? Using a piece of ice to create the sacred fire of the sun? Amazing, amazing, this is really the means of immortals. Where is the brother who said that if he used ice to collect the flame, he would eat dog shit? Where did he go? The brother who said that he would eat dog shit ran away. I don't know what these young masters are going to do. There will be a good show to watch. Isn't that right? If these young masters of aristocratic families were to kowtow to the young dukes, then they would really lose all face. Interesting." Li Wangyu saw that the convex lens of the ice was successful in condensing the sunlight and called the three brothers of the Cheng family to break the ice. He didn't want to reveal the mystery of collecting the sacred fire. If Zhan Temple learned it, it would be worthless. After the ice was broken, Li Wangyu smiled and said to the group of playboys, "Brothers, it seems that someone just made a bet with us? Little brother's memory is not good. What did we bet on?" Yes, someone didn't know life from death and made a bet with us. Feng Hai laughed and looked at Wang Ziqiao and others. When the sandalwood in the copper cauldron ignited the flame, Wang Ziqiao and others' faces turned pale. "This is impossible, impossible. How can the ice produce a flame?" Lu Xiang looked at the copper cauldron and exclaimed. Chui Daogu was even more unbearable. His body couldn't help but sway. If it weren't for the troops beside him supporting him, he would have fallen to the ground. The flame in the copper cauldron began to burn, as if it was roasting them. Their backs began to soak with sweat. Chapter 180. Cheng Chumo walked towards them with an evil grin on his face. He cracked his knuckles with both hands. Hey, you guys, now you can kneel down and kowtow. Ah, you bastard, you finally let me vent my anger, quickly kneel down. Wang Ziqiao now felt dizzy. How did the ice block make the sandalwood in the copper cauldron burn? He began to regret coming to the Zhan temple today to provoke them. Wasn't this the same as sending his face to the door for these playboys to slap? His pale face squeezed out a smile that was uglier than crying. Cheng Chumo, don't go too far. Don't go too far. Yes, what do you want to do? Do you really want to bully my Fanyang Lu family? Lu Xiang and the others were also regretting. They had forgotten to look at the almanac when they went out today. Originally, they wanted to ridicule Cheng Chumo and the others who were not on good terms with them. Who would have thought that the ice block could make the sunlight burn? Today, the few of them could be considered to have been defeated. Their faces were probably going to be completely lost. Wah, you bastards, what are you going to say to me? Don't give me that. If you admit that you don't have balls between your legs, then forget it, I can let you go today. Cheng Chumo put his hands on his hips and laughed. He was sweating in his heart just now. If it were not because he was angry at Wang Ziqiao and the others for being too insidious, and because he had an inexplicable confidence in Li Wangyu, he would not have gambled on this matter. His words made Wang Ziqiao, Lu Xiang and the others pale, but they did not know how to refute. If they really wanted to kneel down and kowtow to Cheng Chumo and the other playboys, they would never do it. This was worse than killing them. Wang Ziqiao simply snorted. Humph, I don't want to lower myself to your level, let's go. After that, he was ready to call the troops to open the way for the four of them to slip away. They would rather renege on their gambling debts and bear the infamy of going back on their words than kneel down and kowtow in front of countless onlookers. The bet between Wang Ziqiao and Cheng Chumo had long been heard by the crowd outside the Zhan temple. As the saying goes, watching a good show is not a bad thing, so everyone began to kick up a fuss. Normally, Wang Ziqiao, Chui Daogu, Chui Hong, and Lu Xiang were profligate disciples from aristocratic families that absolutely no one dared to offend. But now, under the watchful eyes of countless people, it was unknown who took the lead. Waves of shouts came from Liquan Lane. Kneel, kneel, kneel. Kowtow, kowtow, kowtow. Wang Ziqiao and the rest were infuriated by the uproar. They felt a burning pain on their faces. They had really lost a lot of face today. They pretended to be deaf and mute, pretending that they did not hear those voices. Under the protection of their own troops, they rushed out of the crowd in a sorry state. After leaving Lishan Square, Wang Ziqiao grabbed Lu Xiang and said, Brother Xiang, I can't take this lying down. We can't just let today's matter go like this. Chui Daogu's face was also gloomy as he gnashed his teeth and said, Today's humiliation is comparable to the humiliation of Han Xian's crotch. I will definitely get my revenge. You're going too far. This was going too far. I swear I can't exist under the same sky with them. But Cheng Chumo and those bastards, we can't easily offend them. Our troops don't dare to really make a move against them. Wang Ziqiao and the others were like Shen Konghua. They were young, but their bodies had long been hollowed out by wine and women. Every time they had a conflict with Cheng Chumo and the other playboys, they did not dare to fight personally. They only dared to let their troops fight. But when their troops faced Cheng Chumo, Fang Yai, and Chai Lingwu, these playboys of the Tang Dynasty's top noble families, how could they really dare to make a move? If they injured these young masters, how many heads would they have for Qing Yaojin to chop off? If they really angered Qing Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, these founding generals, even their main families, these aristocratic families, could not protect them. Therefore, there had been several conflicts, and Cheng Chumo and the others had always won, which made Wang Ziqiao and the others depressed. Today, they thought it was an opportunity to mock Cheng Chumo and the others, but they did not expect that they would lose all their face. Chui Hong suddenly opened his mouth and said, Cheng Chumo and those bastards can't be touched, But can that Tian Shilang also not be touched? He was referring to Li Wangyu, the only one in the temple who was wearing a white robe at that time. Wang Ziqiao's triangular eyes flashed with a cold light. Yes, I can't deal with those bastards of the Cheng and Yuqi families, but I, your father, can't deal with a Tian Shilang? I will now send people to watch that guy and see where he is from. Later, I will find someone to deal with him. Yes, that's right. I, your father, will kill this reckless guy. Brother Ziqiao, find out who this Tian Shilang is. If you don't destroy his family, this matter will not be over. Lu Xiang and the others also laughed. Suppressing people with power was what people like them should do. Idiots like Cheng Chumo who liked to make a move were simply a disgrace to the nobles. Let's go and have a drink. Today's my treat. Find a few young ladies to relieve the heat. Lu Xiang called out to the other playboys and rode away. After Wang Ziqiao and the others fled the temple, the group of playboys laughed loudly. Cheng Chumo and the other playboys naturally would not force Wang Ziqiao and the others to kneel down and kowtow. That would be tantamount to shedding all pretense of cordiality. But for these playboys who ran rampant in Chang, and there was not much difference whether they kneeled or not. In short, today, the Taiyuan Wang clan, the Bowling Chui clan, the Fanyang Lu clan, and the Qinghe Chui clan had lost all face. Under the mocking eyes of the playboys, Wang Ziqiao and the others covered their faces with their sleeves. Under the protection of their own troops, they escaped from Li Quan Square in a sorry state. This made Cheng Chumo and the others unable to help but laugh, feeling very happy. After the sacred fire gathering ceremony in the Zhan Temple, the crowd outside the temple gradually dispersed. But what they saw and heard today would be talked about by the people of Chang, and for a long time. Some busybodies, including the Zhan sect, tried to copy what Li Wangyu did that day. They found all kinds of ice and shone it under the sun, trying to find out the mystery of ice. But including the Zhan sect, no one succeeded in using ice to ignite the fire. This made Li Wangyu even more mysterious. Milliman was now more and more certain that the sacred fire in the Zhan temple was extinguished for no reason that day. It must be the work of this young man in front of him. But even after racking his brain, he still could not find the mystery of the sacred fire extinguishing by itself, so there was no way to prevent it. If he did not want this to happen again, it was necessary to be on good terms with Li Wangyu. Otherwise, even if the sacred fire of the sun was enshrined in the Zhan temple, it might be extinguished again one day, and then he would have a heart attack. Milliman waved his hand and asked the clergyman to bring a tray covered with silk cloth. He stretched out his hand and opened the cloth with a smile on his face. Xiao Lang, I have offended you before, please forgive me. These gold and jewels are a little token of gratitude from the Zhan sect. Please accept them, Xiao Lang. But I also ask Xiao Lang not to gather the sacred fire of the sun in the future. Is that okay? On the tray, there was a neat pile of gold ingots, as well as all kinds of sapphires, rubies, and other jewels from the western regions. These gold and jewels, under the illumination of the sun, all emitted a dazzling light, very tempting. Chapter 181. Seeing the tray full of gold and jewels, Li Wangyu was a little surprised. He didn't expect Milliman to be so generous. Milliman's generosity, in addition to wanting to have a good relationship with Li Wangyu, was also a hush money. He didn't want Li Wangyu to know how to use ice in the future. If the method of getting fire from the sun was popularized everywhere, then there would be nothing sacred about the Zhan temple sacred fire. The moment the holy flame was ignited, Milliman even had the thought of killing him to silence him. However, with this group of silk pants backing Li Wangyu, Milliman quickly dispelled this idea in his mind and decided to bribe him with money. Li Wangyu listened to his words and understood that he wanted him to keep it a secret and maintain the sacred feeling of the Zhan temple's sacred fire. Sabeo, you are too polite. You can rest assured that I will keep this matter a secret for Zhan temple. That's good. Thank you for your trouble, Xiao Lang. Li Wangyu was also not polite. He smiled and thanked Milliman, then grabbed the gold ingots and jewels and stuffed them into the hands of the playboys. Come, everyone has a share. Brothers, let's divide it. Cheng Chumo and the others quickly refused. Today, they were very satisfied to see Wang Ziqiao and the others suffer. How could they have the nerve to take the gold and jewels? Not to mention, these playboys were not short of money, and Li Jia Xiaolang still owed a lot of debt. The gold and jewels on the tray, at a glance, the playboys could roughly estimate the value. It was about 4 or 5 million yuan. This Shan temple could be considered a big deal. Li Wangyu saw that the crowd didn't want it, so he threw the gold ingots and jewels back on the tray. Brothers, if you look down on these things, then this little brother also doesn't want it. Fang Eai and the others looked at each other. In the end, Cheng Chumo laughed and reached out to grab a handful of gold ingots and jewels. Everyone, don't waste Ziyu's good intentions. Come, everyone has a share. Today, let's learn from the people of Jianghu. Divide the gold and let's go drink a big bowl later, wah. Hearing Cheng Chumo's words, the group of debauches also came forward with smiles on their faces, and each of them grabbed a handful of gold ingots and jewels. To them, the amount of money was not important. What was rare was Li Wangyu's sincerity. 5 to 6 million taels of gold and jewels, the group of silk pants, including Li Wangyu, each received 5 to 600,000 copper coins, which could be considered a small fortune. After everyone put away the gold and jewels, Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said, "Let's go. Today at Ping Kong Fong, this old man will treat. We won't go home until we're drunk. Pa, let's go. Let's go home drunk today." After bidding farewell to Milimon, a group of playboys clustered around Li Wangyu as he mounted his horse, laughing and joking as they headed towards P Square. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, was laughing bitterly in his heart. He was still in the observation period of his beautiful boss. If Su Changqing found out about this, he was afraid that it would be quite troublesome. What's more, it was broad daylight right now, just past noon. Was it really good to go drinking? But now it was too late for him to say no. Even if he said that his house was on fire, this group of silk pants would not let him leave. Li Wangyu shook his head. He planned to drink a few cups of wine and then use the excuse that he could not hold his liquor, and then run back to Zhou village. There were 2 delicate and beautiful women at home, so he did not have much longing for the girls of Ping Kong Fong. The group of silk pants rode their horses into Peace Square, heading towards a brothel in the square. Ping Kong Fong had tens of thousands of brothels, but these brothels were divided into 3 classes. The top-class girls were responsible for staying in the brothel and diligently practicing poetry and painting, singing and dancing, and would not easily see guests. It was rare to see anyone who was not a high official or a noble family. The second-class girls were responsible for receiving guests in the brothel and the brothel. They would accompany the merchants, rich young masters, and drink, play, sleep, and play to their heart's content. The most common brothel did not serve any peddlers or commoners to earn a little money. Instead, they were trained to be tour guides. That's right, tour guides. In Ping Kong Fong, even the most common brothel's speech and behavior were much better than ordinary girls. Whether it was a scholar who had just entered Chang and to take the imperial examinations or a merchant who came to do business, they could all rent such a brothel to accompany them to tour Chang'an's beautiful scenery, explain history, and stroll around the market. Or they could rent a few brothel when they went for a walk in the countryside, where high officials, nobles, poets, and scholars gathered to drink to their heart's content. Accompanied by beautiful women, drinking wine, listening to songs, and watching beautiful women dance, how delightful! Therefore, the brothel of Ping Kong Fong was not as simple as sleeping with guests. They could recite poems, paint, and write poems. They could also dance, ride, shoot, and dance with swords. They could be said to be multi-talented. Ping Kong Fong, which was full of beautiful women and high quality, was far from the brothel of the future, which only dealt in the flesh business, could compare. It was also because of this that Ping Kong Fong had a unique charm in the Tang Dynasty. Meng Jiao once wrote a poem, riding the spring breeze, the horse gallops, seeing all the flowers of Chang, and in a day. The flowers of Chang, and were not peonies or morning glories, but delicate beauty flowers. Li Wangyu had only come to Ping Kong Fong to sell erotic paintings, but it was his first time entering a brothel. He could not help but feel a little uneasy. Wei Shuyu suddenly winked at Li Wangyu and said with a mischievous smile, "Ziyo, there will be a lot of your admirers later. Don't be dazzled." What the hell was an admirer? Li Wangyu wanted to ask Wei Shu what he meant, but this guy pretended to be mysterious and did not explain. When the group of playboys was politely invited to the brothel by the handyman, the brothel's procuress came up to them with a smile. "Young dukes, you haven't been here for a long time. The young ladies in the brothel have missed you so much." This procuress was actually in her 30s, but in the eyes of the people of the Tang Dynasty, she was already old. A procuress was also an old procuress. It was said that the old procuress was an extinct bird. It was said that there were only females and no males. They bred by mating with other kinds of birds. They were very much like prostitutes who were promiscuous, so the brothel's boss was called the old procuress or procuress. Chai Lingwu, Wei Shuyu, and the others were veterans of the brothel and were familiar with the procuress. They teased, "Yunnyangzi, don't you miss us? Young dukes, don't make fun of me. Please come in, I'll call the young ladies." The procuress named Yunnyangzi smiled and led everyone into an elegantly decorated room. She asked the handyman to bring wine and food. Soon, a group of gorgeously dressed girls wearing topless dresses filed in, almost dazzling Li Wangyu's eyes. The topless dresses of the Tang Dynasty, except for the noble women, were worn by the prostitutes who entertained people with their beauty. Their white and towering breasts were set off by the topless dresses, making Li Wangyu feel a little thirsty. With the status of Cheng Chumo and the others, the ones who came out to receive them in the brothel were naturally the best girls. The young ladies of the brothel were only 15 or 16 years old, which was the age of high school girls in the future. Cheng Chumo, these beasts only harm young girls. Li Wangyu despised them in his heart. Chapter 182. When Wei Shu saw these girls, he immediately pointed at Li Wangyu and laughed. "Qin Yang, Lian Yang, Xuan Yang, don't you want to know the author of the poems, Journey to the Sword, and Hui Chongchun Jiang Shaojing? Do you see this Xiao Lang next to me? Why don't you come over and greet him?" His words made these girls' eyes light up, and they looked at Li Wangyu in a strange way. To put it in modern terms, it was like a fan's eyes were sparkling when they saw their idol. Li Wangyu was also stunned. How could he have fans in this brothel after plagiarizing a few poems? Were these the admirers that Wei Shu had mentioned? He didn't know that these girls in the brothel were not ordinary people. They knew everything about music, chess, calligraphy, and painting. Their love for poetry was no less than the pursuit of idols by fans in the future. It had to be said that in the Tang Dynasty, being a poet was really a good profession. Wei Shuyu's words immediately caused Li Wangyu's side to be surrounded by girls. Each and every one of them looked at Li Wangyu with tender and admiring eyes. "Is this Li Wangyu from Hu County? Greetings, Mama Shui. I love Longjuan's song, Going Out of the Frontier. Can I sing it for you later?" "Greetings, Langjun. I am Qin Yang. Langjun, I am Lian Yang." Li Wangyu was surrounded by a group of girls who were 15 or 16 years old. Although he was a veteran in the future and had watched all kinds of Japanese action movies, he still felt a little helpless. "Zio, why are you still standing there? Why don't you compose a poem in this situation?" Cheng Chumo also laughed. "Cheng Chumo, are you sure you are not possessed by Song Xiaofeng?" Li Wangyu was speechless and rolled his eyes. But in the face of a group of girls who were looking at him with shining eyes, he couldn't say no. Forget it. If he wanted to compose a poem, then so be it. It was just plagiarism. Anyway, he was used to plagiarizing, right? Picking up the wine that the young lady beside him had eagerly poured for him, he raised his head and drained it in one gulp. Li Wangyu shouted, "Bring me pen and paper." In the Tang Dynasty, poets composing poems in brothels was part of the standard work routine. This brothel's art house had already prepared for it. Immediately, some odd job workers brought over paper, inkstone, brush, and ink. Several young ladies diligently helped him grind the ink. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and decided on a poem to plagiarize. He picked up the brush and began to write. As he wrote, he recited, "For Xiaonyang. Luo Xiong Ling Bo gave birth to Weichen. How could he succeed in visiting his relatives? How can 1,000 cups of green wine be drunk? A face full of red makeup kills people." He shamelessly plagiarized another one of Li Bai's poems, For 7th Madame Duan, and even changed the title of the poem to For Little Madame Zhu. This poem was not famous among Li Bai's poems, but it was very suitable for Li Wangyou's feelings. He needed to recite a poem. The poem was, "You are like Luo Xiong Ling Bo, Luo Xiong giving birth to Weichen. How could I get close to you? I really feel a little drunk with 1,000 cups of wine. Who gave you such a beautiful face?" To put it bluntly, it was Li Bai's romantic poem to coax the girls. As soon as Li Wangyou copied this poem, the girls in the room looked at him with even more strange eyes. Every girl felt that this poem was written for them. Now, all the girls recruited by the brothel keeper Yunyang all surrounded Li Wangyou. Cheng Chumo and the others were not annoyed. As they drank and made merry, they watched Li Wangyou being surrounded by a group of prostitutes. Seeing Li Wangyou's battered and exhausted appearance, everyone laughed. Li Wangyou was surrounded by these delicate and soft girls, who kept urging him to drink. A girl who was good at singing and playing the pipa began to sing his poem, "For Little Madame Zhu." Some who were good at dancing also began to dance. In the room, the atmosphere began to warm up. A group of playboys, under the service of the prostitutes, continued to drink wine. Li Wangyou also unconsciously drank a few more cups. The alcohol went to his head and he began to teach the girls around him how to play the finger-guessing game. Two little bees, flying in the flowers, fly. Papa. Ah. Kiss kiss. Lang Jun, you are so bad, it doesn't count, let's play again. The playboys had never seen such a way of playing the finger-guessing game. They were very interested and soon learned it. They began to play the little bees. However, Li Wangyou was starting to regret it. The scene in the VIP room was 2F** king painful to the eyes. Can you imagine the scene of the burly Cheng Chumo and Yuchi Bao Lin playing the little bees game? Especially when the two of them played the same game, the way they puckered their lips and kissed made Li Wangyou feel nauseous and disgusted. He wanted to vomit. In the room, after 3 rounds of wine, the atmosphere was in high spirits. Li Wangyou was thinking about how to disguise himself and retreat. Just as he was thinking of an excuse to let the playboys let him go, the door of the room was suddenly slammed open and several figures rushed in. Cheng Chumo, Fang Ai and the others heard the noise and glared at the newcomers. They wanted to see who was so blind that they dared to disturb their good mood. When they saw the newcomers, the group of playboys laughed instead of being angry. "Yo, surnamed Wang, are you here to kowtow to us?" Fang Ai clapped his hands and laughed. "Was it because there were too many people just now? Come, there are fewer people now, hurry up and kowtow." The people who rushed into the room were Wang Ziqiao and the others who had just been humiliated by them at Li Quanfang. It could be seen that Wang Ziqiao and the others had drunk too much. Their bodies were swaying and if not for the troops supporting them, they would not have been able to stand. Wang Ziqiao didn't pay any attention to the profligate son's taunting words. He stared at Li Wangyou with bloodshot eyes and cursed fiercely, "So you, Tian Shalang, are the little bastard of the Li family of Hu County." Li Wangyou had not yet spoken when Cheng Chumo and the other playboys pushed the table and stood up, glaring at Wang Ziqiao. "Surnamed Wang, clean your mouth." There was actually a reason why Wang Ziqiao had rushed in like this. Today, after they had been defeated at Li Quanfang, they had left behind a few troops to follow them and gather information while he, Lu Xiang, Chui Dogu and the others went to Ping Kong Fang's brothel to drink. Because they had a belly full of anger today, after drinking a few cups of wine, the 4 of them quickly began to get drunk. Just as they were drinking, they saw the troops come back to report that Cheng Chumo and the others had also come to the brothel to drink in the private room next to theirs. Originally, Wang Ziqiao and the others were still a little afraid of Cheng Chumo and the others. They were afraid that the matter of kneeling and kowtowing would be brought up again and they would be the ones to lose face. Just as they were about to leave the brothel early, they heard the troops report that they had found out the identity of the white-clothed youth. After hearing that the youth was actually Hu County's Li Wangyou, Wang Ziqiao could not bear it anymore. He slapped the table and stood up. Using the alcohol, he rushed to the room next door, planning to teach Li Wangyou a lesson. The reason why Wang Ziqiao hated Li Wangyou so much was because of the Taiyuan Wangs breaking off the engagement. Chapter 183. When Li Wangyou's father, Li Zhou, was still alive, the Taiyuan Wangs wanted to be on good terms with the imperial family, so they took the initiative to arrange a marriage between their daughter and Li Zhou. Considering Li Zhou's position in the imperial court at that time, this marriage was well matched. Even though the 5 families and 7 families looked down on the imperial family of Li Tang and felt that they were nouveau riche, this did not affect the marriage of the Wang family's daughter. In the patriarchal society of the Tang dynasty, women were just appendages of the family. As the daughter of the Taiyuan Wangs, in the eyes of the Wang family, she was not that important. It was very appropriate to use this to win over an important official in the imperial court. Who would have thought that after the Xuanwu Gate incident, Li Yuan would abdicate and Pai Lupi would ascend the throne. Then, Li Zhou would be demoted and dismissed, and then die of illness. This naturally made the Taiyuan Wangs want to break off the marriage. Although it was not very pleasant to hear, the Taiyuan Wang clan would definitely not sacrifice a daughter of the Wang family to marry a disciple of a ruined family. Originally, whether it was the Li family or Li Wangyou's previous owner, they would not break off the marriage even if they were beaten to death. If the Taiyuan Wang clan were forced to do so, they would really cause trouble in the Yamen. If it really came to that, no matter how unwilling the Taiyuan Wang clan was, they could only pinch their noses and let their daughter marry over. But it just so happened that Li Wangyou's soul transmigrated to the Tang dynasty and replaced the stubborn Li Wangyu. After receiving 170 taels of gold from the Taiyuan Wang clan, he happily wrote a letter to break off the marriage and ended the marriage. Logically speaking, Li Wangyu and the Taiyuan Wang clan should have nothing to do with each other anymore. But who would have thought that in just a month, the Li family, which the Wang family thought was ruined, would actually be made famous by Li Wangyu. Li Wangyou's stunning performance at the Zhujiang Pool Poetry Meet began to spread in Chang, and along with those legendary masterpieces. Although Pai Lupi had left in a huff that day, as news of what had happened at Chongping County Duke's birthday banquet spread, many people began to speculate. The officials and nobles of the imperial court were all discussing this. If nothing unexpected happened, this Qilin's son of the Li family would soon restore the family's glory. 2 days ago, the eldest son of the Zheng family in Xinjiang set fire to a carriage shop in the East Market, which made Empress Zhongsun furious. This made the nobles in Chang even more shocked. With the methods of the nobles, they quickly found out that this carriage business was originally the property of the Li family in Hu County. Now, it was a joint venture with Empress Zhongsun. Not only did Pai Lupi appreciate him, but he could also connect with Empress Zhongsun. This made the nobles in Chang and think more highly of Li Wangyu. Of course, Li Wangyu did not know about this at all. How could he have known that the bearded man he had dissed several times was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, Pai Lupi? The more outstanding Li Wangyu was, the more short-sighted and snobbish the Wang clan of Taiyuan was. These days, the Wang clan of Taiyuan had taken the initiative to annul the marriage with the Li family in Hu County. This had become a joke among the nobles in Chang. At every noble banquet or gathering, the matter of the Wang family annulling the marriage would be brought up and ridiculed. Even Prince Xiao, the eldest son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, was ridiculed by the nobles in Chang, and because of this, Prince Xiao was engaged to Li Wangyu, and he was the elder brother of the little fat girl of the Wang family. If not for the annulment of the marriage, Li Wangyu would have to call him brother-in-law. Now, Prince Xiao hated the Li family in Hu County to the core. The Wang family did not feel that they had done anything wrong by annulling the marriage. Everything was the fault of the Li family in Hu County, and it was all Li Wangyou's fault. In the Wang family's view, Li Wangyou's actions today were deliberately slapping the face of the Wang clan of Taiyuan. What right did a farmer have to be so domineering? Prince Xiao was planning to go to Hu County in a few days to seek revenge on the Li family, but he did not expect that the culprit who had caused him to lose so much face today was Li Wangyu. So when he heard the troops explain Li Wangyou's identity, he felt his blood boil. Coupled with the stimulation of alcohol, he brazenly barged into the VIP room where Li Wangyu and the others were, wanting to get even with Li Wangyu. Of course, Li Wangyu did not know the whole story. After being scolded by Prince Xiao, he still did not understand what had happened. On the other hand, Du He, Du Go, Wei Shuyu, and the others remembered that the nobles in Chang and had been laughing at the Taiyuan Wang clan for annulling the marriage. They immediately realized what had happened. Surnamed Wang, do you have any shame? Fang Yai also slammed the table and stood up, pointing at Prince Qiao and scolding him. Prince Qiao's face was gloomy, and he did not even look at the group of wastrels. Today's matter has nothing to do with you. I only want to get even with this Tian Shalang. If you insist on interfering, then you will be making an enemy of the Taiyuan Wang clan. Bastard! Do you think I'm scared? So what if I become an enemy of the Taiyuan Wang clan? Do you think my Cheng family is afraid of your Wang family? The three brothers of the Cheng family also angrily rebuked. Fang Yai, Yuqi Baolin, Yuqi Baoqi, Wei Shuyu, Niu Jingping, Chai Lingwu, and the Du brothers also pushed aside the singers beside them and stood behind the Cheng brothers. Do you Taiyuan Wangs still want to cover the sky in Chang, and with one hand? Today we will protect Li Jia Shaolang. What are you going to do? Prince Qiao really wanted to ignore everything and order his troops to rush up and beat up all these bastards. But even if he had drunk too much wine, he did not dare to do so. Although the 5 families and 7 hopes had great political and economic power, if they really fell out with these founding dukes, it would not be good for them. Li Wangyu was a little confused. Why did it seem like the spearhead was now pointed at him? He and the Taiyuan Wang clan had no enmity in the past, nor did they have any recent grievances. What did this Prince Qiao mean? Brother Chumo? What's the situation? He whispered to Ching Chumo. This question stunned Ching Chumo. Well, they are about to fight, and you still don't understand the situation? Cheng Chumo had no choice but to tell him about the Taiyuan Wang clan's annulment of the engagement with him. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Was this considered sitting at home, but trouble fell from the sky? The Taiyuan Wang clan was ridiculed by the nobles in Chang. How could this be blamed on him? Was there any law? Was there any reason? After all, Li Wangyu was not a playboy like Ching Chumo. He could not act unscrupulously and unscrupulously. If he could, he did not want to be enemies with the 5 families and 7 hopes. For him, there was no benefit at all. Even that bastard Zheng Kongwa. If he had not coveted his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu would not have meddled. He touched his nose a little helplessly and said to Wang Ziqiao, "It was your Wang clan who proposed the annulment of the engagement. What did it have to do with me? Isn't it a little overbearing for the Wang clan to blame me?" Wang Ziqiao did not expect that Cheng Chumo and his group of playboys would really go against the Taiyuan Wang clan for the sake of Li Wangyu. For a moment, he was embarrassed. And Lu Xiyang, Cui Daogu, and Cui Hong, although they were on the same side as Wang Ziqiao, were not willing to get involved in this matter. After all, the annulment of the Taiyuan Wang clan's engagement was not something they could talk about openly. Even the 4 families secretly made fun of the Taiyuan Wang clan because of this matter. Wang Ziqiao did not care about losing face. He stared fiercely at Li Wangyu and said, "Don't say these useless things. I just ask you, do you dare to bet with me?" Chapter 184. Wang Ziqiao didn't give up and wanted to make trouble for Li Wangyu, which made Li Wangyu a little impatient. "Why should I bet with you?" Li Wangyu asked. He didn't see any advantage in betting with Wang Ziqiao. Whether he won or lost, it didn't seem to be good for him. If he won against Wang Ziqiao, he was afraid that his entanglement with the Wang clan of Taiyuan would be deeper, but if he lost, he knew that he would be the unlucky one. Wang Ziqiao snorted. "Humph, as expected of a young man, you don't even dare to bet. If you want to be a coward, I have nothing to say." Before Li Wangyu could say anything, Cheng Chumo waved his hand and said, "Zio, just bet with him. Whether it's batting, cock and dog fighting, quail fighting, leaf card games, or even Tiehu or Hulu, we brothers will accept it for you. If it's a game of wager, do you think you'll lose to him?" "Yes, Xiao Lang, bet with him." "Wang, you won't deny it after you lose, right?" "How dare he? If he doesn't admit it after he loses, does he still want the face of the Wang clan of Taiyuan?" "Zio, just bet with him." "That's right. Wang, tell us, what do you want to bet?" "No matter what you want to bet, we brothers will accept it for Li Jia Shaolang." Fang Yai and the others were also enjoying the show and started to urge Li Wangyu to bet with Prince Qiao. Seeing that the playboys wanted him to accept Wang Ziqiao's bet, Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. The people of the Tang Dynasty really liked to gamble. Many emperors of the Tang Dynasty liked to gamble. Emperor Xuanzong of Tang and Yang Guifei often gambled for fun. Wu Zetian also once hosted gambling games and invited civil and military officials to join in. Under the influence of the imperial court, the officials and the people of the Tang dynasty were also very fond of gambling, which almost became a fashion. What Cheng Chumo said just now, batting, cockfighting, quail fighting, leaf card, hurling, and hurling were all the ways the Tang people were used to gambling. Batting, similar to polo, is also called batting. Running dog racing is dog racing, to see whose dog runs faster. The Tang dynasty not only liked cockfighting, but also quail fighting. Yezi Mahjong could be considered the ancestor of Mahjong. As for throwing arrows into the pot, the winner was the one who threw the most arrows into the pot. Hula was a gambling method unique to the Tang dynasty. It was a small square made of wood, similar to dice, painted in black and white. When gambling, grab 5 black and white dices and throw them into the bowl. The one with the most black faces wins. When he threw it out, he had to shout, "Lu." What Lu meant was 5 black faces facing up. One of the signs of the Tang dynasty was that in every square in Chang, and people could hear the words Lu and Lu at any time. Therefore, this kind of gambling was also called hulu. Other than that, there was also literary gambling. It was not uncommon for scholars to gamble on poems and essays. Cheng Chumo and this group of debauches were proficient in all kinds of gambling, so they were full of confidence in urging Li Wangyu to bet with Wang Ziqiao. Li Wangyu was speechless and resisted the urge to roll his eyes. This group of debauches, why were they so excited when they heard about a gambling fight? These hopeless gamblers. The gambling fight proposed by Wang Ziqiao was different from the one they had with the debauches in the Jia Temple. The bet in the Jia Temple was more of a fight between the rich playboys, a battle of personal feelings. Therefore, even if Wang Ziqiao and the others reneged on the bet, Cheng Chumo and the others just laughed, because if they lost, they would also do the same. If they could sweep the other party's face, they would have already achieved their goal. The gambling fight was more similar to the duels between nobles in the West. The result of the gambling fight would not be easily reneged, otherwise it would be despised. Emperor Shizong of the Tang dynasty once gambled with an official, using his position as the stake. The official, Qin Jingguan, won the bet and was conferred the title of Sichuan Jidushi. After the bet, he became a governor of the border, ruling over 26 states including Zhang, Yi and Han. Li Wangyu knew this, so he did not want to accept the gambling fight proposed by Wang Ziqiao. But now it was too late for him to refuse. The debauches had accepted the gambling fight for him. If he did not accept the challenge, he would be sweeping the face of Cheng Chumo and the other debauches, and the gains would not make up for the losses. Fine, a gambling fight it is. How do you want to gamble? Li Wangyu looked helplessly at Wang Ziqiao. At this time, Wang Ziqiao had sobered up a little, and after being disturbed by the debauches, he felt some regret. Just now, when he blurted out that he wanted to gamble with Li Wangyu, he forgot about the group of debauches behind Li Wangyu. Just as Cheng Chumo said, he was not sure if he could win against this group of debauches in a gambling fight. If he lost the gambling fight, he would lose all his face today. Wang Ziqiao's triangular eyes involuntarily looked behind him, wanting to see if Lu Xiang and the others had any good ideas. But when he saw one of the Wang family's troops standing behind the crowd, he suddenly had an idea. Since we are willing to gamble, then let's play something new. Wang Ziqiao shook his head. Let's gamble on ventriloquism. What the hell? Ventriloquism? Wang Ziqiao's words stunned Li Wangyu and the other debauches. They did not know how to gamble on ventriloquism. Ventriloquism had existed in China since ancient times. The records of the Grand Historian recorded that Lord Meng Changjun of the state of Qi during the Warring States period used the ventriloquism of his followers to escape from the state of Qin back to the state of Qi. This was also the origin of the idiom, the crow of the rooster and the thief of the dog. Li Wangyu also remembered the ventriloquism from his middle school Chinese class. In the capital, there is a person who is good at ventriloquism. All the guests stretched their necks, glanced sideways, smiled, and sighed silently, thinking that it was wonderful. Looking at the screen, the person, the table, the chair, the fan, and the ruler were all the same. But how could they gamble on ventriloquism? Moreover, Li Wangyu did not know any ventriloquism. Would box work? He knew a little about ventriloquism. He looked at the group of debauches, who also seemed to be a little dumbfounded. It seemed that they also did not know any ventriloquism. Wang Ziqiao's drunken eyes swept across the crowd proudly. He pointed to the troop behind him and said, "I know a little about ventriloquism for this song. I will not bully you. I will give you 2 chances. No matter what sounds you can make from your mouth, if you can imitate this song, then I will win this gambling fight. If not, then you win." He paused, stared fiercely at Li Wangyu and said, "If you lose today's gambling fight, you will kick this guy out of Chang'an City. From now on, he will not be allowed to take a step into Chang'an City." Cheng Chumo and the others looked at each other and did not know how to respond. They had never heard of the gambling fight proposed by Wang Ziqiao. Moreover, if they lost, Li Wangyu would never be allowed to enter Chang'an City again. The consequences were somewhat serious. The group of debauches was checkmated by Wang Ziqiao. They could not help but feel a little embarrassed. They had spoken too confidently just now, and now it was difficult to clean up the mess. Fang Yai saw that everyone was in a difficult position and wanted to act shamelessly. He wanted to lose some face and ruin this gambling fight. Li Wangyu suddenly said, "If you lose, what will you do?" He was also a little angry now. This Taiyuan Wang clan was so against him. Did he really think he was a clay figurine? That he could do whatever he wanted to do? Li Wangyu's stubborn temper also rose. So what if he was from the Taiyuan Wang clan? Today he would fight with him. Wang Ziqiao laughed and said indifferently, "If I lose, from now on, I will avoid you in Chang'an City. As long as I see you, I will bow to you and avoid you. How about that?" For these young masters, if Wang Ziqiao really lost, it would be a really shameful thing. If the legitimate sons of the 5 families and 7 families bowed to a white figure and avoided him, then he would lose all his face. But Wang Ziqiao did not think that he would lose at all. This troop of his had no other skills, but in this Chang'an City, they had never met a match. This troop of the Wang family could be considered a strange person. He did not know where he learned this skill from, but it was very good. He could imitate a bird's call and even make the bird unable to distinguish him and land on his shoulder. He could imitate all kinds of people after hearing it once. He could even imitate a woman's voice. Wang Ziqiao did not believe that he could not win this gambling fight by relying on his troop's skill. "Okay, since you insist on a gambling fight, then it's a deal." Cheng Chumo and others did not have time to persuade Li Wangyu before he directly nodded and agreed. Li Wangyu glanced at the proud Wang Ziqiao and said in his heart, "If you are willing to die, then I am willing to bury you." Chapter 185. Although Li Wangyu did not learn any ventriloquism, he did not think it was a big deal. He had seen a lot of ventriloquism performances on TV in the future. It was not a big deal. Besides, even if the ventriloquism of the Wang troops was as good as the performers in the textbook Ventriloquism, so what? Ventriloquism was not like a tape recorder. It was just through the mouth, teeth, lips, tongue, throat, nose and other vocal organs to imitate various sounds of nature, such as birds and beasts, wind and rain, thunder and lightning, etc. Was it that easy to imitate the things that Li Wangyu knew? Seeing that Li Wangyu did not hesitate to agree to Wang Ziqiao's bet, Cheng Chumo and the others wanted to stop it, but it was too late. In the view of these foppish sons, losing the bet was fine, but since they had agreed, they had to give it a try. Several foppish sons gathered together to discuss what sound they should make to prevent the Wang troops from imitating. This made Li Wangyu a little dumbfounded. Such a simple thing, why did they make it so complicated? Brother Chumo. Li Wangyu was just about to say that he could do it himself, but Cheng Chumo waved his hand to stop him. "Ziyo, if you have something to say it later. This matter cannot be sloppy. Let us discuss it first." Ziyo, don't worry. Today's bet, brothers, will let you win." Li Wangyu wanted to speak several times, but he was interrupted by Cheng Chumo, which made him very depressed. Forget it, let them do it. Anyway, there were 2 chances, so there was no need to worry. Li Wangyu simply acted as if nothing had happened. He sat back down at the table and let the young ladies pour him wine. He then began to drink the wine on his own. Cheng Chumo and the others discussed for a long time and came up with several ways that they thought could stump the Wang troops. Fang Yai reached out and summoned a female singer. Li Wangyu remembered that this girl was called Xuanyang. She sang a good song. Her voice was sweet like an oriole coming out of the valley. It seemed that these foppish sons, in the first round, wanted to use a female voice to embarrass the Wang troops who were good at ventriloquism. Mama Shui, pick your best song and sing it a cappella, Fang Yai instructed. Yes, I'll sing now. Mama Shui bowed to the fops, stood up, cleared her throat, and began to sing. Zhao Ku's beard tassels, Wu Go's frost and snow. The silver saddle shines on the white horse, like a shooting star, killing one person every 10 steps, leaving no trace for 1,000 miles. When the matter is done, I leave with a flick of my sleeve, hiding my identity and name. Mama Shui was singing the poem Ode to Gallantry that Li Wangyu had plagiarized. The poem was magnificent, and Mama Shui's voice was firm. Her voice was as smooth as a pearl and smooth as jade, and it even had a skillful tuning, making her singing sound sometimes moving and sometimes quiet, sometimes fast and sometimes slow. It was very pleasant to listen to. At the end of the song, even Cheng Chumo and the others could not help but shout out, "Good," and then looked at Prince Chiao. "Wang, come on. Let me see what your song is capable of." They didn't believe that anyone could imitate Mama Shui's voice. But Wang Ziqiao didn't care at all. He raised his eyelids slightly and motioned his troops to come forward. The troops of the Wang family came forward, grinned at the fops, and then began to sing. As soon as his voice came out, everyone in the room was stunned as if they had seen a ghost. Yuchi Baolin turned her head and looked at Mama Shui next to her, trying to confirm if she was singing. The voice that came out of the mouth of the troops of the Wang family was exactly the same as that of Mama Shui. This strange scene caused everyone to have goosebumps involuntarily. When the troops of the Wang family finished the song, the room was so quiet that even a pin drop could be heard. After a long time, Cheng Chumo swallowed a mouthful of saliva and looked at the man with his eyes wide open. "Are you a man or a ghost?" Wang Ziqiao smiled. "How about it? One more chance? Do you want to continue?" The fops looked at each other, not knowing what to do. This troop of the Wang family could even imitate a female voice that he had only heard once. What other sounds could they make that he couldn't imitate? Seeing that the fops were silent, Wang Ziqiao couldn't help laughing. He felt that he had finally gotten his revenge today. Later, he would ask his troops to throw Li Wangyu out of Chang'an City, and then he would slowly play with this arrogant boy. Li Wangyu, however, was neither hurried nor slow. He finished the wine in his cup in one gulp and stood up. "What's the hurry? Isn't there one more chance?" Li Wangyu looked at Wang Ziqiao and asked, "Do you have to imitate whatever I sing?" "Yes, that's it." "Then it's simple. Tell him to listen." Li Wangyu cleared his throat and was about to speak when Cheng Chumo pulled him back. "Ziyo, are you sure you can do it?" He, Brother Chumo, don't worry. When I finish singing, he will be dumbfounded." Li Wangyu laughed. He twisted his neck. It was time to show his real skills. A long time ago, a giant dragon suddenly appeared and brought disaster. It took away the princess and disappeared. The kingdom was in danger. Li Wangyu's singing caused the silk pants to frown involuntarily. Although the tune was strange, it wasn't difficult. Wang Ziqiao was even more relieved. His troops could imitate this kind of singing without any difficulty. It would be more difficult to imitate the singing of the female singer. While Wang Ziqiao and the others were grinning, Li Wangyu suddenly changed the lyrics. The king was very happy and hurriedly asked for his name. The young man thought for a moment and said, "Your Majesty, my name is Darabamba Band Bidib Doberu." Again, Darabamba Band Bidib Doberu. "Isn't that right, Darabamba Band Bidib Doberuing?" Yes, Darabamba Band Bidib Doberu." Is he a ghost?" Wang Ziqiao's mouth couldn't help but open wide. He stared blankly at Li Wangyu, who was still singing. The originally relaxed troops beside him were sweating profusely. What was this bastard from the Li family singing? Li Wangyu was laughing in his heart as he sang. The song he was singing was called Darabenba. It was a song sung by the virtual singer Luo Tianyi in the future. The melody of this song was very brainwashing, but it was impossible to remember the lyrics. The lyrics of Dara Benba were simply magical. When Li Wangyu heard this song for the first time, he was completely dumbfounded. Li Wangyu spent a whole week memorizing the lyrics in order to learn this song. He didn't memorize the lyrics because he had nothing better to do. He just wanted to show off. Back then, Li Wangyu had to attend the company's annual meeting in order to impress everyone and show his face in front of his beautiful boss. That was why he had spent so much effort to learn this song. Who would have thought that after transmigrating to Tang Dynasty, there would come a day where he could use this song? After Li Wangyu finished singing, he smiled at Wang Ziqiao and said, "Come on, let your troops imitate my song with their ventriloquism." In the private room, the fops were dumbfounded. The singers were also dumbfounded. Wang Ziqiao was even more dumbfounded. "Imitate your ass." Chapter 186. Wang Ziqiao's face twitched. He really wanted to grab Li Wangyu's collar and spit on his face. "You call this a fucking song?" He looked at the equally sluggish troops beside him and knew that he would not be able to imitate this song with his mouth technique. "Humph. Let's go." Wang Ziqiao knew that he had lost this gambling fight again. He pulled his face and turned to leave. "Wait, surnamed Wang, did you forget something?" Cheng Chimo shouted. "Don't forget, you said it yourself, salute and avoid. Now you can salute and get out." Wang Ziqiao's eyes were red as he angrily stared at Cheng Chimo. "What? As the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan, are you going to refuse the gambling bet? TSK, what 5 surnames and 7 hopes? The name is just an exaggeration." Cheng Chimo may look like a rough man, but his mouth was not forgiving at all. Wang Ziqiao's face was red, his fists clenched, his nails almost embedded in his flesh. He did not say anything, just bowed slightly to Li Wangyu, and that was his salute. After that, he did not say anything, nor did he say goodbye to Lu Xiang and the others. He took the Wang clan troops and directly left the brothel. Wang Ziqiao only felt that the humiliation he received today could only be washed away with blood. These playboys did not feel that there was anything wrong with their actions. All the mistakes were Li Wangyu's fault. As the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wangs, Wang Ziqiao now hated Li Wangyu to the bone and was only thinking about how to retaliate. Lu Xiang, Cui Daogu, and Cui Hong did not expect such a result. They did not say anything, and each took their own troops and left. After they left, Cheng Chimo and the others laughed until tears came out. They kept calling for wine. Today, they would not leave until they were drunk. Li Wangyu wanted to slip away at this time, but it was naturally too late, and he was poured wine by the playboys. No matter how low the alcohol content of the wine was, in the end he still closed his eyes and drank it all. After the farce in Chang, Li Wangyu behaved himself for a period of time. He stayed in Dingzhou village every day and did not run around. Defeating the legitimate son of the Taiyuan Wang clan was not necessarily a good thing for Li Wangyu. He was not like Cheng Chimo and the other dandy who could go against the Taiyuan Wangs. As a commoner, Li Wangyu knew his place. Therefore, he hid in Dingzhou village, intending to lie low for a while. The playboys had come to Dingzhou village several times, wanting to invite him to Chang and for a drink, but he had found various excuses to refuse. He spent his days at home cultivating his relationship with his beautiful boss, chatting with Aphrodite about life, teaching Ma Zhou and Yan Liben, and discussing with Lu Shenwei how to build a Taoist temple. His days were rather carefree. In the 3rd month of Zhenguan, the plague of locusts had begun. Li Wangyu's thousands of ducks were also driven by the duck girl from the duck shed to the various fields in the village to hunt for locusts. However, the locusts seemed to be endless. One day they ate up all the locusts in the field, and the next day more locusts would appear out of nowhere. But compared to the fields in the villages around Dingzhou village was much better. Although this year's grain yield would definitely be reduced, at least there would be some harvest during the autumn harvest. As for the other villages, Li Wangyu estimated that if the government did not order to exterminate the locusts, this plague of locusts would undoubtedly cause a great famine in Guanzhong Road. Li Wangyu had only seen this kind of locust plague in Africa on television in his previous life. It made one's scalp tingle, and one could not bear to look at it directly. In the camera, the locusts covered the sky like dark clouds, and wherever they passed, not a single blade of grass grew. In his previous life, there were planes spraying pesticides in Africa, but they still could not stop the plague of locusts. Li Wangyu could not imagine that he would soon face such a situation. But he could only do so much. If the Tang dynasty wanted to save itself, it could only rely on itself. Li Wangyu was not God. Saving a village was already his limit. People could only save themselves. He could not save thousands of people. Having thought this through, Li Wangyu heaved a long sigh and decided not to dwell on it any longer. On this day, Li Wangyu had nothing to do, so he went to the Ganhe River to fish to pass the time. While he was leisurely, he heard a noisy voice not far away. Li Wangyu curiously looked from the bushes and was surprised to see Yang Quan leading a group of people to the Ganhe River. They were pointing at the 5 water wheels and his 300 mu of paddy fields. He noticed that Fang Xianling and the bearded man were also among them. In the crowd, there was also the man who had eaten breakfast at Chongren Fang. What are they doing? Tang Dynasty cadres going to the countryside for inspection? What are they doing in Dingzhou village? Such a group of officials in the capital, and their official positions were much higher than Yang Quan, who was a 7th-grade county magistrate. Li Wangyu felt sorry for Yang Quan. Receiving superiors was not necessarily a good job. Li Wangyu did not want to be nosy. He just pretended that he did not see this group of people and continued to fish. He had a fixed fishing position on the riverbank, located under a bush. There was no sun here, and it was difficult to see him from the outside. But he could see the situation around him. Lang Jun, could it be that these people are here for you? Niu Wu asked in a low voice. Li Wangyu signaled him to be quiet. Sure, don't worry about them. Just pretend that you didn't see them. But Li Heng led them here. Niu Wu pointed at the thin figure in the crowd and said. When Li Wangyu saw this, his nose almost went crooked from anger. As expected, who else could that old man be but Li Heng? Once there was a traitor in the family, it was not easy to hide. The old housekeeper Li Heng had a bright smile on his face. He followed behind Yang Quan and guided the county magistrate. Obviously, Yang Quan had already been to his house. Li Heng was very flattering and betrayed his master. Zio, you are so elegant. You are actually hiding here to fish. Yang Quan stroked his beard and greeted Li Wangyu, who was behind the bush. Seeing that he couldn't avoid it, Li Wangyu patted his butt helplessly and stood up to greet Yang Zua and the others. At the same time, he glared fiercely at Li Heng, who didn't know what was going on. I have stolen half a day of leisure. Ming House, why did you come to Dingzhou village today? Li Wangyu replied casually. Stolen half a day of leisure. Half a day of leisure is rare. Xiao Lang casually recited a poem. Do you have a complete poem? Before Yang Quan could reply, Fang Xianling walked out from the crowd and smiled at him. I said it too casually. Plagiarized another sentence? Forget it, I'll just plagiarize it. Li Wangyu bowed to Fang Xianling. Greetings, Minister Fang. You flatter me. As the saying goes, a piece of writing is made by nature. I only have this sentence. After saying that, Li Wangyu was stunned again. What the hell, did I plagiarize again? Is this a poem from the Southern Song Dynasty? Chapter 187. As soon as Li Wangyu said this, everyone could not help but clap their hands and applaud. Good. What a wonderful summary. That's the essence of poetry. Fang Xianling praised. Li Zio is only 16 years old, but he can speak so well. No wonder Zio's poems have been spread all over Chang. He's really a young talent. No wonder he can write such good poems. In the crowd, Pai Lupi could not help but clap his hands and applaud. Now Li Wangyu's sentence, how can I bow to the powerful and make me unhappy? The bad feelings he brought to Pai Lupi had long disappeared. Now Pai Lupi liked Li Wangyu more and more. Li Wangyu's face turned slightly red from the praises of the crowd. He quickly changed the topic and asked, Is there a reason why Prime Minister Fang came to Dingzhou village today? Fang Xianling twirled his beard and smiled. Nothing, we're just here to enjoy the flowers. Spring? Enjoy the flowers? Black lines appeared on Li Wangyu's forehead. What nonsense was this? If it was March in previous years, it would be a good time to enjoy the flowers. But this year, there was a locust plague in Guangzhou. Even around Dingzhou village, even if Li family's ducks kept hunting for locusts, there was no spring scenery in the fields. Of course, enjoying the flowers was not a good thing, but enjoying the locusts flying in the sky was a good thing. Fang Xuanling's words were an excuse. In fact, Pai Lupi wanted to visit Dingzhou village. He, Xianxia Wuji, Du Ruhui and the others naturally needed to accompany him. As the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Pai Lupi did not come to Dingzhou village because he had nothing to do. There was a reason why he came incognito with Fang Xianling, Xianxia Wuji and the others. First, he came to see with his own eyes the water wheel that did not require manpower and could automatically carry water for irrigation. He also wanted to see the effect of Li Wangyou's 300 mu of saline alkali soil. Second, the locust plague in Guangzhou was getting worse and worse. There were reports of the locust plague everywhere. Pai Lupi also wanted to see the extent of the locust plague. Third, the case of the locust plague and divine punishment in the court was still unresolved. This made Pai Lupi feel depressed, so he took this opportunity to walk around and relax. Pai Lupi, accompanied by Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui and Xianxia Wuji, came to Dingzhou village under the lead of Hu County Magistrate, Yang Quan. After seeing the water wheel with their own eyes, and seeing that the saline alkali soil had been improved and rice had been planted, everyone was full of praise. Xianxia Wuji lowered his voice and smiled at Pai Lupi. Congratulations to His Majesty. Our Tang Dynasty has this method of water wheel and saline alkali soil. It can increase the number of mu of land and prevent the land from being drought-stricken. This is great news. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui were also full of praise. Pai Lupi, who was originally in a bad mood, also showed a satisfied smile. He was even more satisfied with Li Wangyu. The Qilin son of the old Li family not only had outstanding literary talent, but also had such knowledge of worldly affairs. It was really rare. He did not know where he learned this ability. Whether it was the water wheel or the four-wheeled carriage for the Tang Dynasty, they were all national weapons. Li Wangyu could be said to have made a great contribution to the Tang Dynasty. But the more it was so, the more Pai Lupi felt that he had the responsibility to educate this kid. This kind of thing was beneficial to the country and the people, but he did not want to give it to the imperial court. Instead, he used it to exchange for some farmland, cattle, and the exclusive right to operate the chong and carriage. It was really abominable. Moreover, this kid also urged Empress Xianxia to invest in his carriage business. He did not think about how to repay the imperial court. Instead, he thought about the business of merchants all day long to earn those stupid things. He really deserved a beating. Thinking that he was Li Wangyou's elder, Pai Lupi's words were not so pleasant to hear. They carried a lecturing tone. Kid, come here. Let me ask you. Since you gave the water wheel and the method to improve the soil to the imperial court, why did you ask Yang Mingfu for cattle as a reward? Pai Lupi felt that he had good intentions, but he was destined to make a fool of himself. It was a waste of effort. Li Wangyu had always been unhappy with this curly-bearded man. He was very tired of his words. How could he listen to Pai Lupi's lecture? Moreover, the two sides were in completely different positions. Naturally, their views on this matter were also completely different. In the eyes of Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, if the people under his rule had good things, it was natural for them to give it to the government. As for the reward, it should be given by the government at their discretion. It should not be privately asked for. In the Wuxia dynasties where imperial power was supreme, there was no such thing as intellectual property protection. Things that were useful to the people of the country were public goods. Imperial power did not recognize the exclusivity of private creations. This was also the reason why the ancient people, once they had something good, would keep it for themselves. Independent sects, ancestral secret recipes, and so on all originated from this kind of social environment where there was no awareness of intellectual property protection. This forced them to think of ways to protect their own interests. Therefore, from the standpoint of the emperor of the Tang Dynasty and Li Wangyou's elder, Pai Lupi felt that it was normal for him to teach this bastard a lesson. Including Fang Xianling, several important officials also nodded and smiled. They felt that Pai Lupi's question was not wrong. If it weren't for his teacher, Yu Shernan, and the fact that Yang Zhuo truly cherished Li Wangyu's talent, he wouldn't have taken out some cattle to trade with him. Rather than an exchange, it was more appropriate to say that Yang Quan's gift to Li Wangyu was appropriate. What bargaining? It was just Yang Quan teasing him. However, Li Wangyu did not see it that way. What right did he have to confiscate something that he had invented with just a few words? It was simply the logic of a robber. Aren't my 2 skills worth 20 cattle? Li Wangyu straightened his neck and replied in an unfriendly tone. Pai Lupi was stunned. Of course it is worth it, but how can it be calculated like this? The water wheel is a public weapon that has contributed to the country. How can it be used for personal gain? Why not? I want cattle for the sake of the Tang Dynasty. Li Wangyu's words made everyone dumbfounded. You asked Yang Quan for cattle for the sake of the Tang Dynasty? What kind of logic was this? Fang Xianling was afraid that he would talk nonsense, so he quickly coughed. Xiaolang, why do you say that? Don't joke around. Li Wangyu's smile suddenly disappeared. He felt that he had the obligation to explain to these officials of the Tang Dynasty why intellectual property protection was necessary. You should have read Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals, right? These bigwigs of the imperial court were all learned scholars, including Li Er, who was familiar with the classics. Naturally, they knew what Li Wangyu was talking about and nodded. Li Wangyu continued, in Lu's Spring and Autumn Annals, Zi Gong redeemed people and Zi Lu received cattle. Have you forgotten? His words made everyone stunned. What did Zi Gong redeemed people and Zi Lu receive cattle have to do with this? Chapter 188. Zi Gong redeeming a person and Zi Lu receiving an ox were stories recorded in the Spring and Autumn Annals of the Lu family. There was a law in the state of Lu. If the people of Lu saw their compatriots in a foreign country suffering misfortune and becoming slaves, as long as they could redeem these people and help them regain their freedom, they could receive compensation and rewards from the state. Confucius's student, Zi Gong, redeemed the people of Lu from a foreign country, but refused the state's compensation. Confucius said, if you take the gold, you won't lose anything. If you don't take the gold, you won't be able to redeem the people. What he meant was that if Zi Gong didn't accept the money, no one would redeem the people of Lu in the future. Because Zi Gong didn't lack money, it didn't mean that other people didn't lack money. However, because of Zi Gong's example, other people of Lu might not be willing to accept the state's compensation and rewards. As a result, no one was willing to redeem the people of Lu from a foreign country. When Zi Lu saved a drowning person, that person thanked him and gave him an ox, which Zi Lu accepted. Confucius said happily, from now on, the people of Lu will be brave enough to save drowning people. Zi Gong redeeming a person and Zi Lu receiving an ox were mainly to show that going against common sense and against human morality was the most evil thing in the world. Raising the standard of morality infinitely, or treating one's own morality as public morality, these two methods would only lead to one result, which was to make morality awkward. It would make ordinary people's faces change color when they hear about morality, and then they would distance themselves from morality. All the big shots present, including Pai Lupi, naturally understood this principle, but they didn't understand how it was related to what Li Wangyu said. Li Wangyu pointed to the water wheel by the river and said, if I didn't ask Yang Mingfu for an ox and gave it to the imperial court for free in the future, who in the world would be willing to study the study of things? Study the study of practical application? Everyone might as well wait for someone else to create it and then use it. How is this different from Zi Gong redeeming a person? As the saying goes, the world is bustling for profit, and the world is bustling for profit. Zi Lu receiving an ox seems to be a small matter, but it can encourage people to do good. For the sake of the Tang Dynasty, I asked for compensation from Yang Mingfu. Is there anything wrong with that? His words made Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the others somewhat unsure how to refute him. The logic seemed to be correct, but it went against the principle of the supremacy of imperial power that had existed for thousands of years. Effort should be rewarded. This was the meaning behind Li Wangyu's two allusions. Pai Lupi snorted discontentedly. Are you going to ask the sage for the water wheel technology and you're going to ask him for the cattle? Why not? Li Wangyu asked curiously, Don't you have to pay to buy things in the palace? Why do you want to snatch my family's belongings by force? The imperial court will naturally reward you. How can this be called stealing? Pai Lupi said angrily. Why should I reward him? This is what I deserve. Why did the imperial court bestow it upon me? You stole my things and then gave them to me as a reward. Isn't that the same as robbing? Li Wangyou's eyes almost rolled to the sky. His words made Li Er speechless for a while. Pai Lupi had the urge to take off his boots and slap him. This bastard brat didn't give him any face at all. I've been insulted again. Li Wangyou's words made everyone have the urge to cover their faces with their sleeves. This brat is getting serious again. Everyone present, except for Yang Quan, had seen Li Wangyou's previous 2 insults to Pai Lupi. Fortunately, Pai Lupi was open-minded. Otherwise, Li Wangyou's grave would already be 3 feet tall. Yang Quan was anxious and quickly said, Zio, how can you say that? Answer properly. Fang Xianling also coughed softly. What uniquely means is that the imperial court's reward will only be greater. Why did Xiaolang only use the water wheel and the method to improve the soil in exchange for a mere 20 cattle? Yang Mingfu wouldn't give me more. Li Wangyou muttered. Fang Xianling was also depressed. Did this brat understand what he said? In fact, Li Wangyou naturally knew that if he offered the method to make the water wheel to the Tang Dynasty in the name of offering, he would receive far more. It was even possible that he would be promoted to an official. But the problem was that he wasn't willing. First, he didn't want to be an official. Second, Li Wangyou was also a stubborn little donkey. As he said, it was obviously his, and he was willing to sell 20 cattle. Why should the imperial court's bigwigs reward him in the form of charity? I don't want to serve you. Pai Lupi was angered by Li Wangyou's words. He almost wanted to fling his robe and leave. This bastard brat should be caught and taught a lesson by Cheng Yaojin. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to learn how to speak properly. He began to regret that he didn't bring Cheng Yaojin with him when he went out today. That day in Zhang Liang's mansion, Cheng Yaojin beat Li Wangyou's butt. It made Pai Lupi feel very happy. This bastard brat should be taught a lesson like this. Pai Lupi, who had been humiliated, simply ignored Li Wangyou. He said, amazing skill. Then he turned around to observe the 300 mu of rice field that had been improved from saline alkali soil. Looking at it, Pai Lupi couldn't help but want to take off his boots and beat Li Wangyou. He couldn't be bothered to waste his breath on Li Wangyou, this scoundrel. He turned his head to look at Yang Zua, who was standing respectfully at the side, and said angrily, Yangming residents, why are the seedlings in this paddy field planted in such a mess? Is this how the county government supervises the farming? Pai Lupi was referring to the 2 mu of rice field that Li Wangyou had people use the rice seedling tossing method to plant. Compared to the surrounding rice fields, the rice seedlings in these 2 mu of rice field were simply too horrible to look at. In the other rice fields, the rice seedlings were all horizontal and vertical. The rows and rows were very neat and pleasing to the eye. However, in these 2 mu of rice field, the rice seedlings were haphazardly inserted into the rice field. Seeing this, Pai Lupi was very angry. Even Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the others shook their heads. They felt that Li Jia Xiaolang was still young and didn't care about farming at all. If he planted the rice seedlings so casually, when the autumn harvest came, what good harvest could there be? Even if the Li family didn't need to rely on the harvest in the fields to live, it was disrespectful to waste the land like this. It could even be said that it violated the Tang Dynasty law. In the Tang Dynasty, if the land was abandoned, they would be arrested by the county government and beaten with a plank. In an agricultural society, as long as the emperor wasn't extremely muddle-headed, he would place great importance on farming. In Pai Lupi's view, Li Wangyou's 2 mu of rice field was completely wasting the land. Therefore, when he asked Yang Quan, there was a bit of anger in his words. How could Yang Quan understand why Li Wangyou planted the rice in such a way? Hearing Pai Lupi's unfriendly tone, he couldn't help but feel a little scared. He quickly looked at Li Wangyou for help. Ziyo quickly explained to Eunuch Li. Li Wangyou rolled his eyes. Just as he was about to diss Pai Lupi again, he heard a creepy laugh from not far away. Wah, Nephew, I'm here to see you again. Chapter 189. Other than Qing Yaojin, there was no one else who could make such a sound. When Li Wangyu heard Qing Yaojin's voice, he couldn't help but shiver. This devil incarnate's lethality was too shocking, and he couldn't help but be afraid. He turned his head stiffly and saw that the one who made such a terrifying sound was Qing Yaojin. Xianxia was also with him, and behind him was a group of personal guards. Wah, nephew, why aren't you coming over to welcome me and your Uncle Qin? Qing Yaojin urged his horse to gallop in front of Li Wangyu. Just as he was about to laugh heartily, he raised his eyes and saw Li Er and the others behind him. He hurriedly rolled down from his horse and prepared to greet them. Zhang Sun Wuji, who was in the crowd, quickly waved his hand at him. This old fellow was also a smart person and immediately understood. Greetings to all of you. What brings you here to Dingzhou village today? Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong understood that this was Pai Lupi's incognito inspection and didn't intend to reveal his identity. Thus, they vaguely greeted them. We heard that this Li Jia Shaolang built a water wheel and improved 100 mu of saline alkali soil, so we came to take a look. Why are the two high dukes here? Zhang Sun Wuji explained with a smile. Cheng Yan laughed. I'm here to eat the pig slaughtering feast. He pointed at Li Wangyu. The pig slaughtering feast made by this fellow, although he used cheap meat, was very delicious and left a lasting aftertaste. After eating it once, I missed it so much that I asked Brother Shubao to come over today. I'm prepared to let this bastard give us a meal again. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. What the heck? Eating the pig slaughtering feast again? Qing Yaojin, this old glutton, despised him. He was freaking ready to freeload again. Li Wangyu suddenly wanted Niu Wu to quickly go home and hide the things at home. The bandits were coming again. After Qing Yaojin finished speaking, the others did not think much of it, but Yang Quan could not help but swallow his saliva. He nodded in agreement and said, what Lu Guogong said is true. Ziyu's pig-slaughtered rice is the best in the world. It is rare. This lowly official has eaten it once, and it is indeed unforgettable. After the two of them finished speaking, Zhang Sun Wuji's eyes lit up. He turned to Li Wangyu and asked, Xiaolang, can you treat us to a taste today? Zhang Sun Wuji loved to eat in one bite. Regardless of whether it was the local snacks or various feasts, he would gladly enjoy them. The reason why Li Wangyu was able to meet Zhang Sun Wuji in Chongren Square that day was because he liked the taste of the Hu biscuits in the food shop in the square. As the granduncle of the emperor, he was willing to lower himself to eat the Hu cake in that restaurant. He could be considered as the model of the foodies in the Tang Dynasty. Now that he heard that Li Wangyu knew how to make some kind of pig slaughter rice, which could attract Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong, two people to come here out of admiration, plus who County Magistrate Yang's was endorsement, how could he not be moved? Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. All right. Since Qing Yaojin had spoken, he could not refuse. Since he had to feed a sheep and chase a flock of sheep, he would just treat them. He glared at the old butler Li Heng, who was laughing happily at the side, and ordered him to go to the village to buy a pig. Then he would ask the Niu brothers to slaughter the pig. How can a child like you be so stingy? There are so many of us, how can one pig be enough to eat? He did not expect Qing Yaojin to not be polite at all. He even said that Li Wangyu was stingy. *CK, are you here to eat pigs, or are you preparing to become a pig? You will be stuffed to death, you old bastard. Li Wangyu was speechless, but he did not dare to oppose Qing Yaojin. He could only clench his teeth and order Li Heng to buy 2 pigs. Was there no law in the Tang Dynasty that prohibited officials from eating, drinking, and being corrupt in the countryside? They should really learn what the 8 honors and 8 disgraces were. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, but he still forced a smile on his face. After Qing Yaojin arrived, Li Wangyu clearly became more well-behaved. He was not stupid. Although he did not know this group of big shots in the imperial court of the Tang Dynasty, he believed that they would not bicker with a 16-year-old boy like him. There was no harm in throwing a tantrum with them. However, Qing Yaojin was unreasonable and would actually hit him. Li Wangyu was already too ashamed to show his face when he was spanked at Zhang Liang's residence last time. He did not want to be beaten by this old bastard again in front of everyone. If he was beaten again, he would really have the heart to die. After Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong arrived, he did not make any trouble for Pai Lupi's questions and answered honestly. However, none of the people present believed him when he said that the seedling throwing method could increase the yield of the fields. Even the old village head and the other farmers who had been managing the fields all their lives did not believe in Li Wangyou's words, let alone these big shots in the imperial court. Pai Lupi and the others were too lazy to say anything more. They only felt that Li Wangyu was still young and inexperienced. Li Wangyu was also too lazy to waste his breath. In any case, whether the rice seedling throwing method was good or not, it would be clear in a few months during the autumn harvest. After looking at the water wheel and rice fields, the group of people under Li Wangyou's lead went to the Li family in the village. When they passed by the wheat fields, Du Ruhui could not help but exclaim softly, "Prime Minister Du, what's wrong?" Zhang Sun Wuji asked curiously. "Look at the fields of Dingzhou village. Why are there so few locusts in the fields?" Du Ruhui pointed at the wheat fields and asked. With his reminder, Pai Lupi and the others also noticed the difference. Compared to the locusts that they had seen along the way in the fields of other villages, there were very few locusts in the fields of Dingzhou village. Xiaolang, do you know why? Could it be that Dingzhou village has already started to exterminate the locusts? Fang Xianling asked while twirling his beard. His intuition told him that this matter was related to Li Wangyu. When everyone heard this, they also looked at Li Wangyu. Could this young man convince the villagers to risk universal condemnation and exterminate the locusts? Why are you all looking at me? I did not exterminate any locusts. These were all done by the duck god. That's right, that's it. Li Wangyu nodded with certainty. What, the god? I'll beat you to death, you coward. Speak to me properly. What do you mean? It was fine if the others did not understand, but only Qing Yaojin raised his big palm and was ready to use force to threaten him. Duck, it means that ducks eat locusts. Faced with the absolute threat of force, Li Wangyu immediately cowered. What duck? Tell me clearly. Li Wangyu quickly replied, I bought a few thousand ducks and raised them in the fields of the village to eat the locusts. It's that simple. He explained the ins and outs of the matter, but Pai Lupi and the others looked at each other. Fabricating a duck god to shut the villagers' mouths, only this kid would do such a thing. Alas, it's a pity that we can't find so many ducks in the Tang Dynasty. Otherwise, Xiaolang's method would be worth a try. Fang Xianling sighed. Li Wangyu swallowed back the words that were on the tip of his tongue. He wanted to tell this group of Tang Dynasty officials that there could be a god, like the fire god. Forget it, the less trouble the better. What if among these officials, there was also a fan of only by virtue can we exterminate locusts? Chapter 190. In Li Wangyou's house, after receiving the notice from the old housekeeper, everyone was busy. Fang Xianling, Qing Yaojin, Qin Qiong, and several court officials were coming to visit. This was naturally a top priority. After receiving Li Heng's report, Su Changqing immediately ordered everyone in the house to get busy. The Niu brothers went to the village to buy pigs from a pig farmer. Perrin went to the kitchen to boil water and prepare to slaughter the pigs. The 4 maidservants cleaned the originally clean courtyard again. Even Ma Zhou was ordered by Su Changqing to find the old village chief and ask for a 4-wheeled carriage. He took the copper coins and rushed to the county seat to buy wine. With so many people, the wine in the house was obviously not enough to drink, not to mention the old hooligan Qing Yaojin. Knowing that the honored guests had many guards, Su Changqing asked Li Heng to find the old village chief and borrow a mat and a short table. He laid it on the ground in the front yard as a place for the guards to rest and eat. When Li Wangyu returned home with Pai Lupi and the others, the Niu brothers had already slaughtered the 2 pigs. They were waiting for him to come back and personally cook them. Li Wangyu invited Qing Yaojin and the others to sit in the central room. He also had Su Changqing bring the Medicine King tea for everyone. Su Changqing very generously came out to greet the guests. When Li Wangyu introduced Su Changqing to everyone and said that she was his distant cousin, Pai Lupi had a strange expression. This bastard was spouting nonsense again. Recently, Su Changqing often went to the Tai Chi Palace to teach yoga to Empress Zhang Sun and Yang Fei. Pai Lupi already knew about this. As for Su Changqing's origin, the 100 Horsemen Department had also investigated, but they had no clue. However, Pai Lupi didn't care who Su Changqing was. After all, she was just a woman. He didn't care. Even if Su Changqing's identity was suspicious, Pai Lupi wouldn't worry about it. However, Yang Quan's heart was beating like a drum. Madame Su's marriage to the Li family was handled by the Huxian County Yamen. At that time, he and Lu Xiao were just two people. Who would have thought that Li Wangyu, a down-and-out boy, would actually invite Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, to his home? Su Changqing bowed to everyone and personally went forward to brew tea for Pai Lupi and the others. Different from the fried tea popular in the Tang Dynasty, this kind of tea was brewed with boiling water without adding scallions, ginger, and garlic. It was very novel to Pai Lupi and the others. The white porcelain teacup was custom-made by Li Wangyu at the magnetic kiln. In each teacup, 2 pinches of tea leaves were poured into the boiling water. A moment later, a strong tea fragrance wafted in all directions. Su Changqing liked to drink tea in her previous life. She also studied the way of tea for a period of time. Her movements of brewing tea were like moving clouds and flowing water. Her slender fingers picked up the teacup and delivered it to each guest. Pai Lupi and the others all smiled and nodded at Su Changqing to express their gratitude. Then they picked up the teacup and tasted it. Only Qing Yaojin muttered, "Nephew, I heard that you owe a lot of debt. Sure enough, your family is poor. You only use clean water to brew tea for guests. Hey, I really can't bear to see you like this." Li Wangyu was about to go to the kitchen to prepare a pig slaughtering feast. When he heard Qing Yaojin's words, he almost staggered and fell to the ground. "This stinking shameless person, you still can't bear to see me like this? Who was it that told me to prepare 2 pigs for you to eat? Who was it that lost a game of mahjong last time and reneged on a debt? Who was it that freeloaded at home and stole a bunch of things? I don't believe you. You're a rotten old man, very bad." Li Wangyu walked to the kitchen in grief and indignation. Suddenly, he thought of something. He rolled his eyes and beckoned the Niu brothers over. He whispered a few words in their ears. His words made the Niu brothers put on a difficult expression. "Lang Jun, I'm afraid this isn't appropriate." "But are you scared?" "I'm not scared, but if you're not scared, then go quickly." Li Wangyu didn't allow the brothers to explain. He pushed them out. The Niu brothers looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They shook their heads and walked out. In the central room, everyone picked up the teacup and tried to drink a mouthful. They realized that this tea wasn't as complicated as the fried tea. Instead, it was unusually fragrant. It was slightly bitter when it entered the mouth, but the fragrance was mellow and the aftertaste was sweet. The tea was green and clear, and the bottom of the leaves were tender and bright. "So tea can be drunk like this. It's really interesting." Pai Lupi put down the teacup and nodded in praise. "Not bad. This tea is fragrant and elegant. It tastes fresh and mellow. It has a unique flavor." Zhang Sunwuji also praised. Even Qin Qiong nodded in praise. "Li Jia Xiaolang is so elegant. This tea is fragrant and mellow. Not bad, not bad." The Tang people love tea. The tea ceremony began to develop in the Sui Dynasty. In the Tang Dynasty, the tea ceremony culture had formed the palace tea ceremony, the temple tea ceremony, and the scholars' tea ceremony. However, the tea ceremony at that time was still mainly about frying tea. It was the first time in the Tang Dynasty to brew tea like the Li family. Although it was simple, Pai Lupi and the others could taste it. Only Qing Yaojin shook his head discontentedly. "This tea is tasteless. Lady Su, do you have wine at home? How can you entertain guests without wine?" His words made everyone have the urge to kick this bastard to death. It was simply a waste of time. Fang Xuanling's face was even twitching. He had the intention to enforce justice on behalf of heaven. They pretended not to hear Qing Yaojin's words and turned to talk with Su Changqing. Lady Su was a distant cousin of the Li family. Naturally, it was impossible. However, Su Changqing's bearing and temperament revealed that kind of noble aura everywhere. It was impossible for her to be a girl from a small family. They did not think that Su Changqing was a modern white-bone spirit. How could an ordinary girl in the Tang Dynasty compare with her temperament? Moreover, although Li Wangyu and Su Changqing didn't have much to say to each other, how could the eyes of these people be easy to deceive? Even Qing Yaojin could see that the relationship between Su Changqing and Li Wangyu was not ordinary, let alone this group of court officials. However, they could not understand. Li Jia Shaolang was only 16 years old. Why would he like such an old girl? Yes, in the eyes of the Tangs, Su Changqing, who was 24 or 25 years old, was too old. In the Tang Dynasty, this age was already at the level of aunt. However, even Pai Lupi did not say much about this matter. The others would not delve into the issue of Su Changqing's identity. Li Wangyu's movements were very fast. With the help of the methane stove in the kitchen, as well as the assistance of Perrin and several maidservants, the pig slaughtering feast was ready in an hour. He was not in a hurry to let the maids serve the dishes. Instead, he took a bag of things from the Niu brothers who had left and returned to the kitchen again with a sneaky smile. After a while, Li Wangyu walked back to the central room with a plate in his hand with a smile. Everyone, the pig-killing feast will be ready soon. You must have been waiting for a long time. Why don't you eat something to appease your hunger? After that, Li Wangyu put down the plate in his hand. A strong smell of fried food rushed into everyone's nostrils. Qing Yaojin laughed and said, "Wow, what good thing did my nephew make? Let me have a taste first." After all, he was a famous general in the Tang Dynasty. He quickly rushed to the table and stretched out his chopsticks to pick up the food on the plate. However, he suddenly stopped. What is this? Fried flying prawns. Chapter 191. The so-called fried flying prawns, also known as flying locusts in some places, were actually fried locusts. The meat of the locusts was soft and tasted as delicious as prawns. In the future, many restaurants served this dish. However, unlike Li Wangyu who used wild locusts as ingredients, they used farmed locusts. Although locusts were pests, they were high in protein and rich in lecithin, which could improve memory. It could strengthen the spleen, aid digestion, stop coughing and asthma, prevent cardiovascular and cerebrovascular diseases, lower blood pressure. In short, it was a delicacy and a good tonic. Unfortunately, no one in the Tang Dynasty dared to eat such things. Due to their fear of the locust god, they did not even dare to hunt them. The locusts in Wuxia in the later generations had to be reared by humans to survive on their last legs. These locusts were caught by the Niu brothers in the fields under Li Wangyu's orders. The brothers were originally in awe of the locusts, but after seeing the ducks at home eating locusts, the reverence in their hearts for the locust god had lessened. Therefore, when Li Wangyu ordered them to catch locusts, the brothers only hesitated for a moment before they obeyed and caught a bag of locusts. Li Wangyu threw the locusts into a big pot in the kitchen, boiled them in boiling water, and then fished them out with a hedge to drain them. He fried the locusts in hot oil until they were golden brown and crispy. Then, he took them out and sprinkled some salt and pepper. A delicious fried flying prawn was presented in front of the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, Pai Lupi, and all the officials. Qing Yaojin's chopsticks froze in midair. He hesitated for a moment and asked uncertainly, "Kid, what kind of prawn is this? Why does it look like locusts?" "Ha, Uncle Qing has good eyesight. It is indeed a locust." Li Wangyu laughed. His words shocked everyone present. Pai Lupi's face turned serious. "Nonsense. How can we eat locusts?" Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi mischievously and said in his heart, "In a few months, Li Shimin will still freaking eat locusts raw. That's even more disgusting. At least I've made a delicious dish for you guys." How could he have known that Li Shimin, who would eat locusts a few months later, would be this curly-bearded man in front of him, the man who had been repeatedly insulted by him? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and suddenly replied with a serious expression, "The people treat food as their life, and the locusts eat the food, which is harmful to the people. The people are innocent. If the locusts really have spirits, then blame it on me. Don't harm the people anymore. Therefore, I must eat these locusts." Li Wangyu's bad taste kicked in. He directly plagiarized what Pai Lupi said to the ministers when he ate the locusts, slightly modified it, and used it to fool this group of Tang Dynasty dignitaries. After he finished speaking, he grabbed the fried locust on the plate and threw it into his mouth to chew. Fragrant. It's even better than the artificial locusts in the future. Li Wangyou's mouth was filled with crispy crunching sounds, but the people at the side were stunned. Pai Lupi heard this and couldn't help but frown slightly. He lowered his head and didn't say anything, thinking about something. This was basically what he would say a few months later. Now that Li Wangyou said it, it naturally resonated with Pai Lupi's heart. He felt that Li Wangyou's words were true, and it was very much to his taste. Including Qing Yaojin, whether it was Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, or Du Ruhui, they all looked at the plate of fried locusts on the table and didn't know what to do. But the beautiful boss at the side, after seeing the fried locusts, reached out with her chopsticks with interest, picked up a crispy yellow locust, put it into her mouth, and slowly chewed it. Wangyou, these locusts are delicious. It really tastes like prawns. It's better than what I've eaten before. Su Changqing laughed. When she traveled to Yunnan in her previous life, she had tried all kinds of fried insects, so she wasn't afraid of them. Lady Su, have you eaten them before? Zhang Sun Wuji was stunned and asked curiously. Su Changqing blinked and knew that she had said something wrong. She didn't answer, but just nodded with a smile as a response. Li Wangyou made these fried locusts for two reasons. First, the cynical man's bad taste kicked in, and he wanted to make this group of officials feel uncomfortable. Don't you know that I'm as poor as a bitch right now? After transmigrating to the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyou's debt of 2 million didn't reduce. Now it had become more than 6 million in debt. I'll let you eat locusts to disgust these freeloaders. Secondly, it wasn't just a prank. He also wanted to try to persuade this group of officials to realize that locusts could not only be killed, but also eaten. By the time Pai Lupi ate the locusts a few months later, it would be too late. With the current trend of the locusts spreading in Guangzhou, the land would have been eaten up by then, and it would be too late. Just as everyone was looking at each other, Pai Lupi suddenly laughed and picked up his chopsticks. Before anyone could dissuade him, he picked up a fried locusts and threw them into his mouth. After chewing a few times, Pai Lupi's eyes lit up. These locusts are delicious after being fried. It tastes like eating prawns. As he spoke, he picked up a few fried locusts with his chopsticks and ate them with relish. Seeing that Pai Lupi had started eating, Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong, the two generals, naturally wouldn't fall behind and started eating as well. The fried locusts were naturally delicious. Otherwise, they wouldn't be reared as food in the future. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong also nodded as they ate, and their chopsticks couldn't help but pick up the locusts on the plate. Zhang Sun Wuji, the glutton, also couldn't help but reach out his chopsticks. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui looked at each other and smiled bitterly. They could only reach out their chopsticks. For many things, once you tried it for the first time, everything else would follow naturally. After overcoming the psychological barrier of eating locusts and tasting the deliciousness of the fried locusts, Pai Lupi and the other high dukes and high officials swung their arms and ate happily. Soon, the plate full of fried locusts was eaten clean. Their beautiful superior only reached out her chopsticks once and didn't have the chance to taste a second bite. This made her speechless for a while. Cheng Yaojin was addicted to eating. He shouted loudly at Li Wang, "Kid, quickly go and get another plate. Is this enough to fill the gaps between our teeth?" Li Wangyou rolled his eyes. This bunch of gluttons. He called the Niu brothers to catch more locusts from the fields and then bowed solemnly to everyone. Fang Xiang, Uncle Cheng, Uncle Qin, everyone, not only can these locusts be eaten, they can also fill one's hunger. The locust god's words are pure nonsense. With the impending disaster, I beg everyone to persuade the saint in the imperial court to give the order to exterminate the locusts. Save the world. His words came from the bottom of his heart, and there was no pretense in them. Everyone secretly looked at Pai Lupi, wanting to see how he would react. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment, and then sighed, "Exterminating the locusts? How can we not want to? Sigh, we still need to plan for this." Li Wangyou was anxious. It was this bearded man again. Was he trying to flirt with a blind man? Was he doing all this for nothing? His temper rose, and he straightened his neck. "Then please, I don't have any extra food at home. Forgive me for not being able to entertain you." When these words came out, everyone was stunned. To chase Li Shimin and a group of high dukes and high officials out of the house? How dare you say that? Chapter 192. Li Wangyu was so angry that he wanted to chase him away. However, he did not even look at his own small arms and legs. Did he even have the strength to say such big words? Just as he finished speaking, a familiar scene played out again. The moment he was caught by Qing Yaojin under his armpit, Li Wangyu regretted it. He had forgotten that there was still this unreasonable person here. When he thought of his beautiful superior watching from the side, he definitely did not want to be beaten up in front of Su Chongqing. A strong desire to live made Li Wangyu shout at the top of his lungs before Qing Yaojin's slap landed, "Uncle Cheng, a gentleman uses his mouth and not his fists. Kid, I was wrong. You little brat, do you still dare to tease me in the future?" Qing Yaojin's slap did not land as he angrily rebuked. "I don't dare anymore. It's all my fault. I was muddle-headed and said the wrong thing." Li Wangyu wanted to cry but had no tears. Could they still play happily? Using violence just because of a disagreement? I despise this kind of boorish person. "Bastard brat, hurry up and cook. If you're too slow, I'll loosen your bones." Qing Yaojin put Li Wangyu down and scolded jokingly. Bandit. He was simply a bandit. Li Wangyu was so angry that his liver hurt, but he could not do anything. He could only run back to the kitchen gloomily and make fried flying prawns again. His beautiful superior was not angry at all. Instead, she covered her mouth and snickered. Qing Yaojin was indeed Li Wangyu's natural nemesis. She called for the maids to start serving the dishes. She brought the pork delicacies that Li Wangyu had prepared earlier to the table. Pai Lupi and the rest pretended that they did not hear Li Wangyu's words. They all stretched out their chopsticks and tasted the pork delicacies. Since ancient times, food was the most important thing in Wuxia. Whether it was Pai Lupi or Zhangsun Wuji, they could not resist the temptation of delicious food. Pork, such a cheap meat, could actually be made into such a wonderful delicacy. It really surprised everyone. They could not help but increase the frequency of eating. By the time Li Wangyu brought out another large plate of fried flying prawns, the central room in the front yard was almost a complete mess. Li Wangyu was so scared that he almost didn't dare to enter the room. Were they really a group of high-ranking officials of the Tang Dynasty? Are you sure they're not from the beggar sect? This action of snatching food was simply too frightening. While everyone was eating happily, Ma Zhou also came back from the county town with the wine he bought. He used a four-wheeled carriage to bring back 10 jars of wine, but seeing this, Li Wangyu felt a burst of heartache. Did this unlucky disciple not know how expensive the wine was? Du Fu once wrote in a poem, "Fleas come to drink a bucket of wine, exactly 300 bronze coins." A bucket of wine cost 300 renminbi, which didn't seem expensive. However, there was a difference between good and bad wine. Could Maotai and Erguotu of the future be of the same price? Old Du had lived a hard life and did not have a good life. The wine he drank was also cheap. Li Bai was obviously richer than Old Du. There was a line in his poem, 10,000 gold wine buckets of wine. Wang Wei also said, 10,000 gold wine buckets of wine. There were many similar poems in the Tang Dynasty, and most of them used the word 10,000 gold wine buckets. A bucket of wine was 20 caddies. 10 bronze coins was equivalent to 40,000 renminbi in the future, which was almost the price of Maotai. Ma Zhou bought this kind of wine. A jar of wine was half a bucket of wine. These 10 jars cost 50 bronze coins, which made Li Wangyu's heart ache. Would the beautiful boss let Ma Zhou use all the bronze coins at home to buy wine? This prodigal woman, I really can't have her anymore. Li Wangyu called the Niu brothers with a pained expression. They brought wine for everyone and introduced Ma Zhou to the officials at the banquet. When Ma Zhou heard that Fang Xianling, Prime Minister Fang, Duke Lu, Duke Yi, Qin Qiong, and other officials were sitting at the banquet, he immediately bowed respectfully. He was even more impressed with this young teacher of his. These big shots were able to come to his home as guests. This young teacher was indeed not an ordinary person. When everyone heard that Ma Zhou was actually Li Wangyu's disciple, their eyes almost popped out. Ma Zhou had been through a lot and was once unrestrained. Although he was not yet 30 years old, with his appearance, people would believe that he was 40 years old. At this age, he actually became Li Wangyou's disciple. This was simply a fantasy. However, everyone was surprised and did not say anything. Cheng Yaojin was too lazy to care about who Ma Zhou was. When he saw the wine, he raised his head and laughed. He slapped Li Wangyou's shoulder heavily. "Kid, at least you have a conscience. You know how to be filial to us. Waha, this wine is not bad. Quickly bring it all over." Among the big shots present, whether it was Pai Lupi, Fong Xianling, Du Ruhui, or Zhang Sun Wuji, all of them were fond of wine. The Tang dynasty was a dynasty of poetry and wine. This great dynasty that lasted for nearly 300 years was inseparable from poetry and wine. With wine, the atmosphere at the banquet became more lively. Everyone toasted each other in a bold and unrestrained manner. After a few glasses of wine, Cheng Yaojin began to shout for Li Wangyou to summon the singers at home to play music and dance to liven things up. Li Wangyou almost bit his tongue. "Damn it, you old bastard, it's not like you haven't been to my house before. Don't you know what kind of people I have in my house? Where did these singers come from? Oh no, there's also Aphrodite." But how could Li Wangyou bear to let the teenage version of Angelina Jolie come out and dance for everyone? Before he could speak, Cheng Yaojin slapped his forehead again and laughed at Pai Lupi. "Waha, I forgot that this kid still owes a lot of debt. His family is so poor. Tsk, how pitiful." Qin Qiong held a wine bowl and said, "Nonsense, how can this kid from the Li family be poor? Look at this wine, it's all 10 strings of wine. How can it be as poor as Jijia said?" Cheng Yaojin glared at him. "Second brother, if I say he's poor, then he's poor. Look at Madame Su, does she have any jewelry on her?" When he mentioned this, everyone turned their eyes to their beautiful boss. Indeed, ever since they transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Su Chongqing had put away all the jewelry she used to wear. Now she was barefaced. Not to mention jewelry, she didn't even have any women's powder or rouge. She looked extremely simple. Li Wangyou figured out something. Why did Cheng Yaojin seem to be crying poor for him? But who was he talking to? Fong Xianling? Or the other bigwigs? Li Wangyou was a little confused by Cheng Yaojin's actions, but he didn't notice that the bearded man was glaring fiercely at Cheng Yaojin. Cheng Yaojin naturally saw the look in Pai Lupi's eyes, so he didn't say anything more. He just laughed and went to drink with Qin Qiong. In fact, everyone except Li Wangyou and the beautiful boss understood the meaning of Cheng Yaojin's words because they didn't know Pai Lupi's identity. On the surface, Cheng Yaojin was crying poor for Li Jia Xiaolang, but in fact he was using his words to squeeze Pai Lupi. Li Wangyou was a member of the imperial family, and the elders in his family had all passed away, leaving him as a young man with a lot of debt. How could this uncle, who hadn't even made 5 generations, have the nerve to look at him like this? Pai Lupi's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. This Cheng Yaojin was really not a good person. He glared and pointed at Li Wangyou. "Come here and talk." Li Wangyou was confused. "Why are you glaring at me?" He stammered and walked to Pai Lupi. "What can I do for you, Lang Jun? Let me ask you, do you hate the sage for taking away your family's position?" When he asked this, everyone looked at Li Wangyou to see how he would answer. Chapter 193. Li Wangyou was confused by Pai Lupi's question. He didn't understand what the bearded man meant. Resentment? Why should I? Your father was originally in charge of Huxian, but because he offended the saint, he was stripped of his position and caused your life to be difficult. Don't you have any resentment? Pai Lupi asked. His words made Fong Xianling and the others nervous. They were afraid that Li Wangyou would speak without thinking and annoy Pai Lupi again. Unexpectedly, Li Wangyou smiled. What's there to be resentful about? My family owed money because my father was forced by the clan to lend money. It wasn't the imperial court that exploited us, so we can't blame anyone. As for losing his position, that's even less of a problem. Although the son doesn't blame the father, in my opinion, my father was wrong. Oh? Why do you say so? Pai Lupi didn't expect Li Wangyou to answer like this. As a white-collar worker in his previous life, Li Wangyou had seen a lot of ups and downs in the workplace, including himself. He felt that Li Zhou's EQ was too low. Just because the company had a new boss, he went against the boss. If one couldn't stand being wronged in the workplace and even fought with the boss, then they should just go home and eat themselves. Li Zhou was like this, but he angered himself to death. Li Wangyu felt that it was unwise. Li Wangyu remembered a chicken soup for the soul class he attended in his previous life. He felt that the chicken soup for the soul class could answer this question. Noble but not arrogant, power but not arrogant, second best, support but not hidden, ups and downs without chaos. This is the nature of a subject. My father didn't do that, so he can't blame the saint. As the saying goes, be indifferent to favor or disgrace, watch the flowers bloom and fall in front of the court, have no intention of leaving or staying, watch the clouds roll in and out of the sky. His words made his beautiful superior laugh. This guy was plagiarizing again. She had also heard the content of the Emerson Headhunting Company's lectures in his previous life. Fang Xianling and the other ministers were stunned. They did not expect that such a principle of becoming an official would be summed up so brilliantly by this 16-year-old boy. Zhang Sun Wuji clapped his hands and applauded. Xiao Lang is really impressive. To be so mature at such a young age, it's really rare. What a good saying, not shocked by honor or disgrace, watching the flowers bloom and wilt in front of the courtyard, not caring whether to leave or stay, looking at the clouds beyond the sky. Du Ruhui also stroked his 3 strands of beard and nodded. Li Zhou gave birth to a good son. Xiao Lang, you see things more clearly than your parents. Ma Zhou was so excited that he was unable to control himself. So it turned out that the little division commander not only knew how to investigate things and apply knowledge to the world, but he also understood the principles of being an official so thoroughly. He thought about how he was an assistant teacher in Bozhou, but because of a moment of indignation, he became unrestrained and unrestrained. In a fit of anger, he traveled west to Chang. He was truly ashamed. Pai Lupi was even more stimulated by Li Wangyou's words. He repeatedly muttered and felt that Li Wangyou's words were not false. His eyes flashed and he asked again, "Kid, are you satisfied with poverty? Have you never complained about injustice?" Li Wangyou blinked and thought, why would I be satisfied with poverty? My dream is to be a small landlord in a prosperous world. My family has a house and land, and my life is boundless. Cough, cough, this seems to be Stephen Chow's line. No matter what, he did not plan to live a hard life. With the exclusive rights to the 4-wheeled carriage in Chang and City, wealth was just around the corner. Not to mention that there were many business plans in the pipeline, which could be started once he had enough funds. He and his beautiful boss had already outlined a blueprint for the business empire of the Tang Dynasty. Poverty? That did not exist. But in front of so many important officials of the Tang Dynasty, Li Wangyu was too embarrassed to say his thoughts out loud. That would make him look too useless. He rolled his eyes and suddenly thought of a text he had memorized in junior high school. It seemed that he could use it to show off his high status. Li Wangyu coughed softly and put his hands behind his back. He looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle and said slowly, "A mountain is not famous because of its height, but because of its immortal. The water is not deep because of its spirit, but because of its spirit. The house is humble, but because of its virtue. The moss is green, and the grass is blue. There are great scholars talking and laughing, and no one is an amateur. You can play the zither and read the golden scriptures. There is no sound of music and bamboo, and no hard work of the desk. Zhuge Hut in Nanyang, West Shuzi Cloud Pavilion." Confucius said, "What is humble?" His beautiful boss almost fell to the ground. "Li Wangyu, you bastard! How dare you use the epigraph of my shack to show off? Can you be any more shameless?" After he finished reciting the epigraph of my shack, the central room fell silent. Everyone, including Pai Lupi, kept their mouths shut and stared at Li Wangyu. As a masterpiece, the epigraph of my shack was less than 100 words. It was very short, but it had a great structure. When they heard it for the first time, the officials of the Tang Dynasty were so shocked that they felt numb all over. They did not know what to think. "Sir, what is the name of this poem?" "The epigraph of my shack." Ma Zhou was excited. "That's my little teacher. He lied to me that day and said that he is not good at essays and poems. If he can come up with a masterpiece like the epigraph of my shack when he is not good at it, can't he go to heaven? Ma Zhou didn't know that Li Wangyu was a plagiarist who didn't want virus. In his opinion, the little teacher he had worshipped was already heaven-defying. After a while, Fang Xianling suddenly stood up and was so excited that his body was trembling. Only the virtuous can live in a shack and become a delightful sight. This is a magnificent poem. Magnificent. Magnificent. Du Ruhui also slapped the table and stood up. This poem is like a tiger jumping and a dragon soaring. It can only be described as extraordinary by the humble words of the room. Xiao Lang can be the top scholar of the spring imperial examinations with this poem alone. You're a great scholar when you talk and laugh. Xiao Lang, you're indeed a wonderful person. Zhang Sun Wuji clasped his hands towards Li Er. Congratulations, Your Majesty. It's Your Majesty's fortune to have such a talented junior. It's the fortune of our great Tang. Your Majesty? Which emperor? Li Wangyu, Su Chongqing, and Ma Zhou were all stunned. This bearded man is the emperor of the Tang Dynasty? Pai Lupi Li Shimin? The old butler, Perrin, and the others who were waiting on the side all trembled in fear and hurriedly knelt down. Although kneeling was not popular in the Tang Dynasty, for them, the sudden visit of a saint to the Li family was too shocking. They could not help but kneel down. Li Wangyu was even more dumbfounded. If the bearded man was Pai Lupi, he seemed to have, perhaps, disliked him many times. At the birthday banquet in Zhang Liang's mansion, he teased him with the chessboard and rice. He teased him again when he gave him the painting. In the county prison of Chang and County, and just now by the Ganjiang River. Should he take his beautiful boss and run away? Is it safer to run along the Silk Road to the western regions or to Nanyang? Would Pai Lupi immediately let the guards rush in and chop him to death? Li Wangyu's mind was filled with random thoughts. He did not even greet Pai Lupi and just stood there stupidly. While he was in a daze, Pai Lupi made a gesture to Fang Xianling. Fang Xianling took out a scroll of yellow paper from her arms. Li Wangyu of Hu County received the imperial edict. Chapter 194. An imperial edict was an imperial edict. Of course, there was no such thing as an imperial edict in the Tang Dynasty. It was generally called an imperial edict, or an imperial edict. Receiving an imperial edict was not like the scene in the TV series of later generations where everyone knelt down to greet the imperial edict. Before the Ming Dynasty, there was no need to kneel to receive an imperial edict. In the Tang Dynasty, people just had to sit down to receive an imperial edict. Disciple, Li Wangyu of Hu County, son of Li Zhou. Loyal and pure, virtuous and virtuous. He is the founder of a county and will be bestowed with 10,000 gold, 300 households, and 100 households. The master will execute it. Fang Xuanling's reading of the imperial edict was like a clap of thunder, exploding Li Wangyu's head and making it buzz. He was conferred a title? After reading the imperial edict, Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong both breathed a sigh of relief. They looked at Li Wangyu with a bit of surprise in their eyes. Before, the two of them used words to provoke Pai Lupi. Wasn't the purpose of Pai Lupi not to treat his nephew harshly? They didn't expect that not only did Pai Lupi not treat him harshly, but he was already prepared. He even wrote the imperial edict and directly conferred a title. The imperial edict of the Tang Dynasty was not so simple. It needed Pai Lupi to instruct the officials of the Hall of Governmental Affairs to draft it. Then Pai Lupi would read it and send it back to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. The Hall of Governmental Affairs would make a new copy of the imperial edict, file it, sign it, and send it to the Hall of Governmental Affairs for review. After the review of the Hall of Governmental Affairs, the big shots would sign it, send it to Pai Lupi for review, and then send it to the Hall of Governmental Affairs. In short, the imperial edict of the Tang Dynasty was a long and complicated process from the drafting of the imperial edict to the final issuance. The complexity was simply a headache. In comparison, the government of the Celestial Empire was more efficient. Therefore, Pai Lupi's decision to confer a title to Li Wangyu, the founder of a county, was not made in a hurry. Ever since Fong Xianling said, "I owe you a lot," Pai Lupi was ready to reward her. Not to mention Li Wangyou's status as a member of the imperial clan, just the water wheel and four-wheeled carriage that he had created were enough for Pai Lupi to make up his mind and give him a noble title. What surprised Qing Yaojin and Qin Qiong was Li Wangyou's title of nobility. In the Tang Dynasty, the titles of nobility were mostly based on the names of places. But generally speaking, the titles of nobility in Mingchuan and mountains were not conferred, nor were the important places in the capital. Hu County was only 80 li away from Chang and city and was within the boundaries of the capital. Yet, Pai Lupi had bestowed this title upon Li Wangyu. It was impossible for everyone not to have their imaginations run wild. Li Wangyu finally came back to his senses and hurriedly bowed respectfully. "Yes. Fu Dao Xing Wangyu thanks His Majesty." Pai Lupi snorted proudly, "Li Wangyu, just don't make me angry in the future." These words made Li Wangyu very embarrassed, and he didn't know what to say. Li Wangyu also felt that he had been wronged. "Damn, who told you, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, to go incognito? How would I know that you were Pai Lupi's son? You can't blame me for this." He smiled awkwardly. "Your Majesty, it was all because of my youth and impetuousness. Please forgive me." Li Wangyu couldn't be blamed for humbling himself. He wasn't a fool. In a feudal society, wasn't it crazy to play with the emperor's strength of character? Normally, only someone with a screw loose would do that. The result would be nothing but a graveyard full of weeds. After the imperial edict was read out, the hall became even more lively. Everyone congratulated Li Wangyu. The old hooligan Qing Yaojin even poured Li Wangyu several bowls of wine. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost fought with him. This old hooligan was too bad. Fong Xianling introduced him to several people in the hall. Only now did Li Wangyu know that the one who freeloaded his breakfast that day was actually Zhang Sun Wuji. Next to Fong Xianling was a famous minister, Du Ruhui. These two people were the golden partners of Zhenguan Dynasty, known as Fong Mao and Du Duan. They were all famous people of the Tang Dynasty and were all 24 meritorious officials of the Lingyan Pavilion. "Congratulations, Hu Xin Man. Come, drink with this old man." This title, why does it sound so weird? Hu Xin Man, it's so weird. Li Wangyu didn't dare to neglect. He hurriedly bowed respectfully to everyone, and then dizzily poured a lot of wine. If it weren't for the low alcohol content of the Tang Dynasty's wine, he would have fallen on the table. Yang Quan also came to congratulate Li Wangyu with wine. Yang Quan was also greatly stimulated by the imperial edict just now. Although he knew that Li Jia Shaolang was an extraordinary person, he didn't expect that he would soar to the sky so quickly. He was a 7th-grade county magistrate. Before, he was Li Wangyou's parent official, but in the blink of an eye, Li Wangyu became Hu Xin Man. In the future, he would have to salute first when he met him, which was really a little embarrassing. "This official congratulates Hu Xin Man on your knighthood today. Come, please drink with me." Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped him. "Ming House, just call me Zio. Ming House has taken care of me a lot. I will remember it in my heart and will never forget it." Yang Quan saw that although he was young, he was still calm and not domineering. He smiled and nodded. The two sides drank and chatted happily. The atmosphere was harmonious. "Yang Mingfu, who gave Zio his courtesy name?" Fong Xianling asked curiously. Yang Quan hurriedly replied. Replying to Fong Xianling, "Li Wangyou's courtesy name was given to him by my teacher, Secret Supervisor Yu. It was taken from Zi Lai Zi Qiong, and in Zi Lai Zi Qiong. In Zi Lai Zi Qiong, there is the worry of hunger and cold. Secret Supervisor Yu is indeed a knowledgeable person. This courtesy name is good. Zio, don't disappoint Secret Supervisor Yu's expectations." Pai Lupi was in a good mood. He clapped his hands and smiled. The fact that Li Wangyu was conferred a noble title made the old steward, Li Heng, so excited that his face flushed red. Looking at Li Heng's appearance, Li Wangyu was afraid that the old man would be too excited and have a brain hemorrhage or something. That would be very funny. The backs of the Niu brothers also straightened even more. The little girl Pei Lan and those 4 maidservants, on the other hand, had faces full of shock. Their Lang Jun was knighthood? a 16-year-old county boy who founded the country. If this news spread to Chang, a group of people would be scared out of their wits. The Li clan of Hu County would probably vomit blood with regret. When the old master was in charge of Hu County, he didn't even get a knighthood. The Tang dynasty was very cautious about knighthood and wouldn't give it easily. The patriarch of the Li clan of Hu County was only given a salary equivalent to a knighthood. He didn't even need to think about knighthood. Ma Zhou shook his head and carefully looked at his junior teacher several times. This young man he met at the courier station was serving the corvée a few days ago. Now he was knighthood? He became a noble of the Tang dynasty? Could he be considered to have a discerning eye? Li Wangyou's sudden knighthood was a great shock to the Li family, not to mention the joy on the faces of the family members. Su Changqing also felt a little dizzy after hearing the imperial edict. She stupidly used her elbow to secretly poke Li Wangyou's ribs. Her beautiful boss understood the part about the title of nobility from the magnificent and profound imperial edict. Wangyou, what kind of knighthood is the county boy who founded the country? Also, is that imperial edict an imperial edict? Why isn't there an imperial edict from the heavens? Li Wangyou blinked and almost burst out laughing. His beautiful boss was deceived by the unscrupulous TV series of the future. Chapter 195. He explained in a low voice to Su Changqing. In the Tang dynasty, there were 9 ranks of nobility: Wang, Jun Wang, Guogong, Jun Gong, County Duke, County Marquis, County Earl, County Son, and County Man. County Man was regarded as secondary class 5. Although his rank was not high, he belonged to the category of nobility. Nobility was different from an official position. Simply speaking, a nobility was equivalent to lifelong benefits, while an official position was just a job. As for the imperial edict, it was made by the shameless emperor of the Ming dynasty, Zhu Yuanzhang. The emperors before Zhu Yuanzhang were not so shameless that they could not say that they were following the imperial edict. The beginning of the imperial edict of the Tang dynasty was very simple. It was just 2 words, Minxia, because the imperial edicts were generally drawn up by the Minxia province. After figuring this out, Su Changqing asked again, "Is the reward of 10,000 taels of gold for our family?" Li Wangyou rolled his eyes at her. "What are you thinking? 10,000 taels of gold. 10,000 taels of gold is 10,000 copper coins. Li Shimin is really stingy. He only gave us 10 copper coins, which is enough to buy a bucket of water wine." Su Changqing was also speechless. It turned out that it was such a reward. She was happy for nothing. What does it mean to have 300 households in the feudal land and 100 households in the feudal land? 300 households in the feudal land is a false title. After adding the feudal land, it is a real title. That is to say, 100 households in our family are really going to be class households. Customers? Su Changqing was confused again. In the Tang dynasty, there were customers? Did they need a salesperson? Li Wangyou knew that she misunderstood. Stupid, it's a tax class. It's the rent for 100 households. In the future, it won't be handed over to the imperial court. It will be handed over to our family. In the future we will be landlord class. Those who ate the feudal land would get real households. These 100 households would become Li Wangyou's class households and pay taxes to him in the future. Moreover, the feudal land was hereditary, which was the most important thing. Who would have thought that after transmigrating to the Tang dynasty for only a month, he would achieve his dream of becoming a small landlord, and a small landlord with a title of nobility. Ordinary small landowners still had to pay taxes, but he didn't even need to pay taxes. It was really wonderful. Your Majesty, let me propose a toast to you. Your Majesty, thank you for your magnanimity. Li Wangyou didn't forget to propose a toast to Pai Lupi. Flattery was a compulsory course for white-collar workers. Pai Lupi was in a very good mood today. After drinking the wine in one gulp, he smiled and said to Li Wangyou, "Speaking of which, we are still your Uncle Kong. From now on, when we are in private, you can call us Uncle." "Yes, your nephew greets Uncle." Li Wangyou immediately seized the opportunity. Since the emperor of the Tang dynasty had said so, what was there to be embarrassed about? If Pai Lupi really treated him as his nephew, wouldn't he be able to do whatever he wanted in the Tang dynasty in the future? Carrying caged birds, eagles, and dogs, he could run rampant in the east and west cities with a group of Tang dynasty playboys and flirt with pretty girls while he was at it? Thinking of this, Li Wangyu almost drooled. However, his good mood didn't last long. When his eyes swept across the table and saw the plate of fried locusts with little left, his mood became a little heavy. Li Wangyu was not a saint. He was just a layman. But even if he was a layman, he couldn't be stone-hearted. Knowing that a great famine would sweep across Guanyi province, but doing nothing, Li Wangyu would despise himself in his heart. He gritted his teeth and planned to take advantage of Pai Lupi's good mood to go out and persuade him again even if he was scolded again. "Uncle, I beg you to give the order to eliminate the locusts. This plague of locusts really can't be delayed. Otherwise, there will be no harvest and starving people will be everywhere in Guangzhou." This topic made Pai Lupi slightly startled, and his face became a little gloomy. He raised his head and drank the wine in the cup, sighing. "Zio, how could I not want to give the order to eliminate the locusts?" Li Wangyu was a little surprised. According to the history books of later generations, didn't Pai Lupi personally eat the locusts and give the order to eliminate them all over the country? Why did Li Er's expression seem to suggest that there was more to the matter of exterminating the locusts? It seemed that it wasn't just the scholar officials who were against eliminating the locusts. Was there some other reason that he didn't know? The conversation between the two was heard by everyone present. Fang Xianling, Du Rui, Jiangsun Wuji, and the others all looked bitter and didn't want to say more. Only Qing Yaojin, this idiot, threw his wine bowl heavily on the table and shouted in a rough voice, "Damn it, it's all because of those bastards. Jie, be careful with your words." Before Qing Yaojin finished, Zhang Sun Wuji interrupted him. Pai Lupi waved his hand. "No matter, we can tell him about this and let Zio listen. This kid might have a way to get out of this situation." After getting Pai Lupi's permission, Zhang Sun Wuji still carefully waved his hand to let Li Heng, Niu Wu, and the others leave. Ma Zhou's clothes were white and he was about to leave, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. "Bin Wang, you will become an official sooner or later, and you are also my disciple. There should be no harm in staying." Zhang Sun Wuji didn't have any objections to Li Wangyu leaving Ma Zhou behind. When there was no one else in the central room, he explained to Li Wangyu in a small voice. After listening to Zhang Sun Wuji's explanation, Li Wangyu was also furious. It was indeed a group of despicable people who were causing trouble. It turned out that the reason why the imperial court didn't send out the order to exterminate the locusts, other than those Confucian scholars talking about some bullshit locust god, the main reason was because of the aristocratic families. What a heartless aristocratic family. For their own benefit, they even used a natural disaster like the locust plague as a political weapon. These bastards didn't even think about how many people of the Tang dynasty would starve to death because of the famine. Using human lives as a political weapon to attack Pai Lupi, were these aristocratic families all black-hearted? Li Wangyu was angry, but he understood why Pai Lupi didn't send out the order to exterminate the locusts. He really wanted to persuade Pai Lupi to ignore those bullshit aristocratic families and forcefully send out the order to exterminate the locusts, but he knew that it was impossible. Although Pai Lupi was the emperor, he was restrained by the aristocratic families. He couldn't forcefully send out the order, or else the imperial court would be shaken and the world would fall into chaos. Li Wangyu was just a small white-collar worker in his previous life. He didn't know about these political struggles. Now that he understood the situation, he didn't know what to do. It was Ma Zhou who suddenly spoke up, "Your Majesty, I think this matter isn't that hard to solve." Although Ma Zhou didn't have an official position now, the common people of the Tang dynasty, even the old farmers, addressed themselves as subjects when they met the emperor. His words made Pai Lupi and the others raise their eyebrows. "Let's hear it." Yes, the so-called divine punishment is just nonsense. As long as a virtuous person shows up and dispels this divine punishment, the Tang dynasty will be restored to the world. Then, exterminating the locusts will be a matter of course. Ma Zhou explained. Pai Lupi's eyes flashed, but he didn't rush to speak. On the other hand, Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the others figured out the purpose of Ma Zhou's plan. Your Majesty, this plan is feasible. The divine punishment is just a myth. If a virtuous person shows up and talks about it, it's a good plan. Li Wangyu was happy. Wasn't this just inviting an expert to give a lecture to dispel the feudal superstitions? King Bin, this is a good idea. As long as the divine punishment is dispelled, exterminating the locusts is feasible. But I don't know who can take on this responsibility. Li Wangyu asked curiously. Ma Zhou smiled and pointed at the direction of the hillside outside Zhou village. Teacher, isn't the master of the Taoist temple on the hillside a ready-made candidate? Master of the Taoist temple? Li Wangyu was stunned for a moment before he realized who Ma Zhou was talking about. Old Taoist Sun Simiao? Chapter 196. Taoism was the national religion of the Tang Dynasty. In the entire history of the Tang Dynasty, other than Wu Zetian and the Xianxia Dynasty, all the emperors of the Tang Dynasty respected Taoism since the founding of the empire. Li Yuan, the founder of the Tang Dynasty, worshipped Laozi Li Er as his ancestor when the empire was first established. He built temples of Laozi everywhere and personally worshipped him many times. Pai Lupi had also issued many edicts saying, "The path of the great Tao begins in ancient times. From today onwards, the temple will be established." As for the title, Taoist nun can be before monks and nuns. He didn't hesitate to use the edicts to raise the status of Taoism. In the Tang Dynasty, Taoism also had a huge influence, far more than Buddhism. Therefore, when Wu Chenzhen wrote Journey to the West and said that Tang Sanzang was Pai Lupi's younger brother, that was nonsense. Buddhism's social status and influence in the Tang Dynasty was far from Taoism. If they could really invite a Taoist expert to prove that the heavenly wrath was nonsense, then the so-called heavenly wrath on Pai Lupi would be groundless, and there would be no need to mention the heavenly wrath on himself. At that time, even if the aristocratic families were unwilling, they could only accept it. At least they didn't want to fall out with Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang Dynasty. After Ma Zhou threw out this idea, Pai Lupi, Zhang Sun Wuji, and the rest who had been trapped in the political struggle of the imperial court couldn't help but look at each other with excitement in their eyes. "Ziyo, who are you two talking about?" Zhang Sun Wuji asked curiously, wondering which expert could resolve this matter. Li Wangyu smiled. "Old immortal Sun Simiao, does Duke Qi know?" After the incident at the Black Tortoise Gate, Zhang Sun Wuji was listed as the most outstanding official by Pai Lupi. He was conferred the title of Duke Qi, the Minister of Personnel, and the head of the 3 departments. Hearing that the person Ma Zhou recommended was Sun Simiao, Pai Lupi and the rest clapped and cheered. The old Taoist, Sun Simiao, was in his 80s. Not only was his medical skills superb, but he was also quite famous in Taoism. Pai Lupi once wanted to confer the title of nobility to the old Taoist, but he was rejected by the old Taoist who was bent on ascending. This made Pai Lupi feel very regretful. From Pai Lupi's point of view, the old Taoist Sun Simiao was a godly figure like Xian Men and Guangqingzi. If he could really get Sun Simiao to clear his name, the story of divine punishment would be dispelled. "Ziyu, can you invite old immortal Sun?" Pai Lupi asked. Pai Lupi wasn't confident that he could ask Sun Simiao, an old Taoist with a respected position in the Taoist school, to clear his name. Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Uncle, old immortal Sun is behind the village, building a Taoist temple on my family's hillside. You can ask him to come, leave it to me. Tomorrow morning I will send people into the mountains to look for old immortal Sunday. Ziyu, are you confident that you can convince old immortal Sun to help?" Pai Lupi was a little worried. Li Wangyu pointed at Niu Yong who was standing in the front yard and smiled. "Uncle, do you see that troop of mine? He saved old immortal Sun's life before. Old immortal Sun will definitely give him some face." He suddenly thought of the scene where he saw the monks swindling people at the crossroads of Hu County. He couldn't help but chuckle. He lowered his voice and carefully said a few words to everyone. After Zhang Sun Wuji and the rest heard his words, they couldn't help but grit their teeth with a weird expression. Pai Lupi also didn't know whether to laugh or cry. He didn't know how to comment. On the other hand, Qing Yaojin's big palm landed on Li Wangyu's shoulder again. "Wah, kid, I think this business of yours is good. "Your Majesty, you can leave this matter to this kid. It can't be wrong." It wasn't easy for Li Wangyu to be conferred the title of founding man of the county. However, in front of this old gangster, he didn't have any temper at all. His shoulder was slapped until it was numb, but he still had to wear a smile on his face. Without mentioning how Li Wangyu was ridiculing Qing Yaojin in his heart, Pai Lupi pondered for a while and silently nodded his head slightly. It could be considered that he agreed with Li Wangyu's suggestion. The matter of eliminating the locust calamity would be left to Li Wangyu. If there was any need, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, Zhangsun Wuji and the rest would cooperate. With a countermeasure, Pai Lupi, Zhangsun Wuji and the rest heaved a sigh of relief. After so many days, the irritation in their hearts faded a little. In addition, there was good wine and delicacies to liven things up today. Pai Lupi simply threw this matter to the back of his mind and turned to look at Ma Zhou. "Zio, this disciple of yours has a clever mind. The problem that has troubled us for many days was actually solved by him." Li Wangyu saw that Pai Lupi was interested in Ma Zhou, so he quickly introduced Ma Zhou to him. After knowing that he was an orphan and came from a poor family, but he was studious and had even been a teaching assistant in Bo Prefecture, Pai Lupi began to admire Ma Zhou. "Ma Zhou, let me test you. Let me see what you have learned from Zio." Pai Lupi smiled. Ma Zhou was a little fearful. He bowed and said, "I have only learned from teacher for a short period of time. I have yet to learn all of teacher's knowledge." Pai Lupi smiled and said, "Ha, you are humble. You have also praised your little teacher very highly." Ma Zhou said, "What I have said is from the bottom of my heart. Teacher's talent is outstanding and unparalleled. I am very fortunate to be able to become teacher's disciple." "Zio, where did you swindle this disciple of yours? He seems to hold you in high regard." "Uncle, how can this be called swindle?" Li Wangyu smiled. Although he had tricked Ma Zhou into coming to Dingzhou village, he definitely did not trick Ma Zhou into becoming his disciple. Pai Lupi glared at him and said, "What? Did I say something wrong? Other than Ma Zhou, who else would want to take a young man like you as their master? Nonsense." Although Pai Lupi knew that Li Wangyu was talented, he still felt that he was still a youth. Taking him in as a disciple was still a little absurd. He also spoke with a joking tone. In his opinion, other than Ma Zhou, no one else would want to be Li Wangyu's disciple. Li Wangyu was embarrassed. He replied shyly, "Uncle, I already have a second disciple." His words stunned everyone in the central room. Li Wangyu had another disciple? Could it be one of the urchins in Dingzhou village? "Zio, who has become your disciple? Let's hear it." Pai Lupi smiled and asked. "He, uncle, it's junior supervisor Yen Liben." Li Wangyu smiled and said, "Nanny? Are you kidding us?" Pai Lupi, Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and even Qing Yaojin had a black face full of question marks. Their faces were full of shock and confusion. "Kid, you're not talking nonsense, right? That junior supervisor Yen is a fourth-rank official. How could he be your disciple?" Qing Yaojin was the first to not believe it. Before Li Wangyu could explain, Ma Zhou had already replied respectfully, "Lu Guogong, teacher's words are true. There is no doubt that this brother and I will become master's apprentice on the same day." Hiss! Everyone gasped when they heard this. It was fine if Ma Zhou became Li Wangyu's disciple for nothing. But Yen Liben was a fourth-rank official. Why did he become Li Wangyu's disciple? "What does junior supervisor Yen learn from you?" Qing Yaojin asked. To learn painting," Li Wangyu answered honestly. This answer stunned Pai Lupi and the others. They shook their heads. No one believed Li Wangyu's words. If Yen Liben were to learn poetry from Li Wangyu, everyone would still be able to accept it. After all, Li Wangyu had the ability to write a few poems and write the epigraph of my shack. However, Yen Liben was famous in the imperial court for his painting skills. Pai Lupi had even asked him to paint many times. How shameless did Li Wangyu have to be to say that he taught Yen Liben painting skills? Li Wangyu saw that no one believed him and said something else. This almost made Pai Lupi's nose crooked from anger. Chapter 197. Li Wangyu also didn't intend to continue hiding the matter. He could use today's opportunity to honestly explain the matter of the goddess of Luo's painting. His sketch of the goddess of Luo's painting had been collected by Pai Lupi. At that time, he didn't know Pai Lupi's identity, but now that he knew Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang Dynasty, if he didn't explain clearly, he would be committing the crime of deceiving the emperor. Hee, uncle, there's something that you shouldn't be angry about. Li Wangyu rubbed his nose, appearing slightly embarrassed. Pai Lupi looked at him and suddenly had a bad premonition. He asked, "What's the matter? What did you do this time?" Li Wangyu said, "That, the ancient painting that you took away from Duke Chongping's mansion." That wasn't an ancient painting, it was drawn by me." "What? You scoundrel, you better speak clearly." Pai Lupi said angrily. The goddess of Luo's painting was his favorite. It was even hung in Pai Lupi's sweet nectar hall in his bedroom to be admired from time to time. Pai Lupi didn't like the sketch at Zhang Liang's mansion and found many problems with it. In fact, such a realistic painting of the goddess of Luo's painting was something that Pai Lupi liked very much. Pai Lupi often regretted that such a peerless painting skill was lost in the long river of history. Today, there wasn't a single painter in the Tang Dynasty who could make such a vivid painting. Therefore, Pai Lupi regarded the ancient painting, the goddess of Luo's painting, as a treasure and didn't easily take it out to see others. Only Empress Xianxia and a few imperial concubines in the harem could occasionally see the true appearance of the ancient painting. But now, Li Wangyu, the scoundrel, actually said that his beloved ancient painting, the goddess of Luo's painting, was drawn by this brat. This feeling was really terrible. Western Zhou's cultural relic became last week's. No one would be able to accept this change. Li Wangyu had no choice but to honestly explain the ins and outs of the matter. In the end, he had to defend himself. "Uncle, it's not that your nephew wants to deceive you." That day, the enemy was forced into a corner by the Duke of Chongping and had no choice but to ask for your nephew's help. Who would have thought, who would have thought that the painting would end up in your hands? After learning the truth, Pai Lupi was so angry that he was almost ready to commit domestic violence. Li Wangyu was so scared that he jumped behind his beautiful boss. He carefully poked his head out and smiled apologetically. Hey, uncle, don't be angry. You see, I didn't mean to deceive you. You're a magnanimous person, so forgive me." Pai Lupi was infuriated by his tired appearance, but he couldn't do anything about it. Indeed, this matter could not be entirely blamed on Li Wangyu. He glared at Li Wangyu, who was hiding behind the woman. "Come over here, sit down and answer the question. Did young Master Yen ask you to learn his strange painting skills?" "That's right, that's exactly what happened." "Ziyu, who taught you your skills?" Pai Lupi suddenly asked. This was something he had been confused about recently. Li Zhou's abilities were only average, so he obviously couldn't teach such a son. Not to mention, Li Wangyu was able to come up with so many strange things. It was really inconceivable. Li Wangyu was speechless. There was no way to explain this. If he told Pai Lupi that he was a transmigrator, would he be arrested by the Space Administration? His eyes turned and he lied. "Uncle, a month ago, I fell seriously ill and was in a coma on the bed for several days. But for some reason, your nephew's body healed on its own. When I woke up, it was as if my brain was enlightened and I understood many things. But as for why, your nephew doesn't know." His deceptive words made the beautiful superior feel uncomfortable and almost burst out laughing. She could only turn her back, her shoulders still twitching. Obviously, she was secretly laughing. Pai Lupi and the others were suspicious. Could it be that there was really someone who was born with knowledge? Feng Xianling pondered for a while and said, "Ziyu, could it be that you are the reincarnation of a Taoist master?" Feng Xuanling's words made Pai Lupi and the others somewhat skeptical. If so, it also made sense why Li Wangyu suddenly became so smart. Taoist reincarnation was different from Buddhist reincarnation. They were two different concepts. The reincarnation of Buddhism referred to the reincarnation of the soul after the death of a living being, starting a new life cycle, repeating over and over again. The concept of Taoist reincarnation had been in China since ancient times. For example, in the classic of Mountains and Seas, a girl was reincarnated into a guard. Legend has it that the divine Dr. Bien Ke during the spring and autumn period was also the reincarnation of an ancient famous doctor. Bien Ke's original name was Qin Yu, and Bien Ke was the name of an ancient famous doctor. Yu the Great was not his real name, but the honorific title of an ancient immortal who had achieved the Tao. Yu was believed to be the reincarnation of the ancient immortal, so he was called Yu. Therefore, the reincarnated person must have the same characteristics as the original person to be called reincarnation. It was not like Buddhist reincarnation where it was a new life. Fang Xuanling's guess gave Li Wangyu a perfect excuse. Anyway, he could not explain why he had so many strange skills. He could just blame it on reincarnation, which was easier to accept than time travel. Pai Lupi and the others were just curious about where Li Wangyu's skills came from. They did not intend to get to the bottom of it, so the matter was over. Li Wangyu secretly wiped his non-existent cold sweat and exchanged glances with his beautiful boss who was giggling. Finally, a small problem was solved. Pai Lupi did not care about where Li Wangyu's knowledge came from, but he was interested in Ma Zhou. He waved his hand and called him to his side to test his knowledge. It had to be said that the inertia of the wheel of history was always there. Even if it was a few years earlier, Ma Zhou still managed to attract Pai Lupi's attention with his talent. Ma Zhou told Pai Lupi many of his views on politics, which made Pai Lupi clap his hands and applaud. After drinking and chatting, Pai Lupi directly asked Ma Zhou if he was willing to become an official. In this regard, Li Wangyu looked helpless. Pai Lupi was blatantly trying to poach him, but he still had to pretend to be happy. It was really a pain in the ass. But out of Li Wangyu and the others' expectations, Ma Zhou actually refused Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I do not want to become an official for the time being. I hope your Majesty can understand." "Why is that?" Pai Lupi was a little unhappy. It was rare for him to be polite, but he was embarrassed. Ma Zhou respectfully saluted. "I want to study under the teacher for a few more years, and then serve your Majesty like a dog or horse." His words were out of Li Wangyu's expectations. Li Wangyu did not expect that Ma Zhou would be willing to give up such a good opportunity to study by his side. Li Wangyu seemed to only want to trick Ma Zhou into working for him, but he did not expect Ma Zhou to be like this. This made Li Wangyu feel a little embarrassed. "Ben Wang, you don't have to be like this. You can do the same as Li Ben and come to me every 10 days. Don't disappoint His Majesty." Li Wangyu persuaded. He was sincere. Ma Zhou was talented. If he could assist Pai Lupi a few years earlier, he could also make a career and bring the golden age of Zhenguan earlier. Li Wangyu's persuasion made Ma Zhou hesitate. Chapter 198. Li Wangyu saw that Ma Zhou was still hesitating, so he tried to persuade him again. "King Bin, life is like a multiple-choice question. You and I both have to make a choice. Let me give you 4 words: knowing and doing as one." Li Wangyu ignored his beautiful superior's rolling eyes and impolitely plagiarized the essence of Wang Yangming's theory. "Knowing and doing as one? Teacher, what do you mean?" Ma Zhou asked. Actually, Li Wangyu only knew a little about Wang Yangming's theory of mind, and he only knew a little about it. However, this didn't stop him from using the 4 words, knowing and doing as one, to fool Ma Zhou. Li Wangyu coughed lightly and activated his pretentious mode. "Knowing is conscience and knowledge. Doing as one puts one's actions into practice. In knowing, there is action, and in doing, there is knowledge. Determination, diligence, correction, and good deeds are the unity of knowledge and action. This is the combination of knowing and doing as one. King Bin, you can become an official and apply what you have learned. This is the right way." Although Li Wangyu couldn't explain the true essence of Wang Yangming's knowing and doing as one, these 2 sentences were enough to enlighten the apathetic and made everyone stunned. Cheng Yaojin and Qin Qiong, the 2 founding duke, didn't think much of it, but Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and Du Ruhui were distracted by Li Wangyu's words to Ma Zhou. "Knowing and doing as one, Ziyu, do you have a detailed explanation?" Zhang Sun Wuji asked. Fang Xianling and Du Ruhui also looked at Li Wangyu inquisitively. This put Li Wangyu in a difficult position. How would he know the details of knowing and doing as one? He only remembered Wang Yangming's philosophy of mind. However, How could a student like him, who majored in e-commerce, understand the essence of it? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and used his great deception mode. He didn't understand Wang Yangming's theory, but he had drunk a lot of chicken soup for the soul in the future. Duke of Qi, in my opinion, it's easy to know but hard to do. What you can think of might not be able to do, what you know might not be able to do. Some roads need to be walked with feet. Some paths had to be walked with heart. Often, it wasn't the thorns or stones that held him back, but his heart. To be able to match one's words with one's actions, one's exterior with his interior, and one's interior with his exterior, this is the unity of knowledge and action. Come, let's drink this bowl of chicken soup. From now on, life will be cool to the end. Li Wangyu's chicken soup for the soul class was so common in the future that even his beautiful boss could only roll her eyes. But in the Tang Dynasty 1,300 years ago, his words were a thought-provoking warning to everyone. Ma Zhou murmured for a long time, as if he had been enlightened. He bowed to Li Wangyu and said, "Teacher, I understand now. Combining knowledge and action means combining learning and action." He then bowed to Pai Lupi and said, "Your Majesty, I am willing to serve. Please forgive my rudeness." Pai Lupi laughed and stood up. What a good combination of knowledge and action. Ziyu, you are indeed the reincarnation of a great power. With such knowledge, it is a waste for you to stay in Dingzhou village. Why don't you become an official with your disciple? Nanny? Li Wangyu suddenly felt that he had been too pretentious. It felt like he had lifted a rock and dropped it on his own foot. If he was willing to become an official, would he have waited until now? Compared with the free and beautiful life of a small landlord, who would want to be an official? Although when his beautiful boss was bullied by the Zheng family of Xingyang, he also had a desire for power. But with Li Wangyu's tiredness, after a few days of living a comfortable life, he had already thrown that idea to the back of his mind. Not to mention that he was now a noble. Although he was only a county official of the lowest rank, he was still a noble of the Tang Dynasty, wasn't he? With this identity, what could the Zheng family of Xingyang and the Wang clan of Taiyuan do to him? Therefore, Li Wangyu was naturally unwilling to become an official. In his opinion, it was simply a waste of life. Now that Pai Lupi had opened his mouth, he could not bluntly refuse. Otherwise, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? He had just said that Ma Zhou should know and act as one. If he made excuses when it was his turn, he would not give Pai Lupi any face. Li Wangyu touched his nose awkwardly and could only bring up Li Zhou again. "Uncle, my lord passed away not long ago. I still have 2 years to mourn for him. Let's talk about becoming an official after 2 years." This was a well-tested excuse. The Tang Dynasty ruled the world with filial piety. Li Wangyu said that he would mourn for Li Zhou for 3 years, which naturally made Pai Lupi speechless. Pai Lupi glared at him fiercely. "You should just stay in Dingzhou village and drink with Cheng Chumo and the others. Is that mourning for your lord? You even helped the Soot people to make the holy fire. If you dare to fool around like this in the future, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your lord." Li Wangyu was stunned. So, Pai Lupi knew that he and the other foppish people went to the Hu wine shop and Pingkong Square to drink with prostitutes. He did not know that with such a powerful intelligence agency as the 100 Cavalry Department, there were very few things in Chang, and that could be hidden from Pai Lupi. Not to mention that he and the other foppish people had made such a big move in the temple of Lichuan Square, which had already been reported to Pai Lupi by the 100 Cavalry Department. Pai Lupi naturally did not believe in the holy fire of the sun. He knew that it must be Li Wangyu's trick with the study of things. Even the conflict between Taiyuan Wang clan's legitimate son Wang Ziqiao and Li Wangyu was clearly known by Pai Lupi, who lived in the Taiji Palace. Pai Lupi was very happy when he heard that Li Wangyu could make Wang Ziqiao and the other legitimate sons of aristocratic families suffer. He felt that this boy's way of doing things was very much to his liking. So, his reprimand was actually out of concern. Li Wangyu naturally did not know this. He could only pinch his nose and admit defeat to Pai Lupi's reprimand. Ma Zhou's life was the same as in his previous life. Although he entered the official position a few years earlier, he was appointed as an imperial censor by Pai Lupi, who appreciated him. Imperial censor was an official under the imperial censorate of the Tang Dynasty. The imperial censorate consisted of Tai Yuan, Dian Yuan, and censorate. Ma Zhou was going to enter the Tai Yuan. There were 6 imperial censors in the Tai Yuan. They were in charge of censoring hundreds of officials and impeaching illegal activities. They were in charge of adjudicating cases specially ordered by the emperor. They were also in charge of the imperial court and the imperial court. They were in charge of handling grievances. Imperial censors had the highest status among the imperial censors and had the most authority. Ma Zhou had just entered the official position and he was already a 6th-grade imperial censor. His starting point was quite high. Even Yang Quan, who was open-minded, could not help but feel jealous. However, the official promotion system of the Tang Dynasty was not as perfect as that of the Ming and Qing dynasties. Even if Ma Zhou entered the official position without any background, he could be directly appointed as a high official. This was not unusual. It was the same even in the Song Dynasty. That was why there was a saying, being a farmer in the morning, ascending to the emperor's hall in the evening. After everyone congratulated Ma Zhou again, Pai Lupi said to Fang Xianling, "Xianling, Zio's mansion should be rebuilt. This is not the standard of a mansion for the founding of the country. Go back and ask the Ministry of Works to arrange it." Nanny? He wanted to rebuild his house? There was such a good thing? Chapter 199. In the Great Tang's Encampment Edict, there were strict rules regarding the residences of officials and nobles. 4 county men who founded the country, the width of the main hall should not exceed 5 rooms and the depth should not exceed 9 shelves. It could be made into a hall, built on top of a mountain, and decorated with hanging fish and grass. Li Wangyou's Li family's house was just a commoner's house. Now that he was conferred the title of county man, he naturally needed to rebuild his house according to the standards of county men who founded the country. But Li Wangyou immediately looked at Li Er and said with an embarrassed smile, "Uncle, who paid for this mansion?" He didn't have the money to build the county man's house, and he still owed a lot of debt. Although Xingyang's Jing family compensated him with 200 taels of gold, which was equivalent to 1,200 strings of cash, the money was all invested by his beautiful boss into the Shun Feng Carriage Company. Now the Shun Feng Carriage Company had the capital and horses from Empress Xianxia. With this money, it was quickly rebuilding. Su Chongqing was eager to do something big, and he wanted to completely monopolize the freight business in Chang. Therefore, Li Wangyou didn't plan to repay the money he owed to the county government and the money he borrowed from Yushernan in a short time. When the carriage company started to make a profit, he would almost be able to repay the debt. Pai Lupi glanced at him. "Of course the national treasury will pay for the house. Are you satisfied, you tired boy?" Yes, thank you for your kindness." Li Wangyou was overjoyed, and he directly learned the Qing Dynasty palace drama, but Pai Lupi directly knocked him on the head with a chestnut. "Speak properly. What do you mean by thank you for your kindness? Where did you learn such strange words?" Li Wangyou stuck out his tongue. The Tang Dynasty was better. There was no master and servant. Even the emperor was not the master of the officials, so there was no such thing as, "Thank you for your kindness." He asked again, "Uncle, how will my house be built? Can I make the drawings myself and let the Ministry of Works build it according to my drawings? I promise I won't violate the rules." Traditional Chinese residences were good, but they lacked comfort. Li Wangyou thought that since the national treasury was paying for his mansion, he might as well build a mansion that combined modern and European styles. He and Su Chongqing could live comfortably there. Pai Lupi was slightly surprised. "You know about architecture?" A little. "All right then. Draw up the blueprints and hand them over to the Ministry of Works. Let the Ministry of Works carry out the construction according to the blueprints." Li Ertzai couldn't be bothered to care what the other party wanted to do with the manor. As long as it didn't violate the rules, he would let the other party do as he pleased. In Pai Lupi's opinion, it was nothing more than Li Wangyou wanting to make the mansion more luxurious. Pai Lupi didn't care about this at all. He would just spend some more copper coins as compensation for the brat's suffering. Li Wangyou was so happy that he couldn't close his mouth. He repeatedly thanked Pai Lupi and pulled his beautiful superior over to give Pai Lupi a few more cups of wine. That's right, uncle, the matter of you conferring me a title hasn't been made public yet, right? Li Wangyou's eyes suddenly turned as he asked Li Er. Pai Lupi was puzzled and asked, I haven't made it public yet. But what do you think? Li Wangyou smiled mischievously and said, Hee hee, then I ask uncle and everyone else to keep it a secret for this brat. Don't make it public for now. But why is that? Li Wangyou moved closer to Pai Lupi's ear and whispered a few words, but Pai Lupi couldn't help but laugh. Brat, you are really full of evil tricks. Fine, we'll do as you say. This matter will be kept a secret for now and won't be made public. Hee hee, thank you, your majesty, for your help, Li Wangyou said with a smile. The banquet lasted until the evening before it finally ended. Pai Lupi and the others were already a bit drunk. They were carefully helped onto their horses by the palace guards and returned to Chang. Before leaving, Pai Lupi didn't forget to tell Li Wangyou to make good use of the time to get rid of the heavenly punishment. Li Wangyou also nodded and patted his chest in agreement. The next morning, Li Wangyou led Niu Wu to the construction site of the Taoist temple on the hillside outside the village and found Lu Shenwei. Lu Shenwei wasn't at the same level as the old Taoist son Simiao, who was able to treat the emperor as nothing. Hearing that this was Pai Lupi's idea to ask his master for help, Lu Shenwei didn't say anything and went with Niu Wu to the Qinling Mountains to find his master. After Niu Wu and the others went into the mountains, Li Wangyou didn't stay idle. He immediately ran to the Huxin County Yamen to find Yang Quan to settle the formalities for the official title of a household. He was granted the title of County Magistrate of Huxin County. The 100 official titles of a household were also transferred to him by the Huxin County Yamen. The official title of a household was directly transferred to the noble family that received the title. Don't think that Li Wangyou's 100 official titles were too little. In fact, in the early days of the Tang Dynasty, they were very careful about the official title of a household. Even the princes only had about 800 households at that time. It wasn't until the later days of the Tang Dynasty that the official title of a household became widespread, causing the country's taxes to decrease. Only then did the official title of a household's official title receive the title of a household's official title. However, when Li Wangyou returned from the Huxin County Yamen, he had a gloomy expression on his face, which made his beautiful boss feel strange. Wangyou, what's wrong? Didn't Yang Mingfu handle the formalities for you? Su Changqing asked curiously. He did, and he even transferred a few dozen official titles to me. Li Wangyou sighed. Su Changqing didn't understand. Wasn't this a good thing? Li Wangyou sighed again. Do you know where our official title is? It's this Dingzhou village. Yangzhou actually sealed the 127 households of Dingzhou village and handed them over to me. Although Pai Lupi's imperial edict stated that 100 official titles were for a household, there was still a certain amount of room for maneuver when the official title was transferred to a county. An additional 20 to 30 official titles was a very normal thing. Su Changqing didn't understand and asked, Isn't this pretty good? What's so good about it? Don't you see how poor Dingzhou village is? Can't you collect rent? Besides, even if Dingzhou village became prosperous, would I have the nerve to ask the villagers to collect rent? Yang Quan, that guy, is too sneaky. Li Wangyou replied in a bad mood. After Su Changqing understood what he meant, he couldn't help but cover his mouth and laugh. Come on, look at you. Don't tell me we still need to rely on these 100 official titles to get by? If you don't collect, then don't collect. It's pretty good. Don't forget, you promised me that you would turn Dingzhou village into a paradise. Li Wangyou was speechless. He had been conferred a title of nobility, but why did it seem like he not only received benefits from the title, but also had to pay for it? In fact, Li Wangyou was secretly delighted that Zhou village could be divided into his family's fief. Li Wangyou's feelings towards Dingzhou village weren't any weaker than Su Changqing's. Li Wangyou felt that it was worth it to be able to help these simple villagers live a good life in the future. He was just unhappy that he seemed to have been schemed against by Yang Quan. This unscrupulous middle-aged man must have made up his mind when he heard the imperial edict. In any case, the county wouldn't be able to collect rent from Dingzhou village. It would be better to give it to Li Wangyu as his fief. The county would also save a lot of trouble. These officials of the Tang Dynasty, each more sneaky than the other. Putting aside Li Wangyu's gloominess from being schemed against by Yang Quan, 2 days later, Niu Wu and Lu Shenwei invited the old Taoist Sun Simiao out of the mountains and into the Li family of Dingzhou village. Chapter 200. Li Wangyu hurriedly greeted Sun Simiao and respectfully invited him to sit in the central room. Then he asked the maidservant to bring him tea. Xiao Lang, why are you in such a hurry to ask me to come out of the mountain? Sun Simiao asked in confusion. Li Wangyu asked Lu Shenwei and Niu Wu to invite the old Taoist, but he did not explain to them the details. He only said that the sage of the Tian family had something to ask of him, so he invited Sun Simiao out of Taibai Mountain. Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he asked Niu Wu and Niu Yong to guard outside the central room and not let anyone in. After that, he asked the maidservant to leave. Then he lowered his voice and told him about the disaster of locusts in the imperial court. Old immortal, this matter concerns the safety of the people in the world. It is urgent to eliminate the locusts. Please help the sage. After hearing his words, Sun Simiao was not in a hurry to answer. Instead, he replied awkwardly, Xiao Lang, it's not that I don't want to help. It's a matter of great merit to make the imperial court order to eliminate the locusts. It's just that I'm not capable enough. Old immortal, why is that? Sun Simiao smiled bitterly. Although I'm a Taoist, I'm also proficient in Taoist classics. However, I'm good at medicine. I'm not good at divination. How can I cooperate with you? Li Wangyu was also a little hesitant. He knew that Sun Simiao was right, but he and Ma Zhou had neglected this point. Sun Simiao's medical skills were superb, but he had never heard that he was good at Taoist methods. It was easy to ask the old Taoist to treat and save people, but it was really difficult for him to pretend to be mysterious and fool the officials. For a moment, the two people in the central room looked at each other speechlessly. Li Wangyu was a little depressed. Was he going to mess up this task? Sun Simiao suddenly opened his mouth and said, But Xiao Lang, this old Taoist can recommend someone to you. He should be able to help you. Which Taoist master is it? Yuan Tonggang. The old Taoist's words made Li Wangyu stand up suddenly, giving the old Taoist a fright. Li Wangyu's voice trembled with excitement. That's right. Yuan Tiangang, how could I forget him? Oh? Xiao Lang also knows Yuan Tiangang? Sun Simiao asked curiously. His words made Li Wangyu speechless for a moment, not knowing how to answer. He couldn't say that he had seen Yuan Tiangang in the novels of later generations, could he? Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng, the two famous Taoists of the Tang Dynasty, were extraordinary characters in various novels of later generations. Li Wangyu had also developed a strong interest in these two Taoist masters. He even went online to search for information about their lives. However, he realized that the difference between the two people in history and the various people in the legends was too great. However, when Li Wangyu recalled Yuan Tiangang's experience, he sat back at the table and shook his head again and again. Old immortal, I'm afraid it's not appropriate. Yuan Tiangang is in Shu County. How can we invite him to Chang'e? There were various theories about Yuan Tiangang and Li Chunfeng in later generations. Many people thought that Li Chunfeng was Yuan Tiangang's disciple. In fact, the two were not master and disciple at all. Li Chunfeng was only 26 years old now. He had been learning Taoism at the Quiet Cloud Temple in Nantua Mountain since he was 9 years old. In the second year of Wuda, Li Chunfeng, who was only 17 years old, was recommended to be Li Shimin's secretary in the army. In the first year of Xinguan, Li Chunfeng was appointed by Pai Lupi to serve in the Imperial Historian Bureau. Yuan Tiangang was now 81 years old and was now the county magistrate of Huijing County in Shu County. It would be 4 years later that Pai Lupi heard of his name and invited him to the court as a think tank. Therefore, there was no master-disciple relationship between the two. However, in various legends, the pushback chart co-authored by the two was known as the first book of Chinese Taoist prophecy. It was said that Li Chunfeng used the 8 trigrams of the Book of Changes to calculate. Unexpectedly, he was addicted to it and couldn't stop. He calculated the fate of China for more than 2,000 years after the Tang Dynasty, until Yuan Tiangang pushed his back and said, "You can't reveal the secrets of heaven. Go back and rest." Therefore, the Book of Prophecy was named Pushback Chart. In later generations, there were countless legends about the two powerful Taoists and many TV series were filmed. However, the two of them in history were not that exaggerated. Although they were powerful, they did not have the means to control the clouds and rain with a flip of their hand like in the novel. Yuan Tiangang was from Chengdu, Yizhou, Shu County. He was proficient in face reading, Luren, and the 5 elements. He once read the face of the infant Wu Zetian. At that time, Wu Zetian was carried out dressed as a boy and lied that she was a boy. Yuan Tiangang was very surprised after reading her face. He sighed and said, "Dragon eyes and phoenix neck are very precious. If she were a girl, she would be the emperor." It showed Yuan Tiangang's ability. At this time, Yuan Tiangang was 80 years old, but he was still a 7th-grade county magistrate in Huijing County of Shu County. The round trip from Huijing County to Chang was more than 3,000 miles. With the current traffic situation of the Tang Dynasty, it would take at least several months even if he rode fast. By the time Yuan Tiangang was invited to Chang and from Shu County, it would be too late to mention the matter of eliminating the locusts. Therefore, when Li Wangyu thought of this, he sat down dejectedly. It was not impossible for him to look for Li Chunfeng. Li Chunfeng was now in Chang and serving as a 9th-grade general in the Taisha Bureau. However, Li Chunfeng was only 27 years old and not famous. If he wanted to rely on him to fool the officials and aristocratic families, he was afraid that his reputation was far from enough. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, the old Taoist Sun Simiao laughed and said, "Xiao Lang, don't worry. Taoist Yuan is now in Chang. He is staying in the Xuandu Temple." Li Wangyu was stunned. "Old immortal, how do you know?" "Taoist Yuan and I are best friends. He came to Chang and to report to the Ministry of Personnel. He had already asked someone to send a letter to me. Even if you didn't ask someone to invite me down the mountain, I would still go to Chang and to see Taoist Yuan. This is truly a case of traveling far and wide in search of something, only to find it by sheer luck. Old immortal, how about we go to the Xuandu Temple now?" Li Wangyu was overjoyed and stood up to say, "Good." Sun Simiao nodded with a smile. Li Wangyu quickly asked Niu Wu to prepare a horse. Lu Shenwei was also called by Sun Simiao to visit Yuan Tiangang. The 4 of them rode to Chang. The Xuandu Temple was the royal Taoist temple of the Tang Dynasty. When Emperor Wen of Sui planned Daxing City with the Qian hexagram, he built the Xuandu Temple in Chongye Lane in order to guard the 5th high slope. The Xuandu Temple was magnificent and magnificent. There were tens of thousands of Taoist scriptures in the temple. It was famous in Chang and for peach blossoms. According to the old Taoist Sun Simiao, Yuan Tiangang came to the Ministry of Personnel of Chang and to report to the Ministry of Personnel and lived in the Xuandu Temple. Li Wangyu could only complain about it in his heart. The official system of the Tang Dynasty was really strange. Anyone could be an official. Even a Taoist like Yuan Tiangang could be a county magistrate. It was amazing to think about it. He didn't know whether Yuan Tiangang wore a Taoist robe or an official robe when he tried the case in court. It was really interesting. The 4 of them entered Chang and went straight to the Xuandu Temple in Chongren Lane. When the old Taoist Sun Simiao just entered the Xuandu Temple, the abbot of the Taoist temple immediately came out to greet him. Chapter 201. That's right. The leader of the Taoist temple was called abbot or abbot. The word abbot was originally an inherent title of Taoism. Later, Buddhism was introduced to Wuxia and borrowed this term. However, after the prosperity of Buddhism, abbot became a special term of Buddhism. Taoism became a pirated term, which was really unfair. Abbot Tianxin was the title of the highest leader of the Taoist 10 Directions forest. It could also be called abbot. In the Song Dynasty, Wang Angshi wrote, "The Taoist abbot should be without dream. He wants to recite and imitate Huaxiu. Zhuangzi the world became Xianyin Shu, Feng, Dao. Dali Li Ji, Zhang Chang Dao." That was the title of the senior Taoist. With Sun Simiao's prestige in Taoism, even though the Xuandu Temple was a royal Taoist temple, the Taoist abbot was very respectful to him. "Is Yuan Tiangang in the temple?" Sun Simiao asked directly. "Immortal Master, today Immortal Master Yuan went to Chang and to visit friends and hasn't returned yet. Please enter the temple and wait for a moment." The abbot replied respectfully. Whether it was Sun Simiao or Yuan Tiangang, for him, as the abbot of the Taoist temple, they were seniors and had to be carefully served. In Taoism, seniors were usually called Taoist or Immortal Master. "Then let's wait for a moment. Inform me when Yuan Tiangang comes back." Hearing that Yuan Tiangang was not in the temple, Sun Simiao had to wait for him in the temple. The abbot of the Xuandu temple asked the little Taoist to bring the clay stove and the tools to make tea for everyone. Li Wangyu couldn't adapt to the dark cuisine in the tea. Besides, he couldn't understand the Taoist scriptures discussed by Sun Simiao and the abbot. He simply excused himself and walked out of the guest room. Then he led Niu Wu to wander around the Xuandu temple. Xuandu temple, the peach garden behind the temple, had been famous in Chang. Every time the peach blossoms in the temple, the literati, high-ranking officials and noble ladies in Chang and would invite their relatives and friends to enjoy the flowers in the Xuandu temple. They came to the Xuandu temple today in March. It was the season of peach blossoms in the temple. Xuandu temple was the royal Taoist temple of the Tang Dynasty. Without a certain status, it was difficult to enter and enjoy the peach blossoms. Therefore, in Noda's Xuandu temple, there were not many people enjoying the peach blossoms. From time to time, there were sounds of pipa music coming from the peach garden. Clearly, it was the musicians brought by the nobles who came to the peach garden to liven things up. Li Wangyu just strolled around the peach garden. The peach blossoms in his eyes were majestic, like the tide of the sea. Up close, they were pretty and charming, like a young girl putting on makeup. A light breeze blew past, and the peach blossom petals drifted down. It was a beautiful sight. Li Wangyu's only regret was that he didn't bring his beautiful boss along with him to admire the peach blossoms at the Xuandu temple. Behind him was only Niu Wu, the stout one-eyed man. It was really a killjoy. Just as he was thinking about bringing his beautiful boss and the others to enjoy the peach blossoms together in 2 days, he saw a few people dressed as scholars not far away talking loudly under the peach blossoms. When Li Wangyu saw this, he was amused. Sure enough, enemies would not meet each other. Who else could it be but Wang Ziqiao, the legitimate son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan who was surrounded by a few scholars? He, the legitimate son of the Wang clan of Taiyuan, was really awe-inspiring. Wherever he went, he was the center of the crowd. Was he planning to debut in the center position? Li Wangyu also had a deep grudge against Wang Ziqiao. The reason why he asked Pai Lupi to keep the knighthood a secret for the time being was that he wanted to dig a hole for Wang Ziqiao and others. The cynical man was not a generous person who could forget the enmity with a smile. Before the Wang clan of Taiyuan broke off the engagement, Li Wangyu felt that he had lost face for no reason and inexplicably targeted him. Li Wangyu had been angry for a long time. However, at that time, he was a commoner. Although he was on good terms with the playboys, he had no power or influence. The playboys could not protect him at all times. Therefore, even if he was unhappy, Li Wangyu had to endure it. After winning the gambling fight with Wang Ziqiao, he shrank in Dingzhou village because he was worried about the revenge of the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the Zheng family of Xinjiang. His small arms and legs could not stand the tossing of the aristocratic families. Li Wangyu saw very clearly that if these aristocratic families really wanted to deal with him, it was no different from pinching an ant to death. In the beginning, the Li clan of Huxian was a small 7th-level official who joined the army. He and the villagers of Dingzhou village were almost tortured to death, not to mention the aristocratic families. They were the forces that even dared to cheat Pai Lupi. He was forced to choose to be dormant because he did not have enough strength to fight against the aristocratic families like the 5 clans and 7 kings. However, the day before yesterday, he was accidentally knighted by Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu, the cynical man, immediately became brave. Although he was only the lowest county man who founded the country, it could ensure that he did not have to fear being wantonly bullied by others with the power of the government. Although the knighthood of the Tang Dynasty was only an honorary title, It belonged to the real privileged class. In addition to not paying taxes, Li Wangyu's knighthood of the founding county baron was equivalent to the official rank of the 5th level. Therefore, after being knighted, Li Wangyu, the cynical man, actually thought about how to use this opportunity to set a trap for the Wang clan of Taiyuan. He just did not expect that he and Sun Simiao would meet Wang Ziqiao when they came to Xuandu Temple to look for Yuan Tiangang. Li Wangyu smiled and walked quickly to greet him. He also greeted him warmly. "Brother Wang, I didn't expect that we would meet again today after we parted in Pingkong Square a few days ago." It's a small world." Wang Ziqiao, who was surrounded by a group of scholars and occupied the center position, heard Li Wangyu's voice and could not help but look gloomy. "This bastard, after humiliating me last time, how dare he appear in front of me?" Wang Ziqiao suddenly felt a little guilty and quickly looked behind Li Wangyu to see if Cheng Chumo's group of playboys were there. When he saw that Li Wangyu was alone, and there was only a one-eyed troop following behind him, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Li Wangyu, you are truly bold. You actually dare to appear in front of this young master." Li Wangyu pretended to be surprised. "Hey, why do you say so, Brother Wang? Did I remember it wrong? I seem to have won the gambling fight last time, didn't I? Brother Wang, have you forgotten the content of our gambling fight? Do you want me to remind you?" Wang Ziqiao's face was even gloomier. Thinking that he said that day that he should salute and avoid Li Wangyu when he saw him in the future, he felt a surge of anger. However, in front of these scholars, he did not want to lose his demeanor. Forcefully suppressing his anger, Wang Ziqiao snorted coldly, "I am too lazy to talk to an ignorant person like you." "Tsk, Brother Wang's words are really hurtful. However, Brother Wang, one cannot go back on one's words. Don't forget our gambling agreement. You can salute and avoid me now," Li Wangyu said mischievously with a smile on his face. The scholars that surrounded Wang Ziqiao like stars surrounding the moon were the scholars that came to the capital for this year's spring imperial examination. They had all submitted their examination papers to the Wang clan of Taiyuan and were recognized by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. Today, Wang Ziqiao invited them to come to Xuandu to admire the flowers in order to win over people's hearts. These scholars originally thought that Li Wangyu was Wang Ziqiao's friend. After hearing the conversation between the two, they immediately understood that the two sides were not on good terms. These scholars originally wanted to curry favor with Wang Ziqiao. At this moment, seeing Li Wangyu dressed in white, they knew that he was just a commoner. Therefore, without waiting for Wang Ziqiao to speak, someone immediately jumped out and attacked Li Wangyu for Wang Ziqiao. Chapter 202. These few scholars fought to show their loyalty and devotion in front of Wang Ziqiao, and all of them scolded Li Wangyu. "Young man, how dare you be so rude? Why don't you take a look at your status? How dare you speak to Master Wang in this manner? Why don't you apologize?" Arrogant words. "Young man, how dare you speak such arrogant words? Is this how your parents taught you? Asking young Master Wang to bow to you? That's ridiculous. Shut up. Don't be rude. How can Master Wang be humiliated by people like you? How can a white-robed person enter the Xiandu Temple? Are they not afraid of degrading the status of the Imperial Taoist Temple?" Li Wangyu was slightly stunned. What was the situation? These few scholars were as agitated as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Did he step on their tails? However, he quickly reacted and couldn't help but be amused. As expected, there would be no lack of people who flatter others no matter what dynasty it was. Obviously, this group of scholars all wanted to show off in front of the legitimate son of the Wang family of Taiyuan. Their loyal and devoted appearance of protecting their master made Li Wangyu involuntarily think of the dogs that guarded the house in Dingzhou village. It seemed that they were also like this. They liked to bark at people nonstop. What made him feel even more amused was that this group of scholars were also wearing white, but felt that he had degraded the status of the Imperial Taoist Temple by entering the Xiandu Temple. This was really black humor. Li Wangyu naturally did not know that this group of scholars who surrounded Prince Qiao had already submitted their examination papers to the Taiyuan Wangs. They were the best of the best. With the recommendation of the Taiyuan Wangs, it could be said that these scholars already had one foot in the official career. Naturally, they started to look down on those who wore white. Their sharp and unkind words angered Niu Wu so much that he rolled up his sleeves and wanted to beat them up, but he was stopped by Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu laughed and said loudly to Niu Wu, "Niu Wu, do you know that recently because of the locust plague in Chang'an City, prices have skyrocketed, everything has increased in price, but this person is getting more and more despicable." Niu Wu was stunned. What did Lang Jun mean? When Niu Wu came to his senses, he almost laughed out loud. His Longjuan's mouth was really unforgiving. When the scholars on the other side figured out the meaning of Li Wangyu's words, they almost choked to death. This brat was scolding them for being cheap in a roundabout way. "Yudun Shilang, how dare you do this? What a disgrace! What a disgrace! How dare you be so impudent in front of young Master Wang?" These scholars were infuriated by Li Wangyu's words, and Prince Qiao's face turned even darker. If not for the fact that there were many nobles in the Xiandu temple who came to admire the flowers and that he had to consider the face of the Wang clan of Taiwan, Wang Ziqiao would have ordered his troops to drag Li Wangyu out and give him a good beating. As for that bullshit bet, Wang Ziqiao had already thrown it to the back of his mind. After being defeated at Peace Square, Wang Ziqiao had always wanted to take revenge on Li Wangyu. But recently, it was the crucial period of the battle between the aristocratic families and Pai Lupi in the imperial court. The aristocratic families, led by the 5 surnames and 7 hopes, wanted to use the locust plague to attack Pai Lupi's reputation and obtain a greater speaking power. This was not a secret in the imperial court. After Zheng Konghua of Xingyang, the aristocratic families all restrained their disciples. They were afraid that they would cause trouble at this crucial moment and allow Pai Lupi to turn the tables. That was why Wang Ziqiao did not immediately go to Dingzhou village to find trouble with Li Wangyu. But he did not expect to meet him at the Xiandu temple today. Wang Ziqiao's triangular eyes shot out a ray of cold light. Without batting an eyelid, he stretched out his hand to summon one of his troops and whispered a few words into his ear. That troop nodded his head and looked at Li Wangyu with a sinister smile. After bowing, he turned around and left. Li Wangyu did not notice Wang Ziqiao's actions. He was still busy arguing with the scholars beside Wang Ziqiao. The words of the scholars, turned from embarrassment to anger, did not affect Li Wangyu at all. He turned his head and smiled at Niu Wu. "Niu Wu, did you see how these shameless people look like?" "Hee, Lang Jun, I saw." Niu Wu immediately agreed. The scholars beside Wang Ziqiao became even more furious. You dare to humiliate us." "Humiliate you? Sorry, I think you have misunderstood. I did not say you are shameless." Li Wangyu grinned at them and revealed his white teeth. "I am only saying that shameless people are the same as you. You are Tian Shilang." "Tian Shilang." The scholars had never seen someone scold people in such a way. They were so angry that they stomped their feet. However, they only knew how to use Tian Shilang to scold Li Wangyu. "Everyone, all of you are scholars who are well educated and have beautiful essays in your stomachs. What is there to talk about with this vulgar brat who has a sharp tongue? Don't bother with this person anymore." Seeing that the bunch of scholars beside him could not win against Li Wangyu in scolding, Wang Ziqiao could only helplessly stand out to smooth things over. "Hee, I don't know if you have beautiful essays in your stomachs, but I am sure that all of you are rearing a fish in your brains." Li Wangyu did not plan to let them off. The bunch of scholars did not understand what Li Wangyu meant by his words, but it was definitely not something good. Therefore, they pretended not to hear and did not reply. Instead, it was Niu Wu who immediately asked, "Lang Jun, what do you mean?" "Because they are rearing fish in their brains, they definitely have a lot of water. Fish still need to eat, and when fish eat, they will defecate." "Niu Wu, look at the things in their brains, isn't it really a lot?" Niu Wu was speechless. His Longjuan's mouth was really venomous. Wasn't he scolding them in a roundabout way that their brains were filled with water and feces? After Li Wangyu finished speaking, before Wang Ziqiao and the rest could get angry, a burst of loud laughter came from not too far away. Obviously, someone had heard Li Wangyu's roundabout way of scolding and could not help but be amused. When Wang Ziqiao and the rest heard this, they glared angrily at the person who laughed. In this peach garden, other than Li Wangyu, Who else was so blind to dare to laugh at them? In the peach garden, two elders were standing not too far away, laughing happily. Ha, what a sharp-tongued young man. Brother Chong Yuan, do you know who this Mr. Xiaolang is? One of the elders laughed until his face was wrinkled as he asked the other elder. The skinny elder smiled and nodded. I do know this Mr. Xiaolang. He is Li Wangyu of Hu County. His name is Ziyu. Mr. Xiaolang, am I wrong? He is Li Ziyu? What a coincidence today. This old man was just about to meet him. The other elder heard this and was pleasantly surprised. Li Wangyu was stunned. This skinny elder looked familiar, but he could not remember where he had seen him before. He quickly bowed and said, Yes, this young one is Li Wangyu of Hu County. How should I address the two elders? We are just passers-by. There is no need to care about us. You can continue. Mr. Xiaolang's words are interesting. This old man has not heard such interesting words in a long time. It is really carefree. The two elders were actually enjoying the show. Not only did they not reveal their identities, but they also urged both sides to continue. Their words made Wang Ziqiao and the rest so angry that their noses were almost crooked. Where did these two old men come from? They were scolded, and these two old men actually said it was interesting. It was simply too infuriating. They were as bastards as Li Wangyu. Chapter 203. The words of the two old men also made Li Wangyu speechless. Is it really good for you guys to watch the show so brazenly? And one of the old men obviously recognized him, so he naturally felt embarrassed to continue scolding those scholars. Li Wangyu looked at the two old men. They had the demeanor of a big family, the aura of an elder, very similar to Yu Shernan. He knew that the two of them were definitely not normal people, so he just smiled and did not argue with those scholars. But those scholars beside Wang Ziqiao did not have Li Wangyu's eyesight. They were originally infuriated by Li Wangyu's ridicule and wished that they could immediately knock Li Wangyu to the ground and step on him a few times. These two old men, not only did they mock them, they even said that the little bastard was humorous and did not put them in his eyes at all. Therefore, the few scholars bore a grudge against these two old men. Looking at the two old men, they did not have any servants following behind them and their clothes were very simple. They were also dressed in white and did not have any accessories on their waists. They felt that they were just two normal old men. After Li Wangyu did not speak, these few scholars did not let it go and even scolded the two old men. Young Master Wang, this Xiandu temple does not live up to its name. How can any random person enter this Xiandu temple? That's right, Xiandu temple is the imperial Taoist temple of the Tang Dynasty and is well known throughout the world. But this Taoist temple's restrictions are too lax. Young Master Wang, you should reprimand the abbot of this Taoist temple and strictly manage it. You are already so old, yet you still use your seniority to flaunt your seniority, truly shameless. Confucius said, young but not a grandson, old but not a grandson, old but not dead is a thief. The scholars beside Wang Ziqiao could not win against Li Wangyu in scolding, so they actually vented their anger on the two old men. Wang Ziqiao originally wanted to stop the few scholars beside him and humiliate the two old men. Although he didn't know these two people, he had a feeling that these two old men had extraordinary origins. It was better not to offend them. But before he could open his mouth, the scholars beside him, who felt that they had already relied on the Taiyuan Wang clan and thought that they would be promoted, get a raise, marry a rich and beautiful woman, and walk to the peak of life, could not wait to open their mouths and humiliate the two of them. Since it had already come to this, he could only shake his head and watch silently. The insulting words of the scholars made the two elders so angry that they almost went berserk. They felt that they had made a mistake today. Originally, he was in a good mood today, which was why he came to Xiandu Temple to admire the peach blossoms. Because they felt that the servants around them were in the way, they chased them far away. The two old men were enjoying themselves. However, he didn't expect that he would be insulted by Li Jia Xiaolang just because of a joke. They did not expect that there would be someone in Chang and who dared to humiliate them like this. They were really unlucky. The two old men's faces twitched a few times. Finally, they suppressed the anger in their hearts and turned their heads away with a cold snort. They were too lazy to talk to the few scholars. Ziyo, why are you free to come to Xiandu Temple today? Do you have any new poems recently? Tell me about it. The skinny old man who was called Brother Chong Yuan looked at Li Wangyu and asked. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and touched his nose. He thought to himself, who exactly are these two people? He had never seen them before. How did they know his surname and name, and that he could compose poems? He smiled embarrassedly and replied, two elders, I am here today to look for someone. As for poems, I don't have any for now. Haha, with your intelligence, isn't it easy for you to compose poems? Why don't you compose a poem for us using the peach blossoms of Xiandu Temple today? That's right. Li Ziyo, your poems are now being sung everywhere in Chang. I wonder if you can compose a poem for us today? After the two old men finished their words, before Li Wangyu could reply, he heard a burst of laughter from the scholars not far away. Ha, brother, did you hear that? This old man actually wants the young boy to compose a poem. This is the biggest joke in the world. Since when did this poem become something that even the field workers could compose? What's even funnier is that he actually said that this young boy's poems are famous in Chang. What a joke! Do these peasants really know what a poem is? Being sung everywhere in Chang? I have been in Chang, and for more than a month. How come I have never heard of any poem written by Li Ziyo? You really don't know how to brag. How dare you talk about poems in front of us? Haha, I'm afraid you don't know that we are this year's spring imperial exam candidates? The imperial exam was one of the subjects in the Sui and Tang imperial exam system. Other than testing Confucian classics and current affairs, the imperial exam also tested poetry. In the Tang Dynasty, the imperial exam could be publicly recommended by the aristocratic families before the exam. It was called the Pass of the Imperial Exam. The old Tang book, the biography of Shui Deng, described it like this: driving the door of the temple, entering and exiting the palace of the kings and dukes, opening Chen Chen's poem, only sighing and spitting, touching the top to the foot, gee, he's grace in guiding you. It was talking about how these scholars painstakingly curried favor with the rich and powerful in order to gain their favor and thus become scholars who passed the imperial exam. And these scholars were the scholars who were prepared by the Taiyuan Wang clan to be recommended by the Taiyuan Wang clan to the chief examiner, the pass of the imperial exam. To be accepted by the Taiyuan Wang clan, these scholars had some ability in poetry. So when they heard the two old men praising Li Wangyu for writing good poems, they ridiculed him like this. In their eyes, these peasants discussing poems in front of them was simply showing off their skills in front of Guan Yu and asking for humiliation. However, their words made Wang Ziqiao curse in his heart. He felt that the scholars that his family had selected this year were not crazy. Even if Wang Ziqiao and Li Wangyu were like fire and water, he would not attack him for not knowing how to compose poems. Were they idiots? They had been in Chang and for so long. Could it be that they had not heard of Li Wangyu's works that had been handed down for generations? Even their Taiyuan Wang clan was ridiculed because of Li Wangyu's poems. Were they crazy? They wanted to compete with Li Wangyu on the level of poems? Actually, Wang Ziqiao had really wronged them. These scholars had not heard of Li Wangyu's works that had been handed down for generations. There was no other reason except for one word: poverty. That's right, it was because they were poor. These scholars were shy in their pockets. After coming to Chang'an, where would they find the copper coins to listen to the courtesans sing Li Wangyu's works? Because they were poor, they hardened their hearts and sent themselves to the Taiyuan Wang clan. They purposely fawned on them in order to advance in their careers. Because they were poor, these scholars who were not young in age were so arrogant after being accepted by the Taiyuan Wang clan. It was purely because they had been a loser for their whole life. Seeing the dawn of life in front of them, they were arrogant and dared to say anything. Wang Ziqiao opened his mouth but did not know what to say. If he were to introduce Li Wangyu's poetry talent to these scholars, he would not be able to say it and increase Li Wangyu's prestige for no reason. However, if he did not say it, he reckoned that these scholars that his family thought highly of would lose their face today. However, after thinking about it, it was not him, Wang Ziqiao, who would lose face. In addition, he was also dissatisfied with these scholars. Hence, he just kept his mouth shut and did not say anything. He would just treat it as watching a show. Wang Ziqiao did not say anything to remind these scholars. This made them mistakenly think that young Master Wang was silently allowing their provocation and hoped that they would use poems to educate these scholars. This made them even more proud. Chapter 204. The words of these scholars were heard by Li Wangyu and the two elders, but the three of them did not have any reaction at all. Only Li Wangyu could not help but wave his hand, as if he was driving away a fly that was flying around his ear. The two elders have praised me too much. I am really ashamed, but I do not have this poem for the time being. Li Wangyu came today to find Yuan Tiangang. The proper business had not been done yet, and he was too lazy to copy poems, so he tactfully declined. Seeing that Li Wangyu was not willing to compose a poem, the two elders were very regretful. However, the scholars beside Wang Ziqiao were interested. One of them purposely frowned, paced back and forth a few steps, and suddenly began to recite a poem. Thousands of dewdrops, where can they shine red? In the source of the warm wind, in the country of spring and water. This poem was naturally not made by that scholar on the spot. It was just that he had previously made a poem about peach blossoms, so he recited it at this moment, wanting to show off. This poem was not bad. Although it was far from being a masterpiece, it was still considered a masterpiece. A scholar from a poor family that could catch the eye of the Wang clan of Tang naturally had some skills. When this poem was recited, even the two elders could not help but twist their beards and nod, feeling that this poem was not bad and was a masterpiece. However, it was just not bad. Compared to Li Wangyu's previous masterpieces, it was the difference between an abalone and a salted fish. "Oh, brother, good poem. I also have one here, please listen to it." Immediately, another scholar did not want to be left behind. He also stood up and recited his poem with his hands behind his back. Flowers are empty in the dance floor, still red year after year. Tears stop at dawn, melancholy relies on the spring breeze. Good. This is called a poem. It is laughable that some farmers think that they can compose poems just because they can recite some limericks. The two of you are indeed talented. You will definitely pass the imperial examination this year. Well said, well said. You are also talented in poetry, but we are all relying on young Master Wang's support. After these few scholars recited their own works that they were proud of, they couldn't help but flatter each other. They didn't forget to flatter Wang Ziqiao while they were at it. Hearing them say the word spring examination, no one noticed that the two old men couldn't help but reveal a trace of ridicule. Li Wangyu and the others did not know that the two old men who were humiliated by this group of scholars were the two great scholars of the current imperial court. One was the Minister of Rites, Lu Quan. The other old man who knew Li Wangyu was the Chancellor of the Imperial College, one of the 18 scholars of King Qin's mansion, Kong Yingda, Kong Chongyuan. That day at Chu Jiangqi Poetry Gathering, it was Kong Yingda who announced the topic of the poem to the students. Li Wangyu had seen him from afar at that time. However, at that time, he had only seen them twice from afar. After that, Li Wangyu had gotten himself drunk and entered the Zhujiang Pond Pavilion in a muddle-headed state. He had no idea who he had met that day. Therefore, Li Wangyu did not recognize Kong Yingda just now. He only felt that Kong Yingda looked familiar. For this year's spring examination, the chief examiner of the Ministry of Rites was Lu Quan and the assistant examiner was the Chancellor of the Imperial College, Kong Yingda. In other words, the scholars that Wang clan of Taiyuan had prepared to announce had just spoken without thinking and insulted the two chief examiners. After listening to the poems of these scholars, Lu Quan and Kong Yingda felt that it was a pity. They then turned their gazes towards Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, don't hide your incompetence. How about composing a poem for the two of us?" Li Wangyu was slightly hesitant. Without waiting for him to decide whether he should plagiarize a poem or not, he heard the scholars start to clamor again. Compose a poem? A limerick? If this little brat knows how to compose a poem, I'll kneel down and kowtow to him as my master. Li Wangyu couldn't help but cast a sideways glance at the person who spoke. He said indifferently, "Acknowledge me as your master? You don't have that right." His words weren't considered nonsense. Now that Li Wangyu had two disciples, One was a lower 6th rank imperial censor and the other was a higher 4th rank assistant minister of the Ministry of Justice. If this was spread out, it would scare this group of scholars to death. Needless to say, this middle-aged scholar's character was low and Li Wangyu didn't even take a liking to him. Even if this kind of person knelt down and begged to be taken in as a disciple, Li Wangyu wouldn't take a second look. Li Wangyu felt that what he said was the truth, but this group of scholars took it as words to humiliate them. All of them flew into a rage. If it wasn't for the fact that he was behind Li Wangyu and Yo Wu's tall and sturdy body, he would have thought of charging up to fight with his life. You are indeed eloquent. Insolent. Full of nonsense, you really don't know what you're talking about. Young Master Wang, which family does this young man come from? How can he be so frivolous? Li Wangyu snorted coldly, "You bunch of poor people, if you want to hear my poem, then prick up your ears and listen." He originally wanted to keep a low profile, but since there were people who wanted to give him face, Li Wangyu naturally didn't mind giving these few scholars a resounding slap. He paced around the peach garden and thought about which great poem he should copy. In the peach garden of Xiandu Temple, there was a small grass hut built. This was a resting place for the craftsmen who managed the peach garden. Outside the grass hut, there were a few farming tools for plowing the soil. Li Wangyu's eyes couldn't help but light up as he opened his mouth to recite. In the peach garden is the Peach Blossom Nunnery. Under the Peach Blossom Nunnery are the Peach Blossom Immortals. The Peach Blossom Immortals plant peach trees and pluck peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. What he recited was the great scholar Tang Bohe's Song of Peach Blossom Nunnery. However, he changed the beginning of the Peach Blossom Cove to Peach Blossom Garden, which was more suitable for the scene. These 4 lines of the poem were simple and didn't have any flowery words. When the few scholars heard this, they curled their lips and revealed a mocking expression. This was called a poem? In the Peach Blossom Garden, there was a Peach Blossom Nunnery, and in the Peach Blossom Nunnery, there was a Peach Blossom Immortal. The Peach Blossom Immortal planted many peach trees and plucked peach blossoms to exchange for wine money. To be so straightforward, he was indeed a farmer. How could he have any literary talent to speak of? These few scholars exchanged glances with one another and couldn't help but want to mock him. Lu Quan and Kong Yingdan naturally wouldn't be as shallow as them. However, they felt that these 4 lines were using peach blossoms as a metaphor for a hermit, vividly portraying the image of a hermit who wandered under the forest, was free and easy, loved life and lived happily like an immortal. However, if there were only these 4 lines, it was a little too weak and couldn't be considered a great work. Just as the two of them were frowning, they heard Li Wangyu continue to recite. When sober, only sit in front of the flowers. When drunk, still sleep under the flowers. Half drunk and half awake, day after day, flowers wilt and bloom year after year. When these 4 lines of the poem were recited, the few scholars couldn't help but reveal a surprised expression, and the mocking expression on their faces disappeared. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda exchanged glances and felt that Li Wangyu's poem was not bad. No matter if he was sober or drunk, he didn't leave the peach blossoms. Day after day, year after year, even as time passed, the flowers bloomed and withered. His original intention didn't change. Wonderful. Without waiting for them to praise, they heard Li Wangyu continue to recite. I hope to die in the wine and flowers, and not bow in front of carriages and horses. The rich are interested in the dust of carriages and horses, the poor are faded. Wealth is compared to poverty, one is on the ground, one is in the sky. If poverty is compared to carriages and horses, he has to drive and I have nothing to do. These few lines of the poem caused the few scholars' expressions to turn ugly. They thought that Li Wangyu was mocking them. Money could buy enjoyment, but it couldn't buy a leisurely and poetic life. Even if they were poor, they wouldn't lose the joy of life and the richness of the spirit. And the few of them purposely sucked up to the Taiyuan Wang clan for glory and wealth. It was the complete opposite of the attitude in the poem. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda's eyes became brighter and brighter. They were right to come to the Xiandu Temple today. To be able to hear such a poem, they had to drink a lot. It was a pity that they didn't have any wine on them. Chapter 205. Li Wangyu's Song of Peach Blossom Nunnery had been copied to this point. No matter if it was Kong Yingda, Lu Quan, Wang Ziqiao and the other scholars, they all thought that it was finished. They had to admit that this poem was already many times better than the so-called proud works of those scholars. Comparing goods would be embarrassing, comparing people would be infuriating. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda were already prepared to clap their hands and cheer. Li Jia Xiaolang indeed did not disappoint them. Even though in the eyes of the two scholars, this poem seemed to be lacking a bit of charm and did not seem to have reached the level of a work that could be passed down for generations, but compared to the poems of those scholars that they had heard before, it was already rather stunning. They heard Li Wangyou's voice paused, took in a deep breath and continued to recite. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at others for not being able to see through. Not seeing the tombs of the heroes of the 5 hills, no flowers, no wine, no hoe for the fields. When he recited the last 4 lines of the poem, the faces of everyone present changed. Wang Ziqiao gritted his teeth while the faces of those scholars turned pale and were very embarrassed. The tomb of the heroes of the 5 hills in this poem was referring to the aristocratic families. The meaning was that even though those aristocratic families were once glorious, now they could not see their tombs and were only used as fields for farming. From Wang Ziqiao's point of view, Li Wangyu was simply cursing them. How could these aristocratic families not be enraged? As for those scholars, their faces were filled with embarrassment. They had been bragging to each other for so long and in the end, they were slapped in the face by this weak young man. Even if they did not want to admit this song of peach blossom nunnery, they could only accept it in their hearts. It was because they realized the difference that these scholars were even more embarrassed and angry. Compared to this young man in front of them, they had lived for so many years in vain. How could they not be angry? As for Lu Quan and Kong Yingda, their faces were filled with astonishment. Originally, it was only a poem, but because of these last 4 lines, it had become a work that could be passed down for generations. It could not help but make these 2 scholars surprised. Kong Yingda chewed and savored the entire poem. He stroked his beard and praised, "This poem is real and easy, not restricted to the method. The concept is fresh and fresh. It is indeed a work of art." Ziyu, based on this poem alone, if you were to participate in the spring imperial examination, you would definitely come in first place. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at them for not being able to see through me. Li Ziyu, it's a pity that you're not participating in this year's spring quarter examination. Lu Quan had the same attitude. The praise of the 2 elders made Li Wangyu blush slightly. He had only plagiarized Tang Bohu's poem. Actually, he did not know how to compose poems. What's more, the poem he copied wasn't really suitable. Tang Bohu wrote this poem because of his deep insight into life and his transcendental open-mindedness. Tang Bohu, who was frustrated in his career, had made a wise choice in life. Although he was poor, he did not lose the joy of life. Tang Bohu's life was rich in spirit. But where was Li Wangyou's frustration and poverty at the moment? He had just been conferred the title of County Man of the founding county of the Tang Dynasty. He was already in the privileged class of the Tang Dynasty. If he still recited Tang Bohu's poem, he would be suspected of being too pretentious. Therefore, the humble Li Wangyu only chuckled and didn't say anything. However, the praise of the 2 great scholars was particularly harsh in the ears of the scholars. Although they knew that this young man had crushed their poetry into dregs, they did not feel guilty at all. Instead, they became more and more arrogant because of their inferiority complex. In their eyes, no matter how good this young man's poem was, what could it do? Without the recommendation of an aristocratic family, it was impossible to pass the imperial examination, and they had been chosen by the Wang clan of Taiyuan. This year's spring quarter examination was just a formality. They were bound to become officials. With this mentality, when they heard Kong Yingda and Lu Quan's words, they were extremely unhappy and began to ridicule them. What a joke! You 2 old men, do you think the imperial examination is run by your family? The spring quarter examination is the imperial examination. How can this kind of young man enter it? First place in grade A? You're just a fool talking nonsense. Tian Shalang is Tian Shalang. Reciting a poem that was plagiarized from who knows where and thinking that he can pass the Grand Scholar exam. It's really funny. Brother, you're right. I don't know where this poem was plagiarized from. How can this kind of carefree attitude be something that a young man like him can do? It's ridiculous. Li Wangyu silently rolled his eyes. I did plagiarize, but so what? Can you find Tang Bo who from a few hundred years in the future to confront me? However, Li Wangyu was not so thick-skinned to defend himself and say that this poem was written by himself. He did not intend to defend himself, but that did not mean that Kong Yingda and Lu Quan would not speak. To these two great scholars, Li Wangyu was definitely a young talent. How could he be humiliated by these scholars? Shut up. Have all your etiquette, justice, integrity, and sense of shame gone to the stomachs of dogs? Instead of reflecting on your own knowledge, you're slandering Li Jia Shaolang for plagiarism. This kind of legendary work, why don't you try to plagiarize it for me to see? Lu Quan said angrily. Although he was a great scholar, he was also one of the 6 ministries. When he was angry, it was even scary. Kong Yingda also shook his head. Common people look at their etiquette, noble people look at their actions. You haven't even been nominated yet and you're already so domineering. You're not worthy of being a scholar. You don't have to participate in this year's spring imperial examination. Even if you participate, you won't be accepted. The few scholars' faces changed slightly. They then spat out in disdain. Pei, 2 old fools, who do you think you are? Tian Shaolang also dares to speak so arrogantly. You're really a toad yawning. What big words. We will definitely pass this year's spring imperial examination. Is it something that 2 old fools like you can talk nonsense about? We are scholars who have obtained the recognition of Taiyuan Wang clan. Who do you think you are? At this moment, these scholars had long been overwhelmed by anger and started to speak without thinking. When Li Wangyu heard the 2 old men's words, a strange glow flashed across his eyes. The identities of these 2 old men didn't seem to be simple. Heh, the few scholars beside Wang Ziqiao are probably going to be in big trouble. Taiyuan Wang clan. How impressive. I would like to see how Taiyuan Wang clan will allow you to enter the spring imperial examination. Lu Quan took a glance at Wang Ziqiao who was behind the scholars and spoke with disdain. Wang Ziqiao became more clear-headed at this moment. He hurriedly separated the few scholars in front of him and went forward to greet Lu Quan and Kong Yingda. Greetings, I am Taiyuan Wang clan's Wang Ziqiao. May I know the names of the 2 old men? Lu Quan glanced at him from the corner of his eyes and replied unhurriedly, I am Lu Quan. I am Kong Yingda. Lu Quan? Kong Yingda? Wang Ziqiao and the few scholars felt that these 2 names were very familiar. After pondering for a moment, everyone's faces instantly turned pale. Minister of Rights? Chancellor of the Imperial College? The Chief Examiner and Deputy Chief Examiner of this year's Spring Imperial Examination? Did we call these 2 old fools just now? The few scholars who were still speaking rudely earlier felt their legs go soft and fell onto the ground. Chapter 206. These scholars who were flushed with success earlier now had ashen faces and their bodies were trembling like sieves. They were scared to the extreme. Even if their minds were not clear, they knew that their official career was over. Even if they had the recommendation of Taiyuan Wang clan, it was simply wishful thinking to want to pass the imperial exam after offending the 2 main examiners of the spring imperial examination and the big shots of the imperial court. Originally, these scholars from poor families had a decent level of knowledge. Otherwise, they would not have been accepted by Taiyuan Wang clan. However, because of a mistake, they purposely curried favor with Wang Ziqiao and thought that they could become an official. However, they forgot their duty as a person. His reckless actions had destroyed his own future. He really regretted his actions in the first place. If they had another chance, these few scholars would rather not go to the examination paper and honestly rely on their own knowledge to go to the examination hall. Who knows, they might be able to pass the examination in one go and become an official. However, it was obviously too late to say anything now. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda, the 2 great scholars, now had an extremely bad impression of these scholars. No matter how good their knowledge was, they would never let them pass the imperial exam with such a bad character. If people with this kind of character were to become an official in the future, they would be cheating the people of the Tang Dynasty. After Wang Ziqiao learned of Lu Quan and Kong Yingda's identity, he was also stunned. Following which, his face also became ugly. He turned around and looked at the scholars who were sitting on the ground. A look of disdain flashed through his triangular eyes. He was only glad that he did not say anything excessive just now and did not attract unnecessary enemies for his family. As for these scholars, without a doubt, Taiyuan Wang clan would definitely abandon them. Those who could not pass the imperial exam were trash. For Taiyuan Wang clan, they were useless. Wang Ziqiao bowed deeply to Lu Quan and Kong Yingda again. Minister Lu, Chancellor Kong, my Taiyuan Wang clan has nothing to do with these people. I ask the two of you not to wrongly blame my Taiyuan Wang clan. My Taiyuan Wang clan is also ashamed to be associated with such despicable people. I ask the two of you to investigate clearly. How could Lu Quan and Kong Yingda be fooled by his words of disentanglement? Towards Wang Ziqiao's actions of abandoning those few scholars, the two of them felt disgusted from the bottom of their hearts. The aristocratic families were indeed cruel to the extreme. However, they did not want to offend the Taiyuan Wang clan too much, so they only nodded slightly. Since it has nothing to do with the Taiyuan Wang clan, Xiaolang, please do as you please. Wang Ziqiao glanced at Li Wangyu, and a cold light flashed in his eyes. After greeting Kong Yingda again with a smile, he waved his sleeves and led his troops away. As for those few scholars, he couldn't even be bothered to take another look at them, as if he really didn't know them. A few scholars stretched out their arms towards the back of Prince Qiao as he left. They wanted to shout something, but after opening their mouths, they finally shut their mouths dejectedly. Tears of remorse directly rolled down from the corners of their eyes. After Wang Ziqiao left, the few scholars also became like walking corpses, bowing towards Kong Yingda and Kong Yingda before walking out of the Taoist temple in a daze. Kong Yingda also couldn't be bothered with these few scholars, and smiled towards Li Wangyu. Ziyu, you don't remember me? At this moment, Li Wangyu finally recalled where he had seen this skinny old man before. It was at the Lake Chu poetry gathering that day. He hurriedly bowed with his hands clasped in front. I greet Chancellor Kong, I greet Minister Lu. Chancellor Kong, please forgive me for my poor eyesight just now. I have seen you at the Lake Chu poetry gathering that day. I thought you couldn't remember. That day at the Lake Chu poetry gathering, Ziyu, you were famous for a period of time. Lake Chu poetry gatherings, spring river scenery, and leaving the fortress are all works that have been handed down for generations. Also, that dreamy Tianlao's farewell that you wrote after you were drunk really shocked me. Chancellor Kong, you flatter me. It was all my fault for being impetuous. I drank too much and messed things up when I was drunk. Speaking of this matter, Li Wangyu's face turned red. He drank too much and actually recited something in front of Pai Lupi. How can I bend my eyebrows and bend my waist to serve the rich and powerful, causing me to be unhappy? He was simply courting death. Because of this matter, Pai Lupi even pulled his ear and lectured him for half a day after he was conferred a noble title, causing him to regret it greatly. Now that this matter was brought up by Kong Yingda, Li Wangyu felt even more embarrassed. His embarrassed look made Lu Quan and Kong Yingda burst into laughter. They increasingly felt that Li Wangyu was to their liking. Ziyo, what I said just now was not a joke. Are you really not going to consider participating in this year's spring examination? Kong Yingda asked Li Wangyu seriously after he finished laughing. Li Wangyu was speechless. Why were these great scholars the same as Yu Shernan, wanting him to enter an official career? He didn't want to reject the good intentions of these two elders. He looked around and saw that there was no one else around, so he took out an item from his robe and handed it to them. Chancellor Kong, Minister Lu, it's not that I don't want to. It's just that with my current status, it's inconvenient for me to participate in this spring examination. Kong Yingda was stunned and reached out to take the item. What do you mean? Ziyo, why is it inconvenient for you to participate in the spring? This is a goldfish talisman? Lu Quan was also stunned when he heard this. He hurriedly reached out to take the goldfish talisman from Kong Yingda and examined it carefully. The goldfish talisman of the founding county's baron. Ziyo, where did you get this? Lu Quan cried out in surprise. What Li Wangyu gave them was the proof of his identity after he was conferred a noble title. In the Tang Dynasty, the fish talisman was the proof of an official's identity. According to the new Tang Dynasty, all internal and external officials of the 5th rank and above wore a fish talisman and a fish pouch with the words, "Noble and lowly, answer the summons." Princes are given gold, and commoners are given bronze. They are inscribed with their titles and names. During Wu Zetian's reign, the goldfish talisman was changed to a turtle talisman. This was also the origin of the phrase, golden turtle son-in-law, referring to a noble son-in-law. Li Wangyu, the founding county's baron, was also given a fish talisman made of gold. It had his name and title written on it. This was the proof of his noble title. I was bestowed the title of county's baron by the saint a few days ago. Even if I wanted to participate in this spring examination, I wouldn't be able to. Li Wangyu replied smugly. Lu Quan and Kong Yingda couldn't help but feel their teeth ache. A 16-year-old youth had actually been conferred a noble title? If this matter were to spread, who knew how many people would be so shocked that their eyeballs would pop out? The two elders were even slightly jealous because even they hadn't been conferred a noble title yet. Although Kong Yingda was one of the 18th scholars of the king of Qin's estate and the chancellor of the Imperial College, he had never been conferred a noble title in his entire life. Lu Quan was conferred the title of Duke Rui by Pai Lupi in his later years, but that was 12 years after Zhengguan's death. There were still 10 years before he would be conferred a noble title. County's baron. Kong Yingda didn't know what to say. Li Wangyu hurriedly bowed. Chancellor Kong, you should just call me Ziyo. I really don't deserve your honorific. Lu Quan returned the goldfish talisman to Li Wangyu and shook his head with a bitter smile. County's Li Wangyu was indeed extraordinary. Chapter 207. Li Wangyu reached out and took his goldfish talisman and put it back into his arms. When he was about to say something, he saw a little Taoist from Xuandu Temple hurrying over and finding Li Wangyu in the peach garden. Monk, Immortal Yuan is back. Immortal Sun invites you. Li Wangyu was overjoyed. Finally, Yuan Tiangang came back. He quickly apologized to Kong Yingda and Lu Quan and followed the little Taoist to the elegant room. Halfway through, Li Wangyu suddenly remembered that he forgot to ask Kong Yingda and Lu Quan to keep it a secret for him. But after thinking about it, Li Wangyu decided to forget it. Today, he had seen how Prince Qiao treated those scholars as if they were his worn-out shoes. He had no interest in digging a hole for the Wang family of Taiyuan. The aristocratic families like the Wang clan of Taiyuan were too cold. Even if he dug a hole for them to jump in, he would just throw a few abandoned pieces to block the knife. It would not hurt their muscles and bones. It was meaningless. He had to hurry up and help Pai Lupi get rid of the divine punishment. Only in this way could he hit the aristocratic families. Even for justice, it could also let him vent his anger. In the elegant room of Xuandu Temple, Li Wangyu finally saw Yuan Tiangang, the legendary Taoist in the early Tang Dynasty. The old Taoist was now in his 80s, but he looked ruddy and energetic. His body was not worse than Sun Simiao's. Li Wangyu could not help but be a little surprised. Yuan Tiangang looked so healthy. Why did his life run out after only 6 years? Sun Simiao lived for more than 140 years. Although Sun Simiao's medical skills were outstanding and he was proficient in healthcare, Yuan Tiangang seemed to be in good health. It was impossible to see that he only had 6 years left. Li Wangyu's mind was in a mess. He quickly stepped forward and saluted respectfully. Li Wangyu of Hu County greets Immortal Yuan. Xiaolang, you don't have to be so courteous. Yuan Tiangong's Sichuan accent made Li Wangyu feel a little familiar. After Sun Simiao introduced both parties to each other, both parties greeted each other and knelt down in the elegant room. The young Taoist brought in tea and snacks. Before Li Wangyu said his intention, he saw Yuan Tiangang staring at his face and looking at it carefully. The more he looked, the more surprised he was. Immortal Master Yuan, is there something on my face? Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and touched his face, thinking that he had touched something unclean. Yuan Tiangang shook his head and replied, "Nothing, it's just my habit to read people's faces." "What about my facial features?" Although Li Wangyu didn't believe in face reading, it was rare to see Yuan Tiangang, a famous historical figure, who was said to have read Wu Zetian's face. He was naturally curious about his own face. Regarding Li Wangyu's words, Yuan Tiangang was a little hesitant. After carefully looking at Li Wangyu's face for a long time, he replied uncertainly, "I can't understand Xiao Lang's face." "Immortal Yuan, what do you mean?" Li Wangyu asked. Yuan Tiangang hesitated for a moment and replied, "Xiao Lang can listen to my words, but don't take it seriously. I read Xiao Lang's face and found that he was born to be a jinx to his parents. In addition, his eyebrows are connected to his heart, and his luck is strange. He is often framed and criticized, and he is poor." Li Wangyu couldn't help but open his mouth. Yuan Tiangang was really powerful. Wasn't that the case? Now his parents were dead, and since he crossed over to the Tang Dynasty, he had been framed and criticized by villains. Whether it was the Li clan in Huxian or the Wang clan in Taiyan, it was the same. Before Li Wangyu could exclaim, Yuan Tiangang said, "I read Xiao Lang's face and found that he doesn't have a long life and is prone to diseases. It seems that he will die young." Li Wangyu couldn't help being stunned. Doesn't have a long life? Was the previous owner of this body considered to have died prematurely because of a short lifespan? Is he talking about himself? Did I cross over to the Tang Dynasty and finally get the title of nobility? My good life is in front of me. Will I not live long? When he was unhappy because of Yuan Tiangang's words, he heard the old Taoist continue to say, "But after careful observation, I see that Xiao Lang's mountain roots are full and his Taoism is long. This is clearly the sign of longevity. In the Fate Palace, the eyes are clear, Saturn is straight, and the forehead is like a river. It is the sign of great wealth." Yuan Tiangang shook his head. "This is the first time I have seen someone with two kinds of fate in his face, and they are completely opposite. I really can't understand Xiao Lang's face. It's really weird." Li Wangyu was stunned for a long time and finally came to his senses. Is Yuan Tiangang's face really so good? Isn't the face of the previous owner of this body that jinxes his parents and makes him die young and poor? After his soul crossed over to the Tang Dynasty, he replaced the unlucky Li Wangyu. Does this count as changing my fate against the heaven? Great wealth, this should be referring to me, right? Hey, now I have been granted the title of nobility, and my family's various industries are thriving. It seems that Yuan Tiangang's face is really right. He glanced at Yuan Tiangang with a little guilty conscience and secretly thought that the old Taoist wouldn't see through his soul crossing over to the Tang Dynasty and taking over the nest of the magpie, would he? Yuan Tiangang just glanced at him with a little deep meaning, and then passed the matter and no longer mentioned it. Li Wangyu's back almost sweated. Yuan Tiangang is really a metaphysics master. He can see so much just by looking at my face. He quickly changed the topic. "Immortal Yuan, how old are you this year? Boy, look at your ruddy face and white hair. You are really a Taoist master." "Haha, I am 81 years old this year, and I don't have much life left." "Immortal Yuan, what are you talking about? Your body is better than mine, and you are a Taoist. You must live a long life." Yuan Tiangang smiled and waved his hand. "I have calculated it clearly. In another 6 years, my lifespan will be exhausted." His casual words caused Li Wangyu to have goosebumps all over his body. The hair on his arms was about to stand up. Can Yuan Tiangang really calculate these? It's really amazing. Is this metaphysics really so powerful? Li Wangyu didn't dare to discuss these with Yuan Tiangang anymore. He quickly said his intention, "Immortal Yuan, the old immortal and I are here today to ask for your help. Xiao Lang, please." After Li Wangyu asked the little Taoist who served everyone in the elegant room to leave, he told the whole story of why he and Sun Simiao came to him. In the end, he cupped his hands and said to Yuan Tiangang seriously, "This matter is related to the people of the Tang Dynasty. Whether they can escape this disaster of locusts, I ask Immortal Yuan to help. After it is done, the sage will reward me. This is also a matter of great merit. Please don't refuse." After listening to Li Wangyu's words, Yuan Tiangang didn't speak for a long time, just bowing his head and thinking. Li Wangyu was a little anxious and asked, "Immortal Yuan, Do you have any concerns? You don't have to worry about those aristocratic families. The sage will make the decision for you. Yuan Tiangang waved his hand and said, Xiao Lang, I have nothing to worry about. I am naturally willing to preside over the ceremony of the great sacrifice of all heaven. But how can it be possible for the Taoist ancestor to show his spirit and personally say that it is not the wrath of heaven? I don't have this ability. It turned out to be this. Li Wangyu couldn't help laughing when he heard this. It depended on his ability.